It's a weird rule. I mean, I think it's just because they have it automated, so otherwise, obviously, the storage would get, like, crazy and, like, the rendering power and whatnot. So, I, like, get why they do it. It's just annoying for YouTube. Back to Valorant. Uh-oh. I actually minimized all my Windows chat. I gotta change the setting on that. Like when you accidentally shake Windows and Windows is like, oh, you want to turn off everything? And I'm like, no, I don't actually, but you know, that's cool. All right, let me bring up the main stream and let me go get some food real quick because I'm starving. In fact, I might have to do that after map 1, but let me at least grab a snack.
Like they need to be the one coming in with a surprise today.
And I think they can probably pull this off purely because Kakuka, they eliminated Vitality to get here, and
all right,
they kind of humiliated that Vitality.
Chat, I will be right back.
And it is so necessary for FUT to have this kind of wins, you know, to like when you get to playoffs, as you were knocked out to the
oh, I just realized, no, I won't, because I gotta update my YouTube stream chat. Sorry, YouTube.
When we think about the individuals, we think about Jet2J, Ada Captain also having a beautiful and amazing high impact performance on one of the most important.
There we go. Now I see you guys.
I think Captain definitely needed a bounce back after that game.
I have been streaming since the grand finals, yeah.
It's nice to see him come out and be on top of his form.
We're just grinding.
I think that usually we see screaming from Jet2J. In that game against Vitality, he was just full of cheers and laughter and looked so happy to be on that stage. Speaking of this, screaming. So yeah, no, I think like coming into today, these two are going to be highlight players for me. And I think as well, we have to consider Zeus in this conversation, right? When he went up against BBL in that last week of regular season, it was probably one of the worst performances we've seen from him so far, which is crazy to say because he's been such a standout player.
And both teams, they like to have their duelists start off a bit hot. You know, for Levin, we saw him starting not so hot, and it nearly costed them.
Yeah, exactly. The having slow starts on the map, not being able to perform. But I think that for most of the players in BBL, the longer the map gets, the better their performance go. As you see in the comparison between the first half and the second half on Ascent, from 32 ACS, only getting 1 kill, to that second half where he comes alive. Funny enough, we saw from Zeus against Fnatic and Lotus that it was completely the opposite. A very good first half, and then the second one, where is he? So yin and yang in these two duelists.
Yeah, the head-to-head is going to be very, very interesting today. I do wonder if maybe other factors come into it as well, Billy. It's not just about the Turkish duelists.
I think the map veto will be a big thing, right? Because we've seen FUT already maybe fumble their map veto when they played against Fnatic. So yeah, that's a big thing for me.
They battle time and time again, but never like this for BBL and FUT. This is about staying alive for a spot in Masters Toronto. Let's bring out the players. They've traded so many rounds and maps over the last 5 years of Valorant, but they've never been in this position before. The losers' season will end here, and the winner will fight on for a slot in Masters Toronto. Billy, you mentioned how important the map vetoes are going to be, so take a look at this and tell me what you think.
Yeah, so I mean, FUT banned Haven in that last map veto that we saw against BBL and FUT, and deciding to leave it open, getting rid of that icebox, and of course, BBL, they're just going to decide to pick
Haven and
I mean,
Split.
with this being BBL's first pick into Team Liquid a few weeks ago as well, I mean, it just looked so strong for them. So I think that's maybe a mistake on FUT's part, and of course, it's a map that we've not seen from FUT yet, so I'm presuming they'll have something nice prepared.
Yeah, exactly. This is a risk that it has to be measured, right?
What?
On the side of speaking that split, yes, we have seen
Wait, what?
it 4 times this year already, but they have
Did they say
never
anything?
looked it. So probably going into this,
Did they
because
mention
one
that it
of the
was wrong?
surprises that they wanted to play with, because they have played
No,
4 times, only one
for
of
what
them,
it's
so
worth,
maybe
chat,
it was not within
the
realm
like
of
automated,
expectations
like the
for BBL,
barracks
and when we
coded
speak about
UI stuff
operations,
that
could
takes
come into play.
from the
Yeah, we
API has been
got
messed up in
because
EMEA ever
Maverick
since they
actually
updated their
sent, I
systems.
believe, so we will throw out the right one when we have it. There we
There.
go. Yeah, Ascent will be the decider now. I really love this Haven pick from BBL.
Dude,
However,
let's go to map 3. Let's break another record. It's this matchup that has the OT record, by the way, chat.
On this FUT team, when it comes to Haven, is cracks. The amount of times, doesn't matter what agent this man was playing, most, you know, the Gecko, the K, whatever, so on and so forth. On Haven, he just has such a great understanding of how to play this map. Always had an amazing impact on it, so I'm hoping that some of that muscle memory stays with him.
I love that you're mentioning cracks, because actually we were speaking about the duelist and how, especially for the Turkish teams, this should be a make or break.
All right, who picked? Let's see.
Cracks was the one shutting
BBL
down
picked
Levin
Haven.
most of the times, the last time that these two teams faced off against each other, and he was feeling himself. I don't know what's going to happen for the Haven, if they're going to change what they were doing back at kickoff, but if they are to keep it,
All right, chat. Gamba is up for Twitch.
yeah. If you feel like, if they really have a plan around it, we know that FUT has been very down to changing the compositions after not winning a map, but I want to see them play.
Why are there 2 matches listed for?
Gecko as well.
Oh.
Okay. Well, I think to even like think back to the overall.
What did they
map
play last
veto,
time? Ascent
BBL are
and
starting to bench on every
Icebox.
single map, which I think is such a huge
Right.
win from them. We've seen them be so strong on that defense, and in fact, having a 58% overall defensive win rate.
And
so far,
chat,
so
in case
second
you're wondering.
place.
Oh shoot! You're gonna skip out on this? You're gonna sleep on this, chat?
I would have taken
Zeus Chamber?
anything from this man.
Okay.
Cracks?
anything.
Neon?
Gecko then.
Holy
You're gonna sleep. You're gonna go to sleep with this?
doing this?
Gecko,
How do I keep doing this?
Cracks,
Chat,
honestly, first
you
on
can't.
the
You can't. It's
Neon.
illegal.
We had seen him on the races, not the
You
first
can't
time we
actually.
see him playing a duelist, but the Neon
And then
is
also,
definitely
if you're
something
wondering,
new,
these are the
something that is
pancakes. I
going
got
to be a
some
surprise,
pickled
and
radishes on the
everybody
side.
kind of understands why they want to go on attack.
I'm so happy. about
And
this.
here
But
you
the
go.
chamber?
That's what we're gonna be
I mean,
nomming on
this is the thing, right?
today.
We were bidding the 2 duelists coming up against one another, thinking it was going to be Zeus needing to come alive up against Levin, but no, it's
boy,
actually
a
Zeus gonna be
snoozer.
jumping onto that chamber. I don't
Damn,
mind it.
Infinite,
He's
you're a
little
hater.
operator And does get success with it, so this could be good for FUT here.
Well, we can't
Why is
have
it
a
green?
Turkish
It's got
derby without
water
mention.
celery or
So
water.
take
Well,
it
not
away,
water
boys,
celery.
and let me
Water
know what you thought
parsley.
of that agent select.
It's pancakes made with water parsley,
Well, I'm thinking at least
and
50 rounds.
I think
Maybe
this
not
one has
this
some
month, but if we
scallions
get
in
to
it
that
as well.
third, 26-24 wouldn't be too bad. We've seen these teams battle already. We have to run it back one more time.
Yeah, I'm looking at that third map of Ascent and going, okay, it's definitely going to get a little bit more interesting if we get there. But I feel like we've already started off with a bang. The fact that we have this sort of, I guess, the pick of BBL, a map that they've looked very strong on, a map that FUT have looked very weak on, and then we've just come in with this hyper aggro, pacey composition, given an opportunity for someone.
I've been playing with a lot of Neon Chamber comp buddies lately, and this did come up, yeah? With the Chamber Cypher?
Every once in a while and brings out a Neon for the first
Interesting.
time ever. Okay.
Thank you,
As
Paradox.
mentioned in
Appreciate
an
it.
elimination match for stage 1, we've sort of mentioned it. They've never not made it to at least
I
one.
can pay
of
out,
the
Paradox.
Masters.
You can
Well, that's
participate.
still on the line here.
Yeah, it's still a little bit more of a road to go.
They
It
were-
doesn't just come down to this
Oh,
matchup,
dude,
but
they're all in
survival.
VCT. Fireflux was
Name of the game
actually
here
fire,
today,
though. No pun
revenge as
intended.
well. A squad that have played against each other once a year since partnership began. Now we get to see it twice, and the stakes couldn't be higher. One team will be exiting their Masters run. Their attempt to get there in jeopardy. Levin, oh, he kept going aggressive and pays the price. FUT with the punish early, and a 4v3 as a reward.
Yeah, quick rotation from the side of BBL. 2 players already in that site. Caught by the paranoia.
Yeah, when that smoke goes up. Ooh, they're checking it. Dude, how is okay? I was about to say, how is Yampi getting away with that?
Left all onto Magnum. Cypher versus Cypher. The first clutch needed.
Trying to position himself.
To take that pistol across the board, but there's still time
spotted.
to move it. That's the thing for Yetterjay. He doesn't need to overface this, doesn't need to risk it, but the same can be said for his counter.
Yeah, he's making him think that he's going to heaven.
There's plenty of time, but that camera gave the information over to Yetterjay. He knows that Magnum is towards the spawn, but Magnum waits long enough that he could have ramped up into heaven.
He's here sooner than you would think. Yep. Well done. Well done by Magnum.
And the pistol round.
Good mind games.
BBL. Solid start for them. And something to mention, obviously.
I actually said it on Chamber Vice. Vice has a better C-hold and more versatility on attack.
Playing up against what they're going to be used to, but for BBL, the defensive
That's
side of this
true.
match
You know
has been
what?
incredibly impressive throughout the stage.
I like what you're saying, Sage. Yeah, in that world, Vice is better because you already have Chamber anyway.
Or whether you were a fan of Gentlemates or not throughout this stage, the one map that was very good for them was Haven. That was probably their best map by far. So the fact that they obliterated them on this defensive side is why we've seen such a drastic change. It's also interesting the fact that I kind of sat here and wondered why FUT would let this through in the first place. So clearly they got a plan. And
they have the highest Stinger usage rate at only 2.9%. EMEA has got to get on the Stinger train.
Changes will be enough to be the difference maker up against BBL, who have looked
I like Levin too.
When it comes
I'm a Levin fan for sure.
Never really looked bad. You're highlighting the Outlaw. We got to see it on Zeus there.
You like BBL on Haven?
Heard it on BBL too. They know what they're up against.
Yeah, Fireflux was a pretty well-known like powerhouse team for Challengers Turkey.
Turkey site seems to be the target. Not that much of a surprise when you consider there's already a bit of A main control potentially given away, and with an Outlaw, no better angle.
It's definitely a risk though. It's going to put Yetterjay in an awkward position next round if there's not a significant amount of
I mean, there's 3 people with half armor, but 2 of them have full armor.
But already
look at the positions of Yampi. Yeah, Yampi and Sociable just know.
In a round like this,
they know it's C. And you've got trips to make sure
on an eco
that you can hold back sight even when, like, oftentimes Astra does better at holding back sight C, but now with this trip, Omen's pretty safe.
Having players in position sat around this C
timing on the paranoia and then re-smoke.
With the SMG, slightly less risk, happier to
okay, well now you know that trip was too low.
Sit back and wait. Opening pick,
but I like the angle he was holding.
Now the Outlaw gets to shine. Zeus in the ground immediately, and that investment sees no
the
real
setup
return.
Is so good.
Has a clean sweep from BBL. Losing
setup is so good.
Player. They won't mind all too much.
So far, every EMEA playoffs game except FUT games have been extremely close. Yeah. Oh, I think it's going to be bangers today for sure. How many EMEA teams are in 0% Stinger buys? That's a good question, actually. I wonder what the lowest is. It's got to be 0.
Now you understand the concept for FUT. Any player that invests into a rifle a lot of the time is not going to have those heavy shields available, so there's a chance for Zeus to get one-shot kills. You know as well that he's going to be saving up. The interesting thing as well is a lot of the time we talk about this guy not using the operator, and he's picked an agent that's main thing is getting a free operator. So it's a bit of a weird choice even for him.
And maybe he's going to be no-scoping with that. I'm not too sure that I want to see that.
Ooh, spotted.
Remains to be seen. Levin has an opportunity here.
Levin.
Seeing the tip of their heads, but it's Zeus firing back who picks him off. A nice opening pick for the side of FUT, and with the Stinger in play,
interesting choice.
Get that weapon. It is an Outlaw on the floor. A lot of weaknesses for BBL coming into this round.
Interesting choice to stick with that when you know that they've seen you and they have a better headline.
Left on the floor. Yampi, as a result, doesn't have a lot invested. Shock darts on their way. He gets a close range fight here. It couldn't be any better for the Stinger. Goes swinging through. A brave play.
It's going to be difficult for Sociable to get out of this scenario. In fact, this cracks.
Gets the collab.
2-for-1 discount as he'll take down 2 of the remaining 3.
Okay.
Only Magnum left
I mean, if they make it flawless, then it's anybody's game. Never mind.
Especially now after losing half of his HP, he stopped the flawless. But other than that, yeah, I think it's just going to be an attempt to hold onto the gun.
Sure, but thoughts on the Chobra curse being proven to be real? I mean,
conceding that round over to FUT.
Small sample size.
Wanted to come out of this with a little bit more damage, though, no doubt. And one of the things that we'll sort of look at as this game goes
No,
on.
Magnum's
Zeus
Magnum's playing like I agree with
on
Mini
Chamber
yesterday.
here.
Magnum's playing the
Also,
best
in
Valorant
this
we've seen from
matchup,
him,
somewhere that
and
he
he's
was
always been
shut
pretty good.
down
But like,
previously. We saw the longest game in history of VCT, the longest map.
you don't think Team Liquid Navi will cook? You think Liquid's just gonna roll him over?
It was his worst performance.
I think Navi can cook a little bit.
Tier 1.
Yeah.
Facing off against BBL, Magnum's done incredibly well. He's taken
Wait,
out 4.
what?
Like you look at this round.
Oh,
as
that's
potentially
dude.
being
This
flawless
went
until
from
they
a
walked into
flawless
Magnum,
to
but his late wrap
only
around,
one
okay,
rifle
he'll
saved
lose
on
the
a
gun at the
buy.
end, but
What?
taken away
How are
3
you?
extra weapons as he goes. He's done an impeccable job.
Well, that was it. The point was,
That
you see him
is
exiting towards the spawn.
3
towards
years is a
C,
small
with
sample
4 players
size.
still
Chat,
alive
we got to
and
do like
they
100
would've
years
wanted a little bit more
worth of
damage out of
experiments
that.
to really
Well,
know.
that's definitely highlighted
This
by the
doesn't
fact
prove
that he goes
anything, chat.
rapping all the way around, waits for them, and with a huge punish. You know, I was worried there. It took Krax a while to get that kill on the board, but he ends up with a collateral. That seems to have set them up with a safe round, but the punishment is there. And so FUT, they have to strain the economy.
Stinger,
They're investing
Guardian,
heavy.
and
They
then
still
Vandals.
have a Stinger to play with alongside this investment. A huge play by Magnum. A triple kill in the pistol round as well. His impact on this series already is tangible.
Yeah, he's already got 9 kills. He's having a great time, but it's whether or not they can now make that damage worthwhile. He might be the guy running away with it now, but look back to their previous series. Sociable went
Spotted.
26-4.
Only
versus
Zeus,
X. Probably one
so
of the
they're
best
trying to mask
performances
their
we've seen
intentions here.
all season from any player. But it's whether or not he can recreate something like that again. Definitely a little bit more difficult to do on the Sova, but he seems to make it work. Another man who's a maestro.
But Levin's already got the sight line on C, so BBL has a pretty good idea. They're already here. This just has to be a good entry. Fault line delays him. They did break the trip.
Everywhere else. Dangerously close, yeah. Either
Paranoia
side.
gets
Straight
drawn
out
out
Pulp
too.
Fiction.
Only 40
Round
seconds,
to
so
the
it's only
C
a
side.
one and
Looks
done
like they're
rotate.
gonna go. Levin's
Did
waiting
they go
there.
B
Off
to
in
C
hand. B side
or just
wide
B?
Open. Late play from Mr. Fallen. Of course,
They kept
using
Mr.
that weaker
Fallen in
weapon,
short.
he's
I
gonna
actually
hope
like
to
that.
find himself that late lurk, that player getting aggressive. For now,
But has a chance here because of that
played
lurk.
by him, but his team have gotten the plan.
His team has to not die too fast because he wants to go as late as possible. He hears them leaving.
But he makes a mistake.
They suspect it.
Ultimate for
They
Magnum.
do. I think he was spotted.
Single kill could be enough to reveal the rest.
Well,
but
he's
clearly feeling
dead.
confident in their retake. Mr. Farland's lurk has been eliminated. It now just becomes down to the defenders on the site. Solid start. In fact,
yeah,
they
that's a
wipe
good
them out,
retake.
Leaving just out a captain standing, and try as he might, he cannot hold off the flood of BBL. That will be a third round on the board, and we talk about the amount of economic damage that Magnum did in the last. Well, that will now come into effect.
I'm trying to like cut up my pancake, but the vegetables are
You gotta say, great
all
read
tied up
coming
together.
in from Profek. He waited for that kill for a long time, knowing that this is something they like to do. Send that player late. This time it was Mr. Fallen, but anyone with that weaker weapon to come up as they're looking to reinitiate into sight. They
There
start
we
to
go.
take, they make a little bit of noise. And Mr. Fallen sees that as his cue to go forward, but he walks into the waiting arms.
No,
of
Magnum
Profek.
was good,
Patience
but
on
like
display and a
I think
good
the
read
impact
early
he
on
has right
of what their
now on
opponents are
BBL
looking to do.
is the
That's a good
most
sign
he's
for
ever
BBL.
had.
3-1. Defense heating up.
They've got nothing. Sure, there's a Bucky, but it's not in Mr. Farland's hands, so I'm not particularly nervous for the opposing squad. Crack's going in. No, he doesn't have it yet, but he gets his ult online from diving in with the classic. I don't know how this is working. The headhunter from Zeus.
Dude, they
has
just
managed to pick up another.
overwhelmed them.
And from literally nothing, there's now just one man standing, Yumpy, between a crazy upset round for FUT.
I am currently eating water parsley pancakes.
The shot fired out in FUT. Knew that they had an opportunity. Now here's the same old play. We just talked about it. Send that man out and around. The late play while they're looking in one direction. Come in from the other. Mr. Fallen. He doesn't want the fight with the classic. He's got himself a Bucky. And he might be needed. Yumpy pushing down is
All right, he's got a gun now.
One pick, but they're going to run that clock all the way down. Knowing that he's going to be pressured
Nice
from
and
both
safe.
sides, that they have enough bodies to throw at that he'll never get that diffuse across the line. And the reveal helped him out.
Magnum was on
What a round
Apex
from
before
FUT.
KC.
Pay safe card thrifty there.
He did well at the beginning of the year
I sort of
last year in
mentioned
KC
it
as
when the
well. It's
round
just
started.
KC
They had
overall
nothing
kind of
to
ran out
play
of
with. It was
ideas.
the Bucky opener, then Crack sliding in with just a classic, managing to win the duel. And from that point onwards, well, they had guns to play with. That is a huge blip for BBL. I said it was all about winning that round number 4 to reset their opponent's economy so they came in with nothing. I did not expect FUT to then win with the nothing. That wasn't part of the plan.
It didn't even seem like a point worth making, that BBL don't have the money to lose that previous round. That they wanted to keep so many people alive because it looked like it should be an easy one. But again,
Yeah,
that
that's
shot
a rough
through the
one.
smoke told FUT,
Down to a
hey,
hero
there's an
vandal.
up close. We've got a lot of pistols up close. Let's take that fight here and now. And that pressure crumbled BBL's backline. Now they're in a position where they've got one rifle to work with, nothing else really. And
Oh,
already
dude.
the
Meanwhile,
rifle
Seaside
on
is
the
free.
ground. It'll be recovered. The round is much more difficult to find in their hands.
Well, the hope was that maybe
I
gets
mean,
an early kill. Bladestorm
you're just gonna
goggles
go
the
for
rifle
whatever
up
damage you can
sociable.
do
They have a
here, I
couple of things
think.
to play with. Instead, Yedajay's low.
There's not really
Wipes
any
out
danger ults on the other
players
side
there.
that are like 1 point away
The
either,
rest have
so
just gone walking into the C site, got a post plant, and almost guaranteed
try to get whatever
the
exits.
round already.
I guess Sociable just saves, actually.
For Sociable, it almost comes down to, okay, just holding on to that hero rifle again. Credits are not in the greatest of spots. Of course, Levin would have the Bladestorm anyway for the next round, so it does mean that...
Yeah, no,
he
I would
doesn't
agree with that,
necessarily
Yugi
need
boy.
to have a
Like,
gun,
how does
but
this Chamber,
with
Cypher,
winning that
Neon
last
deal
round,
with,
you're not going to decimate the economy of FUT anyway.
But you
So
still
even an extra
have...
kill doesn't hold
I don't
much
know. I
value
think the
as well.
combination of like Cypher
Especially
and
with,
Chamber can
Zeus has got the
still
ultimate, so even if there was any pressure
lock
on the
down
economy,
kind of
they've
C
got a
and
free weapon to
Garage
fall back on.
enough.
The reality is, how much damage do you think you need to do to make trading that rifle out worthwhile? And
I do think it's a bit
almost all of the
tougher,
players,
but
so
on defense.
not a likely scenario. Rifle best off in the next, but Yedajay working wonders towards that site. Zeus popping off with the Outlaw as well, and good containment of the flank. But really, it comes back to that previous round. The one before put BBL in the bin economically, allowed for this round to fall into FUT's hands, and now they're equalized up as a result. Bladestorm online for 11, rifles for the rest. They need to put a stop to this now because FUT, they've got the economy to lose this round and then
There's
some.
a lot of ults. Like, that's the main
I
story.
mean, yeah,
of
the
this round,
caveat is if
just
you
having
destroy it early,
so
but
much
like,
to play with.
Off rip.
if you destroy all the ult early, but that's on the defensive setup to make sure it continues to stay varied. Because if you're playing ISO Euro, the Euro can still kind of tank some of it, but you shouldn't have as much to work with, right?
That's what we needed to see.
Like, you're not going to
BBL
be running
back
like
on the horse.
Sova
A side
Tejo or
left a
something on
little bit
Haven
open, but that's all part
with
of the plan.
no
Don't let
Sentinel.
FUT take that space for Yedajay. That's the real danger. They're watching this.
Caveat,
Both C and A
not
from
caviar.
Such passive positions stacked up on C. Cypher utility there as well. It's a big gamble in the late round, and most likely we're going to be looking at a post plant. The question is though, are FUT going to be happy with just that little bit of control?
Yeah, no, I
Especially with
agree.
Cloud coming
I
back
think
on mid. Probably someone goes aggressive. There'll be an opportunity for a pick, and if not, as you
I agree with
highlighted,
what Snoggy's saying. I see what you're saying.
Just playing this one as
I think it makes sense. I think it's just a different way to play it, which also that being a little bit unconventional, like you said, like how you have to clear different sites now can make things actually harder for the attackers.
Too much, throwing in a couple of their own if it's necessary. For FUT, as of right now, they are kind of boxed in. They haven't managed to get any sort of aggressive positioning, and the rest will just be able to set up for that execution onto the side.
I mean, they got Rolling Thunder.
Nice reposition of the trap. They're worried about a flank. They only saw 2 players with the drone, but now they don't need to worry that much.
They know. Okay, 11. Good drop with the blades. Time though.
Well. He's been heating up and holding on to that long position. They still don't know about cracks. This is the missing factor.
Oh shoot! How does he 180? Dude, he spins around, gets the third.
Time to take him down, and they were watching that smoke. There was nowhere else to worry about.
Oh my god.
180 no scopes, but 180 full sprays. That's something completely different.
Oh
he
my.
Didn't let go of mouse one in that whole move. He's just spraying all the
Wow.
time. That is
Any comment on RQ winning their first trophy, the second they signed with Nongshim? How does it feel to be a personification of Horus, the Greek god of curses, son of Zeus, patron saint of Instagram?
These are the sort of plays he's
I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it.
in a row, and that's where BBL pick up the pause. Now,
Dude, that
this
is a
something else I wanna talk
crazy
about
spray.
in general going into this matchup. FUT have not had the best group stage, not had the best season. BBL have looked like the better team. I think if you're talking about favorites, BBL come in as favorites. But then I want to go into the realms of experience. And that's where FUT wins by a decent margin. Sure, you got the likes of Yumpy and, of course, Magnum. They've been there before.
Close Gambit,
The
please.
rest of the
Oh,
players,
I don't
they
have it
are
closed.
these- well, I was going to say youngsters, rookies. They're rookies coming up to challenge in the league. when they're in that upper bracket match,
Chat, you act like it's gonna make a difference.
Heretics, but now coming into a game,
You guys don't make you guys don't get it right anyway. It's a coin flip.
Earlier in the season, but it was by 4 rounds over 2 maps. It was incredibly close. If you start to lose rounds where you have a big advantage, say for example a 3v5, this could easily swing into the team with the more experience's favor. And while the only man that's not been to an international on the other side is Zeus.
It's unbelievable to think that as well. They had the info.
How many
on
does
2
FUT
players.
need?
They didn't know about Cracks, but they smoked him off. But they had Levin watching that smoke as well. And for him to come out with that
right? We're
level of
assuming that
pace,
Zeus has shots because
yeah,
that's
I'll tell you,
always
like, Cracks in the smoke,
contingent for
that's dangerous normally,
Chambers.
'cause he's a KO. He can flash out.
He tagged him. He knows that.
But like that is absolutely outrageous.
I mean, I think 4 is fine.
The lead now for FUT.
I think 5 and above, anything like that, you're feeling pretty good, actually.
That BBL would have a 4th on the
But the thing
board,
is
and
like,
that
no
was
matter
the moment
what,
that
a
FUT
3-site
could
map
fight
is still a
back, but
3-site
they have
map.
made
So
their own opportunities here on the
you know,
attack
you can
side.
go for like
What a
different
display.
double
But this
Zenji
is
setups and
what
whatever.
FUT does.
When they get
That doesn't
into
suddenly make it a
playoffs mode,
defense-sided map.
The straight BS just comes out of the woodwork. Think back, half of their rounds come off winning an eco and off that. And that's all you really
Being
need
wrong
to
on
know.
each coin flip is being is more impressive than being correct on each
The
coin
only real
flip.
defender, solid stun. Will be a pick for them, and a rifle for Magnum, who's been their best player so far.
Magnum.
Stuck up close with that
Oh,
fight, though.
dude, he
Able
was
to take
ready to
one
fight. I was
traded
getting a
out,
little
but
scared because I was
that's
like, dude,
more
that
than
cage is gonna
enough
come
for
down.
BBL.
I mean, it's his own, but
Information and a flank underway. The main thing being Cypher's no longer in the game on the side of the attack. Well, on both sides, I suppose. But that's opening up this flank route for Levin. He'll get himself a weapon. In fact, he's picked up the Stinger. Swapping out here would make a sound cue, and he doesn't want to give it away. He's going to continue.
Chobra, thank you for joining Nongshim and not supporting our game.
But his teammates are falling. He needs to hasten the pace.
I'm glad.
Cracks
I'm
the
glad.
last man standing. He was
Please,
phenomenal in
please
the
support
last
Nongshim as
round,
well.
and he'll do the same
Please buy the
here.
Nongshim bundle.
A triple kill to put
Look
the
at what
round
Nongshim is
into
doing for
FUT's
everybody.
backpack. Looking at Cracks playing on a Neon first time, it sure doesn't
Dude,
look like
he
it.
looks comfy.
Another Red Bull clutch to add to the already growing collection. I feel like Zeus is going to be sitting there going, I'm going to lose my job. Like, he's going to be getting a little bit nervous because the way that Cracks is playing right now.
I mean, I
Again,
feel
it's
like
another round where
the
you
Neon
look at
Chamber
that
still
from BBL, they have
favors.
the advantage,
Personally,
get
they
the
favor
openers,
defense.
they're
I
in
think
solid positions, but then they give just
because
a window,
attack
a slight chance
is
for Cracks.
much more
He takes
reliant
a
on
low down,
actually
5-3
getting the
in the league. This
frags.
is
I
where the
feel,
guns
whereas
come
on
back out.
defense,
Already though, Cracks is frying again. There needs
even
to
if
be
you don't get the
trade, and
frag,
there will
like
be.
the space you can take and then
Magnum
rotate
13
and
and
relocate,
5 as
like
well.
both of them,
He's
things
having
like
a
that.
hell of a game. Had
It's a pretty big
great
difference.
start to this map. But even seeing him online like that, we need others to meet him, and FUT have been able to dice up this squad when it comes to those late rounds, to those clutches, as you said. Already they've lost one, but traded out with Sociable down.
Was Cracks ever a
Looks
duelist?
like
I actually
they'll be
don't know. I don't
grouping
think
back
so,
up
right?
with
Does anybody
Yamashek.
know?
The
Anybody have
B-side's
their
been
Cracks
their play when they have
lore?
to abandon that early A aggression. But I see pings
I don't
all
think he
over
was.
C-Long. They're worried about someone pushing up close, maybe playing behind that trap.
The person who's
Push into the
influenced the most
site.
match outcomes this year
Well,
said
these
it's coin flip,
guys are
guys. You guys
covering
get it
the
wrong
garage split.
anyways.
Not covering this walk up through long.
Yeah, I can influence him, but it's a coin flip for you.
Dion Magnum once more. He's thrived within it. And a lot of these rounds, but he's under pressure from that Neon once again. Dancing and diving, and as he tries to take the hat off head, he's lost. And in fact, so is Prophet. Prophet was just rotating, but Zeus was far too quick on his reaction time.
Uh-oh.
This leaves just 2 remaining, and well, they've struggled on the retake with...
I don't know. With the op, you're going to go
players
for this?
How will they fare with less players?
Really?
Somehow I feel like this will be the one that works. But look at how FUT are playing it. They're up close, ready to swing.
He used to play.
The trade found
Oh, he used to play
immediately because of it, and then the
Raze. You're right.
backside
You're
swing
right.
As they're looking to take
Yeah,
down Mr.
yeah.
Genije shows his face.
Yeah,
6
Cracks was a
to
Raze
3
player. Yeah,
now.
there you go.
A
Both
streak
chats
of
got it.
5
Yeah, he was a
rounds coming
Raze
out of
player. I mean,
FUT,
he's
and they look
he's
like they've
most
got
famous
full
for his
control.
KO,
That
but
setup from Magnum on the C site, specifically looking at how FUT like to approach it. They do that shock dart. So if
yeah,
you
I think
had
if it was
something to
Vice,
block out that play
I
towards
would
long,
agree with you
it's
that
gonna
it
be gone
probably
anyways.
gets attack
So
sided.
instead,
But with
Magnum's
Cypher, I don't know. The
isolated in
passive
one
mid info,
avenue
I
of
can see
approach.
that, I
He only
guess.
has to
But
battle that lane, and he wins his duel. But it's not enough. They trade him out quickly, take site control, and from there, it looked like it was FUT's round all over. Now, the pressure onto the economy of BBL. They're left with pistols.
Well, I mentioned it at the beginning as well.
and yes, we did watch the group draw
maps we've
together.
seen have mostly been on that defensive side. Now, sure, you'd look at the match versus Mates and Liquid and go, what do you mean, Tom?
Depends on who's on the
100% win
Cypher.
on the attack, but that's mostly
Yeah, I
just
guess if you have
pistol
Meteor on the
follow-up,
Cypher, I
305
guess any
ahead.
any comp is an
It doesn't
attack-sided
really tell
comp at
much
that
of a
point.
story. The defense is where BBL have looked solid, and right now, FUT are tearing them a new one. They're winning rounds that, yeah, they shouldn't, but then also the last one, that was just clean. They were comfortable. And now the economy...
Dude, Cracks looks fairly comfy on this knee. I said he looks fairly comfy. I did not say that he was going to get kills. All right, you can look comfortable and lose and die.
Round 10, close isn't going to be enough. They need to win
Chat,
these rounds.
I'm very comfortable. I'm very comfortable playing Yoru. That doesn't mean I always win and get frags.
FUT have got plenty of credits. Ult's online as well for the next. There's only going to be 2 to play for after this one. Levin all alone, Sheriff in hand. They've grouped up. They're watching the walkout, knowing that he's going to make some noise either way. And as he drops out into the cloud
NT,
burst,
this
no
is rough.
panic.
This is a
2
rough
guns
start.
Trained on the angle, and a 7th round secured as a result.
I have to say the synergy from FUT in a lot of these late round scenarios has been perfect. Like we saw on the C site and the last, like the timing of every single peak was very, very easy in the end. And okay, sure, some of the entries have been chaotic and messy, but it does almost feel like a lot of that is by design. Like, let's disrupt their defensive side rather than focusing on having these amazingly perfect exexecutions. Don't get me wrong, the util.
Yeah, exactly, Snoggy. That's why I think like I would favor defense actually, just because you actually need to get your frags.
So this man is he's in a toxic mindset.
But who knows?
Cracks is straight into the fight.
Okay.
Oh. Levin's up good enough to trade out, but Zeus is there to pull the advantage back into FUT's court. And now, leaving a drop out here for Magnum would be a huge risk. Hunter's Fury put through. A tag could get him to spam killed.
Oh, I'm sure I'm sure they've been scrimming with the Neon.
Is Yedijay was unpressured.
He himself is a Chad, I don't know if what have I become? I'm like the Dark Omen of Valorant. I'm literally just Omen himself.
4 players hone in. Prophet's done well, but I feel like Zeus has just been the trade machine. Not having to be that first player in anymore. That first contact means he could just focus on wiping out anybody that steps forward, and his stat line has been rising round by round.
What are we, fake KOs? Cracks try to convince us that he's a KO one trick just to not play KO on every map this year. Dude, what the hell? That creeped me out.
8 rounds now. It's funny to think back on that 3-1
What in the
position.
world?
BBL had everything
against
going
an eco. Against an eco.
Was it? Did they?
He plays a lot of Neon in ranked.
Sort of a weapon.
It was a Bucky.
A Bucky. That was the one.
It was a Bucky. I mean, it's still an eco, Mitch.
Classics. I was trying to think, was it the Outlaw and it didn't see action, but it was all about the classics. It was an op on BBL switching to a pistol.
Not for Paper X until lower final. That's true. That's true. Paper X battled through it. They battled through my predictions.
There was no major tags.
It is Zeus on Chamber, yeah.
That seem to have turned the tide of this completely into their favor. And a 9th round now, very much possible. Favored, perhaps. And a much more direct approach from FUT that's worked wonders. This site previously had so much utility waiting for them to walk into, but they swapped it to A. Now the retake attempt is what they're left with. Yumpy finds one, the weaker weapons shining.
Good entry into the site.
Round. Almost as bright as that flash, but it doesn't stop Zeus.
They are slowed.
He's good for one before falling. Mr. Fallen and Yedijay have to take down the rest.
Whoa, where's the follow-up?
Fallen's got himself one, but the trades just keep on coming in. BBL finding their form at last. But is it too little, too late? Still Yedijay to deal with, but they'll get that across the line.
That was
Still
close.
4 rounds on the defense. It's not quite what we've seen from them in the past.
Yeah, they're yet to lose an attack side round on this map, but I think it's clear to say the momentum is firmly in FUT's favor after this first half. They have been fantastic, and now look to close out their opponent's map choice after the break.
Yeah, the drone. I like it when people use things like drones and arrows and like other projectiles to like be the bait instead of just another human being. Check Discord. I keep forgetting to open Discord ahead of stream, but I have some DMs I haven't answered yet. So here, I guess we're on a break real quick. What do you want me to check on Discord? Where am I looking? Lounge? Oh, the Vietnamese fan base? It was me. What do you mean fraud? I said, who was it? I didn't say it was somebody else. I was just asking who it was. It was you. It was Lightning Greed. We're going crazy out here. May 11, 2025. Must be another Digimon. Yeah, no, Double Sentinel is actually generally attack sided because the strength is in the post plant, and on defense for a lot of maps, it actually it becomes pretty straightforward, and you actually have to play passive if you play around your trap. So unless you have unless you have really good trap play setup. Oh, sorry, no sound. Unless you do that, then Double Senti, like you're actually kind of at a loss because you're just stuck in default. You have to play very smart. You have to play smarter around defense, in my opinion, if you play Double Senti. Most Double Sentinels.
Like BBL could be up for a plant. They've split up though.
Yeah, they've gone Scooby-Doo style.
No, I got you. I understood.
The defense have all grouped up together, just looking to play the advantage. Prophet surely dead to rights, and this leaves Magnum again. No doubt that he has been the player.
You got actual Thundersticks now, huh?
For BBL, when it comes to this map, this would have to be the best of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, when we say attack sided, it's under the caveat that you have to find a way into the site. But personally, I find that that's what you're playing for, though, is the post plant. For the round. Chamber would be the slight difference, but like, you know, Vice Lock, Cypher Lock, definitely, things like that.
3K from Magnum in the first pistol round on their own defense, and Yedajay's just one-upped him 9-4. And like you said, Tom,
another Twitch chat L because YouTube told me earlier about the sound, but they were on delay.
With flying colors for BBL. Yes, exactly, and that's something that is uncharacteristic for BBL.
What does he sound like when he's normally talking, chat? What does Yedajay actually sound like?
Of the advantages that they claim, but here it's a different flavor. And another conversation we had the last game that we saw from FUT was about how this team has leveled up in this elimination stage. They've looked a ton better than what we saw in the upper bracket or in group play. For BBL, previously winning that Turkish derby, but it looks like FUT are back to set the record straight.
Derby? Is that how you pronounce it when it's the matchup? Surely not, right?
Doing it in the playoff stage.
Is that just how he pronounces it?
With the Stingers coming through for this attack side, and it's not started out too badly. We don't see the Stinger Pie much in the EMEA. In fact, it's only really BBL that likes to run them massively. A good position, but it doesn't work out. And now Zeus with everybody now tagged, but
the Stinger Force Spy.
Any of the previously injured members. BBL have found themselves a lifeline. Well, we'll see if they can build off it.
The YouTube Twitch chat rivalry needs to be studied. Who do you think would actually win?
He refuses. Even in that
50 YouTube chatters versus 50 Twitch chatters.
Well,
The English say Derby. Oh, really? In English, in like UK English, it's in British English, it's Derby. Really? Yeah, in the US, I think we just say Derby, but
No, it doesn't. No, those are sites, not a scope.
Okay.
All right, get your terminology sharpened up a little bit. So there's a bulldog.
we
You
would
call that
crush
scope?
them, says Twitch. How do you feel about this, YouTube?
More than an iron
Would
sight.
you get crushed?
More than an iron sight.
Like,
More
what are
than
we
a
fighting in
banana, I
though?
suppose.
Like, is it just mud
Your
wrestling?
head screwed on
Or is
top.
it like the Hunger Games? Is it
Down on the
friggin'
pistols,
Squid
but this
Games?
isn't a round that BBL
Is it
can
Valorant?
afford to take for granted. We've seen that already. Now Sociable dropping
Mario
Mr. Fallen.
Kart.
This advantage should be hard to lose.
Yeah, Cracks is dead. No, that's the main thing.
Well, this round's kind of
Let's
done.
leave Magnum on the other side of the map to the
Oh,
rest
hello.
of the team, and already knows there's at least one around this corner.
Valorant
The rest of the
5v5
team is
YouTube
sort of
versus
ones with
Twitch
the
chat. Yeah, maybe we could do
stronger
it
weaponry.
on Asia server.
And more importantly,
Surely,
the spike.
in like prime time
Is now
Pacific, we can
flanking
get
the
enough people
flanker,
on
hunting for Yedda
on an
Jake. It is
Asia
the
server that
stance of
where it's
one that seems to
playable
have a
ping
decent
for
idea of
everybody.
where the last wall be standing.
Maybe that will
He's
finally
managed to
decide
clear
it.
things up, and in zone flawless as they continue that resurgence into
They
their
would
map
have to
choice.
touch grass
Still
to
3
fight
behind,
us, says
but That's
YouTube.
about as good as it gets in terms of the first 3 rounds.
Oh, we're fighting
Might be a
outside.
3K
Well, that
in
does
the
change
pistol
things.
round
I don't
for
know.
Magnum, but
I don't know,
you're taking
Twitch. Are you
here
ready to
instead.
touch
20
grass?
and 10 on him.
Yeah.
You look at a lot of the rounds that BBL have found and point to him as the reason why this one less so. But going into that
YouTube
first
chatters are
half, it would have been a whole
YouTube
lot
chatters are a
worse
different
if Magnum
breed.
wasn't
They just
activated.
raw
I also
dog
wanna
the
say,
chat
his
with no
performances since that
emotes.
IGL weight has been lifted from his
Yes.
shoulders have been really impressive. Like, so glad
That's
to
true.
see
I
him
do
back
need
to
to.
that level of
This is
form
why I need to get more Chobra
and
emotes so
showing it here in
YouTube
this
can have
map.
their own
Maybe
emotes.
the difference maker, if they're able to turn the tide. If is the main thing, though. This is where FUT now have their purchase in hand, ready to go.
Oh
And
my
there's still
gosh.
definitely some weaknesses. 2 stingers pulled in, as this is still very much a bonus round.
That shock dart did a lot of damage to Magnum. He's going to be playing this one nice and slow, just containing the control. Trap and Cam covering off a lot of this map and allowing these
FUT
players
is-
to pressure a little bit more freedom. Now Zeus has got
Wha- wha-
himself a trap. That's
What
actually-
is-
I like that. He's walking out of range of it, so it deactivates. So maybe they think they've got a gap, and then it'll come back online and give him the info. Anyways, they've broken it, so he knows there's at least one on the
Yeah.
right. Rotations coming in as
Yeah,
well.
I
There's
like
gonna be
it.
3 around this side of the map.
I was
Cypher's
wondering what he
slowly
was doing,
covering off
but
the rest and just doubling up with Cracks there. He'll have a much quicker rotation. Pressure
I
is
didn't
on.
see the
They've
trademark
got the
earlier. I
numbers
thought
to
it was
deal
already
with it
broken. I
up
was like, what?
Waiting in the corner. Yedda there to start. This is going to reveal everyone as they go. This is definitely a problem. And while for Cracks,
Oh,
it's easy
the
pickings
spray
in the
down,
end.
dude.
Even still, though, there's
Cracks
been a
is a-
response.
Cracks
Zeus sneaking
definitely
around behind
has-
him, though. He was
uh-oh.
here the whole time. He was
Oh,
waiting.
oh,
for
oh my
them. It's a
gosh.
little bit whiffy, but eventually gets the job done.
Saw him.
And now all
Sound
left is
made and then the peak.
can try and fight
Oh, dude,
further.
hey, I,
Two isolates, one duel, but again,
dude,
those trades
almost.
have been
I mean, you
so
never know
quick
with the
from the
Turkish
side of
players
FUT.
on
They'll
both
hit
sides.
double
Like sometimes
digits.
they get nasty flicks going.
Even still, for what was 2 stingers and
We are
some
not
weaker
10
guns,
years
it
old,
was
so
an
we can
awful
type
round
without
for BBL.
emotes.
They would have liked to win it though from the spot they were in.
Exactly, that's the thing. The spot that they're in, 4 rounds behind now.
Oh, that's a
Foot
good
on double
comeback.
digits.
That's a good
It's not
comeback.
a comfortable position to be in, and they need to be
That is a
consistent
good
from this point
comeback.
forward, close to
God.
perfect. And a
YouTube-
pause is going to be called.
The timing.
The timing.
The shorty inside the smoke. There was an opportunity.
Oh my
Not a
gosh.
claim that
Yeah,
this
I don't know,
coach-
Twitch. You gotta come up with a better attack.
Just rolled the legs
It's the
so much.
frustration.
I just said that you don't have the maturity and brain power to chat without emotes.
Not only when I'm angry. That's the thing.
RQ Gen G
But
was
yeah,
an
the pulse
absolute
for
banger,
BBL,
bunny.
and last time we saw Pal rattling out the commands. We saw
Absolutely.
all the
I would
learnings
definitely
in his
check
book
it out.
being communicated, but it didn't change
All the
pace.
names in the death note.
And it didn't change anything. FUT were still able to string together, I think, 4 rounds.
Causing
from that
class
point
divide
forward.
between the chatters.
This is their last chance now to touch base.
Sinking
FUT
sand
feeling
fight.
calm,
What
cool, and
the-
collected. They haven't needed to call a single timeout for this impressive return to form on Haven.
Turns out, when you win 7 rounds in a row,
Chat
when
chat
your
derby is where
opponent's
it's
map choice
at.
on their favorite half of the map, don't really need a tactical pause. It's crazy.
Most
Honestly,
people wouldn't know that.
we don't need
No.
words to fight
That's
some
why I'm getting
peasants. Okay, okay.
Educational
Hold up.
content.
All right,
This is
what?
where, though,
One of these days.
Damage done in the previous round has put
One of these
FUT's
days, maybe
economy
we'll
on the
do
brink.
we'll do
BBL
some
win this
YouTube
round.
versus Twitch Valorant
They could get back into the
matches.
running, but
If you're on
always feel
Pacific,
with
you
how
better
FUT
you better
are
start
playing, there's just
practicing. If you're on
one or two
Asia
players
servers,
ready to be a hero. The thing is, though, this site is completely open. They played off site, knowing
I'll
that
observe
Rolling
and
Thunder
we'll see.
was
We'll
in
see what
play.
happens.
I'm sure it's been utilized, but to no effect, and they're getting ready to go straight back in. Look how close they are.
Yeah, already in. As the plant is going down, backside almost under their control, but Prophet goes for the TP deep, catches
He only gets one?
before falling, and Social
Damn, that was
with
such a
the double
fast hit.
teams to have course corrected this back in favor
Jeez.
for BBL. 7 rounds on the board.
What
Perfect
brain
timing
rot
there,
is
changes the round.
raw?
Like, he holds it,
I mean, infinite.
lets her
As
in,
someone who
knowing they're gonna use the
also
Rolling Thunder.
hates
Normally you
brain
use that
rot,
on entry. Instead, he waits the second he
Raw
hears
dog
instinct
is
as they're
not,
looking to break back in, uses
not
the
anywhere
paranoia,
close to
so
the
it
worst.
completely discombobulates them on the way back
50
into the
versus
site. Like
50
you can see there's a
Fortnite.
player or two blind,
Twitch versus
disjointed,
YouTube.
and even just fades off cracks as
I'm
you see
actually
that
down
fight
with that.
being
Dude,
taken.
just battle
And even
all the
though
different
he's
battle
not
royale
doing it
games.
massively on the scoreboard for
Twitch
that round,
versus
just that
YouTube?
little bit of delay
I'm down with
changes
that,
a very
actually.
fast hit into the site while you're planting to, oh, one guy in, one guy not being able to see. Big difference maker.
Smoke is there.
Oh.
But unfortunately, the TP's a little bit too close. That
He
was
looked away from the flash and got back to that shot so quickly. It's hard to realize
Dude.
he got a kill.
Yes, but the problem is TP goes in. This is for deep
That was,
aggression. This was for deep
yeah.
control, allowing the pistols
That
to
was a
stack
little
in
unfortunate
on, the other side of the
on all
map.
fronts. The
So winning
TP,
TPs,
the
he's
And
not
that's the
even
one
inside the
gone.
smoke. That's the ultimate.
I mean, he
out
put the
of play,
TP there
and
to
you're
like
one
push
pick.
out as far as possible, but I
It's
think that was
reasonable,
just too
but in
greedy.
this round, it's not helpful for FUT. These pistols have to do a whole lot of work. We've seen them get that done before. Cracks has popped the ultimate to great effect, but they're tagging him up as he goes. Leaving out a captain alone and playing it together was the right approach here for BBL. 8 rounds on the board. A bit
Yeah,
of
we can do
damage
like
done by FUT, but
PUBG,
2 ults committed.
Fortnite,
Yeah, so you
and
remember in the round
then
before
I don't
this
know,
where
Apex, I
Young
guess.
used his,
But Apex
Rolling
is like a
Thunder?
bunch of different squads, so.
Oh my word.
Yeah, he's one away from having it again. He's been cleaning up the last couple of rounds. He's also been getting the plant. Yeah, look at him. From his point of view, that's wild. It literally full blind, just swinging around and gets the kill.
Because obviously from our POV, we just see like an icon telling us he's flat.
He's just full blind.
But he couldn't see a damn thing.
He had the reactions to try and look away from the flash, go, oh, I am blind, and then go straight back to the exact
No,
point
he doesn't
was originally
misplace it.
holding.
He places it after
Zeus's
the round
mechanics is
here
genuinely
to
just
with the
marvel
intention
at.
of like going far
By the
out,
way, the
right?
operator is the gun that he
of like holding
doesn't
this
really
angle.
play.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't really like
Although I
that
think
gun.
you
We
can
talked
place
about,
it
you know, first
deep,
time
but I
being
don't
on
know.
for Cracks. It might be first time scoping in for Zeus, so he's doing pretty well, all things considered.
It's a tough life, you know. Oh, I guess I'll have to use the free op. Yeah, that slows people, yeah. Oh, I guess. Ooh. Okay, see you later. Yeah, Zeus,
Well.
one of the guys with the best aim in the entire league. And Magnum is just, well, sit down, son. Sit down. That's all I'm going to say. He has been on a
This isn't looking good for
impressive
FUT.
grind.
They are
Wingman
struggling.
suits on for
Zeus
this
is
one,
not
but
able to really
let's be
bring the
real, he
value
needs
of the chamber. He's got to go like aggressive with repositions and whatnot, and
Yeah,
it's not
I've
really
seen
working out for him.
Every BBL profile picture. Maybe I'll make it my own.
Now they threw a shock dart through, but it didn't onto B. I should say BBL are the ones. They threw the shock dart in. It didn't break the trap. So there's a lot of map control still for FUT.
This
They're
is elimination.
expecting this play to be on the other side of the map. There's 3 players towards C, and only one of them can rotate quite quickly. The
Yeah,
pressure
this
is
trip-
on for Ada Captain alone.
That is getting
inside
a lot
this
of
smoke.
value.
Shock darts, shorties,
But the
everything
problem
coming
is,
his
if
way,
you can't
and it's
stop
not
him on the
enough
other
for
side,
Sun
if you
to
can't
clean
slow
up.
him down
Yalki
enough,
grabs
what's the
one.
point of
Rolling
blocking them from
Thunder
coming in
online,
one
but
side?
it is not
You know what I
needed here.
mean?
They've already got themselves
And this is
full
what I
control,
mean
and they
on
may well have
defensive
sent
setups is
into
that
a
like
save. We had questions
you still
about
need to
BBL's
play
attack
smart
side,
around
man,
it, because
we didn't get to see
otherwise
very much of it in the other games. 8
the
rounds
passive
across
info
2
just lets you
games,
know that they're
and
not
most of
in
which
the
is
site
just
yet.
a
It doesn't
pistol
actually
round and
succeed
follow-up, and
in
then it's all done and
like
dusted.
delaying
A
and doing enough
formality.
damage to them to
Now
stop
the
them.
challenge is there. The comeback needed.
Winner
They're
gets
rising
5
to the
BP on
challenge.
Valor and 5 Notion
Turns out
bundles.
that might be their stronger side, which would be a very weird storyline considering, well,
Tell YouTube to try beating me in Zenless Zone 0. I play with the one hand only. I'll fry him with 2.
We talked about this matchup going into the day. Obviously, everybody
Oh,
was
what
talking
have I
about this
done?
matchup last time around as the longest map in VCT history was played on Ascent. But the fact is, it does
Is
seem
Magnum
like
named
these
after the
teams
ice cream or the gun?
matching
Hasn't
each
he
other
said
even-
before?
well, you kind of
I don't
forget that
remember.
the icebox
I don't
was
think
also
it's
a
the ice cream.
13-11. It literally went down
I think
to
it's
the
the
wire.
gun.
I think many, including myself, expected another overtime to come up in that series. And while You mentioned the fact that unlikely for BBL to get to touching again. Luckily for them,
But
you win enough
timeout.
rounds and FUT will do it for you.
I was thinking this is a good time to call that timeout. 2 rifles in play, 4 FUT, and there's been a couple of problems. Touch base on it now. Use this round as a learning opportunity and try to set those rifles up with the best opportunity to have some sort of impact. We've seen them win these rounds, but on the attack side, it's a little easier to do. The way that they won it was by grouping and pushing into
What is
players
endless
that were
on zero?
a
It's a
little bit
gotcha
over-aggressive
game.
in where they and how they were trying to defend map control. That's not going to be the case this time. You won't be
Yeah,
able to
no,
isolate
Crazy Guy
BBL.
like
And from what
barely
we've
slipped
seen
an
so
hour
far,
to prep for the grand
maybe
finals
you're
today,
gonna
which
catch
is
Magnum
nutty.
outside of
Yeah.
Garage, but that's it. Everyone else has been playing this as a unit.
Well, that's the thing. The only person you have a chance to isolate is Magnum, and he's probably the last person you want to face off against right now. He's 22 and 12. He just won.
Yeah, they did ask about
Zeus,
it,
by the way,
because
the guy
wasn't
who is not only probably
one of the was it Fnatic that was, or it's not BBL, right? One was it Fnatic or was it Apex that was sponsored by Magnum, right? And like they know about him, yeah,
click of a button. That's
something
the guy
like
that.
that.
He just owns. So yeah, it's like that was a 1v1 that basically changed the last round. It forced FUT to go for these sort of more risky gambles over towards the C site. That can't
I could
happen
go
too
for some
often, but you
ice cream,
also
actually.
can't see those passive plays
That's
coming
what's
out
up,
from
chat.
this
I
defensive
should have
side
gone
because
out and
they
bought
can't
some ice
really
cream.
allow it.
No surprise to see Cracks with the high clutch
Third
rate.
highest clutch rate.
on KO. It
That's
won't be
pretty
quite the same
impressive.
here as he's point of contact.
He's
Love
had a
those
couple.
rounds. Oh, he has, hasn't he? Put up one big one. 2 big ones, in fact, in that first half.
Yeah, he's not going to be in many clutches, but he might have a very high
Still
clutch
win them.
percentage when he is. It's definitely.
Oh, Vitality is sponsored by Magnum.
On
Oh,
Neon's
maybe
always
not.
about
Maybe he was never sponsored by
definitely
Magnum,
think
but
that he's
yeah,
up
they've
there
like definitely. I remember an
Neons.
interview where they asked him about it, and like he's talked about
Neon's right now just up close
how
and
they know or
personal.
something.
Maybe not the guy you'd want to only have a pistol. It's not like he's close to his ultimate either. The close angle. I think even if he gets one here, he'll be quite happy with it. And there you go. That is Magnum dead to rights.
It's exactly what they need in this
It's a big
position.
pick.
BBL coming in,
Okay,
playing
but the
Storm activated
Cypher.
already. That operator doesn't want to go through
JJ
the smoke
still
blind, and in
unknown.
fact, doesn't want to
He's
go
just
through at
chilling,
all.
he's just
They're gonna
hiding.
wrap this one back around, leaving the A site, but all those steps are being heard. Cracks not going to overextend. And in fact, those are fake steps. Look where the spike is. The wrap
So
around.
Yampi
from
making it
Levin.
look
Maybe
like they're
he's
gonna
just fire
go
the op,
all
maybe
the
he's
way
gonna go
around. They
first
send the
on C,
jet.
try to drag those rotates, but
Dude,
for
the
now,
timing here though.
are steadfast in their approach. They're sticking
that's
around.
big.
Cracks falls, but still.
They even
a
sent
lot
the
to play
Omen
with
ult to
from
really
this
try to
side.
sell the
Ult
fake,
even
but I
committed
mean
here
you're
from Prophet.
spotted
They
and short.
really want them to leave the A site, but Tom, it has not worked.
Ooh.
The whole body of
Okay,
FUT is
yeah,
still
Yedij,
here,
dude, Yedij was waiting
for the
there
peaks.
the
And they get
whole
all of
round.
them. Add a captain alongside Yedij just sealed the fate of BBL in this round, and that is a huge one to walk away with. The pause working wonders, evidently.
Yeah, no, they were happy to basically just throw everything into that round. Obviously, you had a couple of pieces missing, so they took a
He's
big
just
gamble,
chilling. He's not even
sticking it
screaming.
out
He's
on
like,
the
that
A
one
side.
doesn't
The
deserve a
bruise,
scream.
The fake, the TP, the Blade Storm, everything was put over onto that C site just to try and get them to move. But the solo player that stuck around was enough to just go, look, they're not here. Stay in your spot.
Attack
Hold
off.
on
I
that
think it's
angle.
specifically
And I think
because you're
Yedij,
expecting the chamber to.
basically spent about 50 seconds
I love it.
just AFK in that corner. Just basically just waiting on, I'm not moving.
I think it's because you're expecting the chamber to just be like passively holding angles, so you're trying to
You don't even have to play the retake. You've got enough
trying to
weapons
just
say
clear
the others can
angles
just throw
one by
themselves out
one
and play the
before
exits. You have
putting yourself
choices
out there.
And so I love the idea to just sit steady and acknowledge
foot
that this
without a
chance
scream
BBL are
is
trying
no
to
foot
play
at
off our
all.
lower buy,
Wise
where
words
teams
from
often
Twitch chat.
rotate that little bit faster. Still
That's
a buy
true.
for BBL. Levin with the
I
opening
wouldn't
pick,
want
and
a
it's
foot
Cracks
if it
down
didn't
in the
scream.
dirt, but Yedij is the man that's been hard to remove from this site. He's put up numbers, and he's got it
Dude,
again.
Yedij
One foul,
is
helping
just
out his teammates
dancing
and grabbing yet
around.
another. He'll
Okay,
take the
well,
Hunter's
I
Fury
mean,
head on.
listen.
But he
He
gets the
already made
info
his choice
for
to
Mr.
not
Fallen to
move
play with, and
around
the
when I
spike is
started
down
talking.
in
That's
front
not
of
on
him.
me.
It's all up to the IGL now.
Two players.
I mean, he was dancing around the site. I didn't say he was dancing around the Hunter's Fury.
Potential map point on their opponent's
Yeah, we gotta
choice. One, they had
set
a
some
very
terms here. You
impressive
can't just call everything a curse.
first half, and what Mr. Fallen has been spotted to be around this area. There's plenty of time.
How are you so
play with.
skilled? Years of
Looking
experience,
to
chat.
take the fight. Maybe a little bit risky, but that is, well, That's Sociable's game to a T.
The closest I've gotten to a gacha game is playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2. To be honest, the best gacha system in a game, because A, you can't possibly pay more to win, and B, because it's a goated game.
But Mr. Fallen gets that information. Problem is, he's up against the op, and Yedajay not being able to survive. He was waiting for a swing in on short for that player to
Also,
try to
Chobra, quick tip: redistribute your skill points to defense for plat chat.
But he doesn't get his pick for his trouble. 11 to 10. We've seen many a tight game between these squads.
I was gonna say, I feel like they are hitting into where Yedajay is every single time. Zeus has pushed mid. There's also been the move from Adacaptain that's found him all the way into the window. He's just run straight down. And
I can't believe I'm going to be on plat chat this week.
The pure disruption from FUT as they get aggressive in mid in the early stages of this round has put BBL
Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is the best. I don't know. I'm still torn between 2 and 1. I haven't finished 3 though, but I feel like 3, most people, I don't hear many people saying 3 is their favorite. Maybe the DLC, but 2 and 1, so tough.
He's a little too hasty. Runs right into the trap.
Dude, how is Yedajay getting these?
To the low HP Sociable, the rifle in his hand, credits in their back pocket. There's no point really in going for the save, but
TMV's foot quote is funny.
Not looking too likely with 40 seconds on the clock.
Like, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is so good. It's so good, but it just takes so much to get there. You know what I mean? It just takes so much to be good.
Completely passive A-site hold to a very aggressive mid-take. And that combination,
I feel like the peak of 2 is higher, but the cost of getting there is, I don't know. Every time I think about it, I'm torn. I have different thoughts about whether I like Xenoblade Chronicles 2 or 1 better.
12 to 10.
It does look like it's going to be a fake comeback, but I would say, I mean, that's props to BBL still.
Second half has definitely been that little bit more troublesome. Now they look to push A.
BBL had so many safety nets a couple rounds ago with all those ultimates that they committed up against a lighter buy to try to get them to make that rotation play, and it didn't come into play. But the ones that have had the better read, the ones that have had the individual step up in this half, double digits on the board for BBL. They're still trailing by 2. One mistake here. This map
they're playing scared.
And FUT could deliver that 2-0.
1 minute mark. They don't have too many options. They got to start fishing for info now if they want a potential rotate.
That depth of youth.
Magnum's not exactly in a good.
So many
what are we doing?
BBL
oh my!
When it matters the most.
Uh-oh. Adacaptain's either expecting a very strange dart to come through.
Dude, Adacaptain.
Or
I love that they show it though. You know what? They're just being honest at this point.
You're rolling this one back.
Yeah, I think someone is playing with his mouse on the stage right now.
Dude, that's so funny.
Something maybe being cleaned.
That's actually so funny.
Down there, so it's maybe at the worst possible time for something like that to happen. All the suspense completely drained out of the round.
The worst possible time would be if damage had been done.
Oh my gosh.
Given away. Luckily, that doesn't appear to be
That's
the
so
case.
funny.
And here we go. FUT win.
I love the gameplay of 2, but the writing is horrible. But I feel like the writing isn't too bad by the end either. Obviously, like the specific dialogue is, you know, it's corny, it's cheesy, but
I'm sure they'll be on the case quite quickly.
Yeah, I think.
And yeah, no, I know what you mean, chat. Like gacha games, if there was a way to just eliminate even like you can play it without spending money. I've only played gacha games without spending money, but like just completely taking that out so it doesn't even exist, I think probably feels better for a lot of people. But then obviously if you had both sides, like how do you balance it, etc., 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 it's always bounced around that. But for what it's worth, you can enjoy most of them without spending money. You just, you know, you just kind of have to grind, but.
Having standout performances, technically the double sentinel.
I wonder how many years that mouse has been with him, and this is the moment where the sensor just goes.
Dude, it's map point too.
I claim it happens to me every game of ranked, but people have stopped believing me now.
Yeah, it's probably because they hear the.
Out of Metaphor, and I don't know. I haven't actually played Metaphor Refantasio or watched it much.
That has every other piece of the mouse.
Oh, it's entropy,
Mr. Fallen's
bro.
like,
It's entropy. It's
you're
hit
gonna
me
use
again.
that thing,
I
bro?
can't believe it.
They like brought him a new mouse.
You need like a mouse sponsor for like an indestructible mouse. I think that would be. It probably exists, and it probably isn't that good.
Speaking of gacha games where you don't spend much money, oh boy, Chad, here we go. Kami's back.
But for now, at least, hopefully he's got a backup. Or whatever was being done.
Surely if you're a pro, you have a backup.
Was actually the quick fix. But yeah, obviously a suspenseful moment.
There's no way. Why does he have WD-40? Oh no, I think it's an air duster. Oh, I guess they think something might be stuck on the sensor.
They went into the game versus Vitality, and then they just looked incredible. Like, we had some of the best performances from Yeda Jesus and, well, the man on screen. Well, I think we've seen all season. They were fantastic.
A surprising amount of horse growth is simply leeching off of whales to do your work for you.
Versus the side of BBL kind of avoided it.
What happens if a game ends but there was a tech issue? Well, that's what happened 2 weeks ago. Is there were so many issues, they still got through it after like 7 pauses. And it was so bad they had to postpone the entire match. And then there was a big back and forth about whether that map counted or not.
Are they actually going to go back to that sort of old school Jet, Raze, double duelist, which I'd like to see. But if you're a map down, that is a gamble.
I have a mouse that changes its DPI like it's possessed. That's gotta be something wrong with the DPI button. You gotta get that looked at. That sounds horrible to play with. Dude, what is that? That's amazing. That's an amazing plushie. What the heck?
But the Jet, I feel like we really haven't been seeing that since Yoru has become popular. It just is a better version of, okay, I want this space, I can just teleport there rather than having to throw something, dash, try and get through utility. Like, there's so much more risk.
I believe one day an unc will roll up to a game with an ergo mouse and they actually bring out the WD-40 to grease the ball.
Like, especially spots you want to get into, and with the nade, and
Did the map count? You mean the one 2 weeks ago? That was KC and Liquid. Eventually it counted, but they had to go through round by round and see if all the tech issues were like equal on both sides.
I think for FUT as well, you lose like that, you kind of want to go.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the squid. It's out of captain's plushie, but do we think Tech Pause has an ante for the new PC or just going for the classics to bring us on?
We're going to be going over to the analyst desk for a little bit as we'll be back with the game.
No, they're doing a rollback.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the analyst, I guess, couch. We didn't get to see you, Gorilla Harry, in the pre-show, so welcome back. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
I did.
After you left?
Yeah, the last map. Yeah, it's really good game.
Did you manage to sleep after it?
I slept so good last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
like the night before, I couldn't sleep, but after I saw Fnatic won that.
Oh, you're being sarcastic.
Well.
No, I actually didn't sleep that well. What about you, Billy?
Oh, I slept rough. I feel like the adrenaline of that match was just, it couldn't wear off for me. It was such a banger series to close out the day.
Oh yeah, I felt exactly the same. I've been told that they're actually on their way to the studio to watch
근데
the
뭐
next game
바로
or something
롤백 한다고 하니까 그렇게 오래 걸리진 않을 거예요. I mean, they're already doing a rollback, so it shouldn't take too long. It's just a new thing since Ten's had his Blobfish and Benji has his bear. I mean, yeah, I think it's everyone just like, you know, Osboss used to have his puppy plushies. It's nice to have something like that, but I just wonder why it's a squid. Gorilla used to be the coach,
we did this segment before the last time we had some tech pauses,
but now he's here as a guest analyst.
You know, some of the goats in our scene. So when you think of Sliggy, what maps or agents or comms or, you know, what's his
what are they doing?
When you think about
him? Legacy.
When we talk about him.
The No Smokes Haven comp.
I knew you
from,
were gonna
was it 2020, 2021?
Yeah.
That for me is definitely.
Was it Haven?
I think it was Haven. Yeah.
Oh. Some reason I thought it was Ascent for some reason.
They probably did it on more than one map.
Yeah, Maustar Koi, yeah. Or no, Koi. Yeah, Maustar Koi. Yeah, I don't know why I thought I said something different. What?
Then? No offense, Sliggy. Like,
you didn't miss any. You didn't miss much. Yeah, you missed like Rainer on Ascent, Rainer on Icebox. I think, was it Reyna? No, it wasn't Reyna on Haven.
Phoenix. There's
Yeah,
Phoenix.
Phoenix on Ascent.
Reyna on Bind or Phoenix on Bind.
Yeah.
as
Phoenix
well.
on
Yeah.
Ascent was the OG.
Link, in on Bind with a judge.
In the hookah.
That was iconic. But does Sliggy take credit for that? Do you think?
I mean, I don't know. I have to give
he's
that
a
one to Trav, no?
he's
What
a
I
big
will
judge
say that
advocate
what
though.
he definitely does not take credit for is the molly on Bind, the B long molly on attack side that people used to shoot into Garden on Bind, the Viper molly.
Oh, right, yeah.
He claims that he came up with that, but he stole it and then just thought like maybe people wouldn't take notice of the fact that he stole it and said it was his.
just calling him out. What the hell?
But what about you as a coach? Well, what's your proudest?
I mean, I'm sure it's in good
thing
fun, but that was just so
firmly
funny.
believe that is
That was just
yours?
suddenly out of the blue.
KO on Icebox. I was always a big pusher, like back when I was trialing with FBX for KO.
That's
I remember
funny.
a discussion with Angel about he wanted to run Sky.
Sliggy's watching. He's probably going like, "What the hell?"
He wanted to run Sky
He wanted to run
Icebox.
Sky and Icebox, and he was like,
Sky
"Yes, you can
used
use
to-
the dog to clear yellow." And I remember just throwing a KO knife at it, and I'm like, "You can clear it that way."
You
as
used
well."
to actually have
But
quite
no,
a bit
I'm
of Sky
really
back
big
when she had
believer in KO on
refreshing
Icebox.
flashes. Stas used to play a lot of Sky on Icebox.
Teams didn't do it, so I'm sure Sliggy is gonna say that was him.
Yeah,
if he's
probably.
watching. Actually, that was me. But since we are on Haven,
She was
any
calling out Sliggy.
Haven Go candidates, you think?
Okay,
Kind
and
of remind you of Haven whenever we talk about Haven.
most recent memory, as in like this year, Derka.
Ah, okay. He's a good shout. Sick.
Oh yeah, on the Phoenix.
It has to be sick.
Yeah.
Phoenix,
I don't think I
dude.
ever forget the things that he did on that.
Sick
map.
on
Yeah,
Phoenix
what
was
about you?
actually
Probably,
really good.
I think it was 2022, the UCAM Viper comp.
Oh.
Yeah, during when Viper and Sky were at the peak of their picked.
Not the loud Viper stuff.
No,
but
UCAM did it
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
that-
think
that
KO
wall from
just
A to
KO,
B, that
Gecko,
wall.
Silva are all much better on
Yeah,
Icebox.
and
But back
you
when
could
she was
walk
OP,
down short, jump
it
on
was
the
just
box, drop the
Yeah,
wall,
yeah,
it
yeah.
was
and
just
then-
too OP.
Yeah.
I think
It's
I
just
like
like using
Sax
Teo
as
on every
well.
map,
The one
right?
from here,
You
this,
just
right,
can't go
this
wrong.
Oh, the one that
This
goes
one.
across?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one right there.
Can you
And
tell me
also
why
the
your nickname is
attack wall,
Chobra?
from A.
It's
that
taken
goes
from
down
the
to short. I
attack
like that one.
helicopter
So, okay, but what about a player?
Cobra, and my
Which
last
player
name is
do you think
Cho.
is a goat of Haven?
So
I have a
Cobra
rogue shout. I have
helicopter,
a really rogue shout.
right?
Dijazine.
Ooh, yeah.
That MF.
And then my last name
on
is
this
CHO.
map
So
is
you add it together,
ridiculous.
and then you get
You know
Chobra.
who's my goat? Not so much of. Actually, could be my goat of Haven. It's Kukuka. Have you ever played KO on Haven? You like KO?
Yes, probably.
KO
yes,
used
but
to be big
I'm
on
not a
Haven.
fan.
Oh, what the?
Are we speaking
What is she?
about this map and
What
not
is she
speaking about
doing? What the? They're just hanging out.
Buddy G on the Phoenix?
Oh yeah, Batty.
Barista?
What the
Yeah,
heck,
yeah,
dude?
yeah.
They're
Sick
just
on the
chilling.
Phoenix, though.
Oh
Sick
my
did-
gosh.
Sick made Sick did play Phoenix so much that everyone else thought it was a good idea to play Phoenix on Haven. Paddy Tech, again, one of the players that played Phoenix on Haven.
No, I haven't watched it yet.
but you
I haven't
like
watched it yet,
Phoenix?
Plumsword.
Yeah, but that was on Ascent.
Yeah, I sent. Oh, and actually, his Haven. Oh, his Phoenix on Haven was atrocious.
Um, but I-
Phoenix was
that
diabolical.
doesn't
It, like,
seem
no, sorry,
accurate,
it's a
though.
joke.
It was terrible.
bad.
It was bad.
Like Angel's Phoenix on Haven. Oh
See,
my
I'm so
I quite like the
challenged to-
cyclical
When I think of
initiator
Phoenix, I think
meta.
of
The different
Benny
ideas they
on
enable is pretty cool.
CJ.
I think the initiators have always been in a relatively good spot.
It was
I think
bad.
initiators have always been in a relatively good spot, and I like the
Looking
initiator
for you.
pool that we have in Valorant.
It was an
I think it's pretty
amazing
good.
Support Phoenix, you know, as
Sure,
a support
yeah.
Phoenix, as support Phoenix.
I do like that they're
Should've
talking
played
about
more.
Phoenix,
He should have.
Yeah.
because this is a good time for me to remind everyone that some team
Scream.
Yeah,
at
yeah, I really
Toronto
like Yamping all the
should try the
iterations
one and
of,
done
yeah,
Waylay
of the
Phoenix.
Omen playing up on the
If
Killjoy
you're
playing
wondering
up,
where you should play it,
on the
I mean,
Breach
I'm
playing up.
personally thinking
That's
split and Ascent,
Scream
you know?
Sage on Haven.
Mm.
That
Oh,
brings
that
me
was
back.
good. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Against Oxygen
The
specifically.
Battle Sage.
Yeah, specifically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the
Back
one-
when
you know,
Sky had
she
3 flashes.
recently
That's
had a
when she was
conversation with Alpha
used on
just-
Icebox for some teams,
Don't ask
but
me why. About Oxygen,
Why?
and he named every
talking
single
about
player
tanks,
that
have you
on
ever
that
played
roster
War
like
Thunder?
that.
No,
Like,
I've never
Resist
played the
to-
wargaming
Yeah,
games,
zero-
World of Tanks. I think I
zero
tried World of
struggle
Tanks like
just
once, but
lift them off, and I was like, how do you? Because he was 14 when that happened. So I was like, how do you remember this when you were 14 years old that these players were playing for Oxygen?
I love how Yinsu says that, and it's like
What about
14
Turkish
is
players?
actually
What
only,
about
you
Turkish
know,
players on
like
Haven?
5-6 years
I
ago
don't know,
for a
like,
lot of
when I-
pros.
when I look
She's
back
like,
and I
how do
start
you remember
thinking
what
about
happened when you were
Haven,
14? And it's like, well,
when I
they're
think
not.
about the Gambit one, it
I don't know how
literally
old
feels like
Yinsu is,
yesterday
but
when we finally
they're
got to
not.
see it, and when we
They're
had the
all
conversation
fairly
with
close
Striker
to
after, and he was
14.
like, I don't even know like how Reyna works. I didn't need to know how to dismiss.
Dismiss. But then the second time he did it, his
let me
dismisses
think.
were good.
I mean,
what
obviously Turkish on Haven has to be alpha, not the
Yeah.
and now on the Ison.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I think a Wood probably sneaks his way in there.
Have you heard about the War Thunder Classified Leagues? Yes, I've heard about
them
that
getting owned on
happening.
Haven
I don't know the
against
details.
Liquid is
Split,
burned
you
into
can
my
see
brain.
Ascent, but Split, Split's a bit of a no. Split's yeah. Split's not great. I think it's much better for Ascent. I think Ascent legit you could make it work.
I'm
Split
always down
probably
to
not so
yap.
much.
We do not want to yap about this match.
No,
because
it
we're
might be
getting
over.
things.
Yeah.
It might be done. Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask like a very random question?
Yeah, go
Okay,
for it.
lovely. Billy,
Oh, they're
what's your
purposely-
Roman Empire?
My Roman Empire.
Yeah.
The thing that just keeps coming
What's
back
your-
to
Make it Valorant related.
What's your
Yeah,
Roman
Valorant.
Empire?
Oh.
That's a crazy question.
What is this moment that you cannot escape
This is
from?
a good
like, one
podcast,
kind of
though.
Memory. Like, for example, you know, like...
I guess
My
that one
okay,
mine's so
okay.
easy.
Maybe my Roman Empire is Apex losing Ascension Gun Finals against Gentlemates.
You think about that often?
I do. It was
I remember,
heartbreaking.
You
like,
think
I
about it that
remember
often?
the
Dude, Yin's
sadness.
just like, what?
Yeah, that was a sad
My
day.
Roman Empire is really left field. Like, it's actually a little bit concerning how often I think about this.
Okay.
Liquid versus Sentinels on Breeze. Zombs getting a 1v3 with a classic.
I actually remember
in,
that.
In the post plant. I don't know if anybody else thinks about this as often.
I've
as
actually
I think
never thought about it
Kim, I'm
again.
sure maybe are,
That's
producer,
actually
but
crazy
I think
that
about
she
that a
thinks
lot.
about it that much.
None of you remember that.
No.
People weren't satisfied that the tank model they were driving in the War Thunder game was accurate and then
I do
started
not
providing
have
manuals.
I do not have a memory.
Yeah,
Damn.
That's true.
And also,
That's
like,
crazy.
When I think of Breeze,
When you watch it, you'll be like, oh yeah, it's this.
yeah,
You'll
absolutely.
know, yeah.
But when I
Sui?
think of
Is it
Breeze,
I have a big picture Valorant
no,
debate.
actually, I
What's
was
your
gonna
big
say
picture
Boo,
Valorant
because I
debate?
believe that one of the
Rollbacks
first times
usually
not
take
the
a
first,
little
but
bit
this
just
is
because they
a
have to
moment
like
actually
go
that I think about
step
a
by
lot.
step by
Whenever I
step.
hear Pansy casting Boo, I remember the first time that she ever casted him.
In the recent
And I
anniversary
remember
vid, they
her-
talked
I think it
about
was
the
on Breeze, and I
overabundance of
remember her
util use
saying,
and said they intend to
"Boo,
address it
I
in the
like
big
this
way. What do you
name.
think they
I
might
hope
be
we have it
cooking?
more often, and now look at
I mean, I
it.
think
Oh,
basically what they're gonna do is they're gonna reconsider. They might actually just make all the cooldowns longer for like cooldown based stuff.
Before it was like the full
But she
thing.
would have casted him.
But I think probably what they're doing is I think they have an idea on like how to overall manage cooldowns and also like visual clarity. I don't think it's anything that crazy. I think it's probably at best cooldowns, probably visual clarity, right?
Maybe that was the pitch.
But also they're gonna look at how the Tejo nerf, and we'll see what they do along with the Tejo nerf. But once Tejo nerf is through, you gotta kind of take a look at how that affects everything.
Play against CNED, it's just avoid him. We have spots around the map, like the ice box. You know, you have yellow, and then the box next to it. That's called CNED, because CNED always sits on that spot. So it's something that always.
And that's your Roman Empire in general.
Yeah.
Why is all of ours on Breeze? Oh my goodness, I hate that map. I don't even like that
I love
map.
Breeze.
That's traumatic.
What was the
Yeah.
last time we saw Breeze?
In
Doesn't
hell?
is there a restart round
my-
button?
my nightmares?
It
Yeah,
was-
literally.
It was stage 1 last year, no?
Was it?
Yeah,
it was when
'cause-
the door was there, then the door wasn't there, then the door was
Yeah.
there again.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I
You
remember-
reckon that when we have it, is there going to be a door?
I hope there's two
No.
doors.
Are they talking about
Make the
Breeze?
3 doors, you
Yeah.
know? Yeah.
I hope they completely remove tube
Oh,
again.
I remember
That was
because it was
best
Yeah,
case.
you like
It
I
was like
liked it
Vidge,
better
his whole thing
without
about
tube.
how He was going to be playing the Euro.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I
Alpha's
remember
neon
that.
was really good. I really enjoyed his neon on Breeze. They did the
But
whole
yeah, it's
wall-up
probably
neon, and then
they'll
TV, that was
probably
cool.
kind
I
of dude. That's
really
actually a
enjoyed his neon.
really
I think that's
well
what
knit
I think that, I'm down to give
crochet
Breeze
of
another
croquet
chance
of
when it comes back. Yeah,
Jet.
It's
There we
going
go.
to come- yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to take
I can
one
talk.
game, or I think it's because when it happened, when the map was played, especially when it was first introduced, we had so many long games over times. It got very repetitive, and it to me it just felt like what's this movie that it's the same day over and over again?
Groundhog Day.
Yes, it was to me. It was
Or
like that, 'cause
Memento.
I remember, do you remember Harry? Just Harry. When we not
Oh.
just Harry,
Just
just
Harry
Harry
next to us.
Yeah, the CS caster. We had him.
Oh, the
for,
tall Harry.
No,
Yes,
I
yes,
think
yes,
Riot. I
the
think
ginger
Riot's
one,
mentioned it
lovely guy.
before though. I think
we
they
had him
know
to
that
cast when
it's
we
a
were
vocal
in
minority,
Fixer,
and
you
they
had
know,
the-
and I think every analyst has agreed with this, and I agree
2022.
that it's
And,
mostly
him and
because
I
of
casted
Tejo.
a Breeze,
It
and was,
feels
one of
like
the
it
first times that he
even
ever
worse
casted Valorant.
because of Tejo,
And it was a
because Tejo allows all these other
it was
agents
like
to
a
now just
2018.
pile on. Tejo
And when we
has
were
a
done,
lot
he
of
told me, "Is
visual
this always like
obstruction.
this?" And I was like,
Tejo
"Well,
is easy to
on
use.
Breeze, yes.
And so, like,
On the
I
rest
think
of
it's
the
a
maps,
combination
very
of all
easy. But
that
at some
that
point, we literally
amplifies
saw
it
the
even
same
more.
round being played
So I don't think
in a
they'll overdo it. I mean,
not
they
my favorite,
killed
but I
Tejo
think
basically,
so.
but
So it gets 2 needs a special mention for Breeze against Paper X as well.
I think that
Yeah.
especially with the such fun ascents that we've been seeing, I'm down to give it a second try.
I don't think
you
they'll
know?
go
I'm down
to.
be
no, I
like,
don't
I'm
think
gonna
they'll
see
go
if I
like
can enjoy
deep
it.
into
Again, it's
CS
going to last
territory.
for
They
one
won't
map.
do
Yeah.
that
You
because they know that
Mental is
that's
there, PMA,
that's
Fox
not what
Mental,
makes
Attitude,
Valorant
and we'll
Valorant.
see how it goes.
For me, it's like
It doesn't matter what the
like,
vocal
fool me
minority
once,
says.
shame
Like that
on
would
me,
actually be really
fool me
bad for
twice.
Valorant.
Still shame on me for
Yeah,
giving it a try.
yeah.
And now if they fool me 3 times, it's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. But I mean, maybe with like Waylay and stuff. Maybe with
Yeah,
all
but
the
Snoggy,
other-
you
I
seem
think
like
there's-
a
I
you
think
seem
they
to
will
have
change
a
anything.
proper head on
I'm
your
down
shoulders.
to
You have to
give it a
remember that
We got any
most of the
leakers?
community
I think it's in
doesn't actually have a proper head on their
But
shoulders.
for this one, I actually don't have a clue.
That's the thing,
They
though, I'm
can't
thinking about all
see
the
past the
nations that we have,
surface
like,
of things that are
Waylay, yes.
happening.
Hey-ho, I could take those
So they
out.
see
They could
salvos
die
coming
in
at their
season.
postman. They're like,
Yeah.
they're
But
squishing.
like,
It's too much utility. And they freak
Not
out.
playing it.
Like, we got to remember that that's who we're dealing with.
Yeah, that could work.
Meanwhile, Kami, I do think this is funny, though. I'm so glad
Then,
Kami
I
brought this
mean,
up.
with some
Like
other
with the
ideas-
Meanwhile,
like the
Taeho's still
war.
broken. His stun is still 4 seconds. It's so
barrier
funny.
The barrier
It's
mesh.
so funny that they
I
said
see
they're nerfing
possibilities.
Astra's stun
Yeah.
just to
I
keep
mean,
it
I
in
feel
line
like
with
for some of
everybody
our
else,
teams in
and
the league right
Taeho's
now,
is
you
just
know,
sitting there.
Liquid are definitely gonna lean
At
into
4
that when it
seconds.
comes back.
Oh my
Navi is gonna
gosh.
go straight in with little shenanigans like that also. You missed out on our Sliggy discussion.
I agree that the-
What is what do you think
Dude,
about
why
that?
did Prophet get freaked out?
On Navi and the
What do you
I
think
do
about
think
when we, well, what is
that this
Sliggy's
past
legacy,
off season
you
was like the
think?
best for sure.
What is exactly? What is his? What is
He's better
wholeheartedly
watching
his?
Liquid than Coach. To me, I think of
The no smokes comms already been mentioned.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think that's
Him
fair.
stealing stuff
that's,
has also
that's
been
easy.
mentioned.
I think I asked him one question that to me stuck to me forever, and is when there was this point in Team Liquid, a very long moment in time where there was no IGL.
Yeah.
They thought they could run it like that because it was the system that they had created. I asked him, so who plans the rounds? Like, how does that work when you're in game? Like, if you do not have someone that makes the decisions, when are the decisions being made, and like, how do you operate? And he told me that what he did was that he would give them a plan for the first 6 rounds. Then after 6 rounds, he will call a timeout, and he will give them a plan for the next 6 rounds.
Wow, damn Sliggy.
So he was IGL in it coaching.
That's actually so funny.
Masters one.
sorry.
Yeah.
That's actually so funny.
That's your Roman Empire. You think about
That's
every
actually
single
so
day.
funny.
I think about all the versions that I've heard about that, because depending on who you ask on a set back then, you will hear if he was or he wasn't. It doesn't matter. Nobody's
think
going to take the trophy.
I
from
don't
you.
think there's ever been a week where you haven't brought that up into conversation.
It's the same as me, so.
Chobra, if they could read, I think they'd be very upset. I can't believe they let Teo keep his 4 second stun.
MBS?
No,
Oh, Niso.
Oh, I
Niso
would
could
I
be
would love to
literally
meet
sitting
him.
in the
Uh,
right now.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
here.
we wouldn't know.
I'm a Niso defender. All right. This is a chat for
Thoughts
a
on
whole
decreasing
other
damage
time.
taken from
Whole
mollies
other
when
time.
diffusing?
And I
Oh,
feel
it gives you like a
if
small
I'm a Niso
buff?
defender, 'cause, you know, they played against some of them, so yeah. And also in that final, it wasn't him that was insane.
No.
It was Lao. He was ridiculous.
I don't
He
like
had
that.
some of the,
I think
you
that
know,
creates.
best
I
rounds
think
I've
that
ever
opens
seen
a
out of
Pandora's
anyone
box.
in that
I don't think
grand
that. I don't think.
final. We miss
I
him.
think
We
that's
miss
too
you.
risky.
The battle stage. To me, he is the battle stage. Who's your battle stage? You're gonna say Kaya.
I'm gonna say Kayak.
you're gonna say-
Yeah.
Besides
You know who the
Kayak,
greatest you know who the greatest battle stage is that none of these will know. None of these people will know, chat.
He's up
He's
there.
on the wall.
The
Yeah.
greatest battle stage is
Forsaken.
greatest
Okay,
battle
Forsaken is
stage.
up there. Yeah, Forsaken on any agent. Literally any. Brimstone, Forsaken.
Are there any agents Forsaken hasn't played?
Yes,
Was
there's
Babo.
like 3, I believe.
And
There are
they're the
3.
last 3 ones that came out.
AKA
No, it's not even that. But
Mako.
there are 3 that he has not played. I think it's
Mako
3,
was
maybe
the
it's 2.
greatest battle
Actually, it might be
stage.
Brimstone. I don't know why I said Forsaken. I think that's probably why it was in my brain.
I mean, something's played Brimstone now.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
one more ticked off for him.
There you go. There you go. But I would love to see Forsaken in EMEA. Think about EMEA with
next
him.
import.
He's
선님 안녕하세요.
I think it's pretty hard to get.
화이팅, 화이팅. 감사합니다. Looks like we're going back in. 경기 다시 들어갈 것 같네요. Not bad. Not too bad, chat. The podcast was pretty good. Props to the desk. Props to the desk. Kids these days don't know Babo on tabletop. True.
Don't sell us short like that with these two teams. We could be here all day just for Haven. 2 rounds, though, for BBL to lock in an overtime. FUT on the defense.
Chat, do you think Valorant's ever going to come up with an agent that's just straight up has wall hacks? Like, you, like, look towards a wall and activate your ability, and you can, like, see, like, this much or whatever?
Rougher first half, and then it has been those sort of battles back.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Of course, the
like a Rainbow Six Siege type thing where you, like, install something on the wall. It's like a portal. You can look into it. You can't shoot through it, but you can look into it. Why is Mako called Babo? He used to be called Babo. Babo is the word for fool or idiot. And then he changed it because they thought he should change it so it's a more, I forget what was the reason, like a more marketable name or just like a, you know, name in better taste or something. So he just put in his initials, which is Myungkwan. So his name is Myungkwan MK. So he replaced the B's with MK. So it actually has nothing to do with Final Fantasy. Oh shoot! Oh my gosh! Oh, Yedaje!
12 to 11. He saved the day again.
I think even the music started playing for a second. It was so close to that round going over the line.
Yeah, like a wall hack ult or whatever.
I think realizing I'm going to be revealed any
Imagine an agent that has the replay system of the round. You like see what your opponent was doing for 5 seconds the previous round.
There's no doubt that if you have a tactical pause here, you better use it for doing just that. They need a second.
They're going to be seeing a lot of wingman profile pictures tweeting out very soon.
Oh boy. They've taken inspiration from, yeah, exactly. I mean, everybody these days, no game is original. You know, you take ideas from each other.
Performance from Magnum. He started it out with a 3-piece. Not quite ended yet. There's still a round to go in regulation. Maybe he can step up to the plate again. The guy's been hitting home runs. FUT, they called a timeout. This is it. Both teams have
oh boy, 12-11.
Just in time as we get towards the end of the game. This is where FUT have been dangerous, though.
Yeah, for sure. Every single time.
Chat, I'm still waiting for my Sentinel that has a trap that steals the opponent's ult. I'm waiting for that, chat. They will at some point add a character that steals somebody's ult. Like 100%. Like that's gonna happen. The question is how. And I want it to be a trip.
But it all comes down to this one chance. Both sets of coaching staff have had an opportunity to talk to their players, come up with a singular idea, but the plan, if I'm honest, for FUT looks exactly the same. Set up aggressively on this A site.
Okay, Zeus, this is literally what you picked this for? What? Oh, barely in range. Holy.
The pressure applied, BBL get map control, but
that was a little like too much investment, but it forces them away.
Whether it's going to be the flank play, the lurk up through A, or whether this is a ruse remains to be seen.
No, chat. My idea, hold on, I'll tell you my idea after this round. It's not you use your ult to steal somebody's ult. That wasn't the idea, because that could get real OP.
Towards this setup. Yedaje has been an absolute superstar. Krax is here as well. They've still left that solo Cypher behind and just ground to a halt, maybe expecting that there'll be some sort of swing, some sort of peak, some sort of
what's the idea here? They're just waiting? They're waiting for Yedaje to make some noise, I guess?
Rotations back, Cracks under pressure, paranoia thrown through.
Backside, what do you do about it? Oh, the platform, Profek, huge.
Yumpy, Profek combining a kill apiece, and a captain already here though, but he can't find a single kill. It leaves Mr. Farlin and Zeus.
Uh-oh, I think we're going OT.
He's going to finish Mr. Fallen off. He's a madman with the bookie, but he's going to be mad once that smoke fades. Never mind. He survives the blast of the judge.
Wait,
Zeus
doable.
Comes in to help him out with the next.
Doable.
This round
Wait,
is
doable.
From over. Magnum still
do they check? They do. Dude, what was that spray control?
BBL, and he buys them an overtime.
Oh my gosh.
Bury them out of that situation. Like that was a
2
versus 5 as they tried to retake, and somehow Zeus and Mr. Farlin make that look competitive.
Well, I kind of like BBL versus FUT. They've got some heavy hitters, like individually.
the pressure may be getting to them in those moments.
Maybe I just like BBL. Maybe that's fine. I've always liked FUT too, though.
Dragged them kicking and
Okay, so
screaming.
here's my
Bear in
idea.
mind, he was on
Here's
the
my
other
idea.
side of
You
the
have a
map.
trip, right?
Bear in mind, they were so
And
far down and wide.
it's your signature or whatever, or maybe you have to buy it, and someone gets tripped,
They are all building
and
to moments
you
like these,
then
12 and
take
12.
their ult. Now it slots into your ult. It's the same number of points, etc.
Well, Sue said it as
But
well.
like,
We learned yesterday
you
that
you
that's
can
always
choose.
gonna
You can
happen.
you can
She
basically
has the script.
activate
I
the
think
second
he
part of the
writes it.
trip. So it's like, would you like to steal this person's ult?
Magnum.
And then you confirm,
been
and then
moving
you would
around this
need,
map
you know,
often
the same number
alone.
of points.
But not all who wander are lost. He has been paving the way for BBL. They get an
How is
overtime as
we had
result,
a
and
round
now they'll be
rollback
going to
issue
contact.
because of
They've stepped up to
mouse
the
kind of
plate,
like
but it's
disconnect or
Magnum
something.
Who's hitting it again and again. He's got himself one. The second though proves to be too much. Zeus dealing with him early on.
No, but it doesn't
and a
give
new
you the ult.
hero
You would
needs
still need to
be
get the
found
points for it.
BBL.
You just copy it is all you're doing.
Spotted. Under serious pressure, but it's only going to be the trade.
I mean, Chad, I'm not a balance designer. I don't know. Make it cost 200 credits. I don't care. How is that too broken? Chad, what are you guys even imagining? You could have like, but that way you could have like double rolling thunder, right? If you have a breach and the opponents have a breach, and but they would need to go into your trip to do it. That's like the point. And like, yeah, you should probably make the trip avoidable some way, like whether you can break it or not.
The spawn, it's Yedege dropping 11. Now they've got the information to play with. They were 12 and 10, multiple match point or map points, I should say. And now it seems
Then
like
why
they
not
have
just
it
make a
under
character
the
that
plant
needs
is
9 points to
perfect. Now
copy?
spotting him.
Because
And
the whole
already
point is to make it around a trip.
halfway, but
That's the whole
pressure
point.
not
The
really
point
on,
isn't to
but
just let them
still
copy it.
lurking around the reveal. Still there.
I actually think
Desperately
taking
close to the
9
end, but
ult
time
orbs
had
to copy
already
someone's ult
ticked
is more
away.
OP
FUT.
because that's completely
They have
that you have full
another
control
opportunity
of that.
to close out BBL's map pick, a map we have not seen much from FUT, and in fact, where BBL. All right.
Okay.
Where BBL absolutely trashed Team Liquid 13-4. FUT.
I have a friend that's still waiting for an agent with a smoke that heals.
Seems like they've learned a lot since then.
Yeah, it's safe to say that both teams
Neat idea.
definitely proving more prominent on this attack side. Oh, it might be the first, but as we've seen
No, I think
before,
ult for ult is boring.
getting the
Silas,
advantage in
Loki, I think
overtime
that's
between these
boring.
two teams
I think you
means
gotta make it
absolutely
different,
nothing.
right? I think you
On
gotta
four,
make
we
it
see
some
that
sort of other
aggression
activation that the
from Zeus
opponents can actually
taking
avoid,
4D
like which would
control,
actually
the
mean
B10
that
being attempted to
some
power,
games
the
it could be a
stuns are
completely
good, but
useless ability. You would
nobody
never
caught.
copy someone
And the
else. You know what I mean?
captain is still in position. Even still, though, Levin's taken
Dude,
one of
trade
these
for
trades.
trade. All right,
Again, taking
all right, we're
back
getting
and
into
forth
the
until
Turkish
Yedege
Derby
gives that
territory.
advantage.
Finally,
And now they
just
look to
trade
play
for trade
together.
for trade all day long.
He's fought them on both sides. Eyes now drawn in other directions, perhaps an opening for Zeus to walk up behind players left of no traps to play with. Yumpy and sociable. Shock darts.
How about you
recons,
steal it and they can't
regenerating.
use it?
Yumpy's
Yeah,
got a flash.
okay, and we're calling my ideas OP.
Aggressive.
Riot would also never do that because they hate anti-fun.
Ultimately.
Which generally is, yeah, it's not a bad idea, but like you need a little bit of friction. But Riot hates anti-fun.
Information finding game and FUT are giving nothing away.
They're desperately trying to work out where these players are coming from, and FUT have just taken
Give
the
someone a
time
KO
to
knife that
group up
copies, yeah, like
into a
Rubik, just
unit.
regular abilities, copies
Take
abilities
this
instead of
as
ults.
three, and BBL
I'm
have
down
got
with that
nothing
too.
of what they wanted. They
I
were
mean, I'm okay
hoping
with the
to
idea
give it
that
a
you can
fight,
like
eventually
activate a
they
skill
find
to
it,
copy
but
the
it's
last
now left
person
all
you
onto the
killed,
leader.
you know, their ult. I'm okay with
in an
that too, but
attempt
like
to
I
try
want there
and
to be a
save
selection process.
the
That's
man who has
definitely the key
brought
part.
BBL
But I
to
thought
the
a
playoffs
Sentinel
now
would
has
be
to
cool.
try and do that little bit more, and he's got a player coming up behind him, and Yedege will put this
Ah,
one to
yeah,
bed.
if it closes
A
it
map
out.
on paper that looked like it was BBL's to lose, and FUT have come in with a nasty surprise.
When we saw
Then
this
why did they
video,
make
Tom,
Neon?
I was certain we would go
What?
all the way to Ascent.
Chat,
But seeing FUT
what's the
pick
camera
up
doing?
that opening map,
Neon. Okay, first of all,
that
just
casts
because
a bit
you
of
think
doubt
a
into the
character is
equation.
annoying, the
A bit of
concept of
uncertainty
anti-fun
lurking
implies
around
that
the
you
corner
are
as
not allowed to
BBL
play
have
your
looked
game.
untouchable here.
Like it
But
physically
FUT
blocks you
have
from
drawn
playing your game.
blood on now
So
to
like
their map
detain
pick
would
after the
technically
break.
be an anti-fun mechanic. Technically speaking. Yeah, Deadlock ult is a technically anti-fun mechanic, but Deadlock ult you can your teammates can break you out of it, right? Zeus can't use Neon? No, he's played Neon before. I presume it's more that they wanted him. They wanted a chamber. I presume that's why they had that comp. Honestly, the tech pause really put a hamper on that one, unfortunately. All right, chat. We're gonna run some ads, and then I guess it's EMEA, so we can have the desk on radio and play some net games. But I will be right back because I gotta go to the bathroom as well. Kami, you have a hell of a mission. Infinite's such an EMEA hater. All right.
Way for FUT to close out Haven and bring us to a map 2 in just a moment. I'm your hostings and I'm once again joined by
Chat, I can't open this.
Billy. Now,
I don't know what it is.
Should have never gone to overtime.
Cheese yam chips.
Things are going to be a little
Doesn't that sound
dicey,
interesting? Cheese yam chips. Why can't I open it? It's like so filled to the brim with air that I can't actually grab it. There we go.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing. I was a bit worried because FUT's a very momentum-based team, right? We see Yetajay streaming after every round win, so
it's like
worried that the tech pause sitting in silence might affect their flow a bit.
Like a cylinder.
They did it, yeah.
And I think if you're BBL, losing your map
it's like
going
super cheesy. Holy.
Great for them.
Yeah, don't worry yet. Don't worry yet. We've been here before. But let's talk about the comp.
All right, let's do some. Let's do GeoGuessr, shall we?
Nobody in the world in Tier 1 currently runs it. The chamber is a little bit spicy coming into it as well. What was your initial reaction when you saw it, and did it kind of go the way of your
What did Infinite say? They said, "Oh my, is there another game after this? Oh my God, it's Team Liquid versus Navi. I'm going to sleep."
A lot of similarities to how Navi run it because they run the same kind of archetype with. Was it Zeus on chamber just running down, placing the trap, whereas Navi kind of just do it with the vines. But no, I didn't expect them to be as strong as they were.
Why are British coaches so prevalent?
I felt BBL kind of
that's a good question, actually.
Playing against like a mirror matchup again.
I mean, the thing is like, I guess it's partly just
stun, and then FUT transition.
Tactical
more into
FPS
garage
history
pressure,
in
and
Europe,
then by which
English
time
speaking.
I was going to say NAVI. BBL.
They play later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By which time then BBL stopped kind of going for that hard A pressure, and then FUT had a lobby for free. So
All right, where are we at?
I was expecting BBL to do a bit better on their defense.
The adaptation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
FUT
Cyrillic?
definitely had their number.
The thing is,
Are we
we've
thinking
seen this
Russia?
from BBL before, right? Where it feels
Or
almost rehearsed at
is it
points,
somewhere
where they're
else?
just doing things that maybe have worked out well for them in scrims, and then when it comes into an official and they go up against something that they're not expecting, they do struggle to adapt to that, especially in those first few rounds. I thought BBL starting on the defense would be good for them. I was like, okay,
It does feel like
they
there's
have
a
decent
lot
win rate percentage
of
on
British
defense, but
coaching
it was
staff.
actually a struggle, and it wasn't until they got onto
Oh,
that attack
residents
that they decided to start
of
throwing
what?
the rounds back into it.
Oh,
Yeah, my
style.
goodness,
What?
You know, when you look at this combo, when you think
Europa,
about who,
so not
is gonna
Russia.
be on what role, I think this behind me cracks on the.
I think Valorant should give us Gambler. The more money we save, the more armor and damage we do.
I was chatting to Ness from Giant X a little bit
Wait,
during
where?
this map, and she
Chat, I need it.
taught him everything
You
he knows.
gotta help
know,
me
she's
out
like,
here.
yeah,
You know
I
I'm not
teach
good
him
at this
a little
game.
bit. Yeah, and she was like, he's very good on this. He plays a lot in ranked as well. This agent, so it's definitely not super new for him. But Billy, when you're being thrown into elimination and you have to bear the responsibility,
We gotta find like a website or something.
I think he did everything he could have possibly done.
Oh, 100%.
An address.
This was such a chef's kiss decision from FUT. I honestly thought that we were going to potentially see a double duelist coming into Haven. So yeah, seeing cracks on the neon, although it was a surprise,
Oh, I
I think it was a welcome surprise for me.
You like it?
Yeah, I think maybe it's a new look. For
Shoot,
FUT.
we're
Like,
running
maybe
out.
it's
We're
the-
running out.
you know,
We're running out of
step
time.
In the direction we saw it on Split a few weeks ago with cracks on Rays and Zeus on Chamber. So maybe it's
Damn
just
it.
like their new kind of.
Oh, it was Russia. It was St.
We
Petersburg.
won, obviously,
I hate that the first round the timer is wrong.
Again, not something you see on Haven these days. Once upon a time, every single map, but now.
Yeah, I was gonna guess Belarus, but I guess it was just straight up St. Petersburg.
Watching him op feels so weird.
Yeah, he's for those that don't know, Zeus isn't really an AWPer. Like even back before VCT, he just never picked up the AWPer, or even when he was playing Jet.
All right, where are we
so
now?
It's a big surprise to see him do this well, this quickly on these kind of agents, considering how
Zayed Road.
Normal traditional Turkish duelists.
Yeah, I completely lied.
I
when we got to
trusted
that agent
Chobra in the
select. It was
not
the
Russia
outlaw
call.
that I'm
Well,
used to seeing him on, not the operator.
I
But
was
I
wrong.
think as well, when he joined this team, it was a big thing. You know, is he going to be able to pick up a sniper when they need it? Because of course they had CNED before, who's known so much for his operator skills. But I just think
what
Zeus,
language are we
being a
looking at,
rifler, being
chat?
so mechanically gifted, I don't even think it matters what gun you put him on at this point. Like,
Arabic?
he's just got such raw talent.
Is this now the identity of FUT that you would like to see going forward?
Princess
We have a couple of more
Cars.
maps coming up as well. Do you want to see
Al
the Cracks
Habtoor
duelist arc
City.
and the Zeus Chamber arc?
No, I want to see double
Dubai?
duelists. I want to see double
as
duelists from
well.
these
Is it
two.
Dubai?
Yeah, why not? I mean, they
Shouldn't
have the
we see
Turkish
like a
fire
giant
powers,
building
I
in
wanna
the
see it.
distance if it's
What about
Dubai?
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement. I think the KO is getting a bit too readable. Obviously, that fracture looked really good the other day. You know, not a lot of teams run it, but on the maps that they do traditionally run KO on, it gets
Where are
a
we
bit
going?
readable. You can
UAE.
kinda
Where's
figure out what their
UAE?
game plan and how
I
they
always
play
get
around
lost,
it.
chat.
So I like this. It's
Guide me
something
again.
new, something fresh.
Well,
Oh,
let's
here.
talk about this split because against some of the other teams we've seen in the past, maybe
All right.
this pick
We'll
would be a
play it
little bit
safe. We'll
risky,
go
you
with-
know,
we'll go with
in the upper
Dubai.
bracket. We heard Fnatic say, why the hell did they
We're gonna
let
go
us
with, like,
have split if it was a weird
here.
decision? But Billy, in this scenario, however, it's a smart one.
Yeah,
Oh.
because of course we've not actually seen Split from BBL this stage so far. So I mean, in saying that, we hadn't seen Haven from FUT either. So it could completely turn on its head, and they might regret having
On the
that
way to an
decision.
airport,
But
there's a plane
again,
in the
this is where I
shadow.
want to
How do you
start
guys
exploring
see
the
these
idea of
things?
the double duelist. We see
What?
so many teams running double duelist on Split in our region right now. There's no reason why they can't go and do that, and I can't wait.
What's
to
the
see what
difference
they
between
compare.
GeoGuessr and
no, on kickoff,
OpenGuessr?
You know, we did have Levin, Yoru, and Sociable Rays.
Whoa,
I don't see why
where's
they couldn't
this?
just run it back with that.
Looks like a quaint
Yeah,
little
we could
village.
also, look at BBL's progression
Very,
since kickoff.
very
Yeah, they're
wooded.
playing a lot more strategically and that, but now
Not
they're
gonna lie,
leaning
I'm
way
getting-
more into the 11 on Rays, 11 on Jet, sorry, and
Oh.
basically just going into boxing fights instead of trying to play chess, right? Like they just want to
National cleaner.
style. So I'm hoping
Un
to see a lot more,
Sinitiendo
like,
to
basically just,
Ropa.
you know,
Okay.
just go for it.
Getting
you know? Just-
South
just
America
send
vibes.
them in.
They're Turkish.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, so when
which
you
South
attack
American,
them,
Latin
my
American country is
question
like super
what is
jungly?
Magnum gonna play here? Because for me,
Yeah,
he
how do I
is
get
so
out of
good.
here,
Talk
man?
about
Get me onto a
goats
main
of the
road.
past. Magnum on Split every day of the week. This man, he's clutching. He's an incredible side anchor. I'm such
Mexico?
a big fan of him on Split, and you know that ace that
Nope,
we
no
showed
website.
in the beginning when he came back into the league. So surely on the Sentinel, right?
Yeah, you have to kind of play Cypher or Viper on this map in basically every comp.
The dog was the dog was getting stretched out. Mexico? Actually, kind of. We had one from Mexico. It looked very similar.
Planning to have been playing with Chiwa, so of course,
Dude, the camera's like
have to
freaking
either
out,
slot
man.
into whatever they've been able to do with that, or actually they've decided.
Ooh,
to
there's a
get
big
bit
city
creative
in the. We're gonna think
this is
Mexico
a
City.
little
We're gonna
bit
think like a little bit
juicy. We got
outside
a
of
little
Mexico
bit of,
City.
some changes from either side, so let's address the BBL side. Levin will be on the raise, and we have, I guess, a little bit more meta stuff.
Yeah, I think Breach.
Oh, Guatemala.
Last times that we see this comp on split.
That makes more sense. Actually, Mexico doesn't seem like a very jungly area.
That, you know, has been kind of invented.
All right, chat. That's today's GeoGuessr. We did terribly today.
That FUT are probably expecting or well practiced against. So.
I just know Mini is sat at home rubbing his hands looking at BBL's composition. I mean, we consider all the different choke points that are on split.
All right, Raze Breach Tejo. All right. With the Cypher. Meanwhile, Mr. Fallen back on the Tejo.
Synergy on this map and have their ideas fully fleshed out, given that we've not seen split from BBL this
Time guesser. No, Infinite. The match is starting.
Believe they have to bring
Oh, Gamba. I forgot to cash out last time, huh?
Mitch and Tom, the season will end right here, right now for BBL.
I'll set it up for you guys. Give me 1 second. We have, during EMEA, our mods sleep because they're reasonable human beings.
Expectations. I mean, after the first couple games, expectations were high. That's for damn sure. But now,
originally they were probably between 10th and 12th.
Yeah,
we're being brutally
expectations were low. But after the first few games, expectations rose to
I got
levels we never
3
seen before
Hope Core, but 2 of them has swears. I mean, you can share it, I guess. I probably won't watch it.
One map down, and history
Not doing the watch party. You can share stuff.
Favor eliminating BBL from the running.
But this is the thing, beating them in the regular season, beating them in the playoffs. I know which one matters the most for FUT. It is the chance.
Yeah, I don't really know what Open Guesser is. I think it's just like a. I think it's like GeoGuessr, but has more guesses or something, or like more games you can play per day or something.
They have always made it to at least one of the Masters. For BBL, that is something that they have yet to achieve. A squad with high potential. But will the pressure get to them when it matters
All right.
most? FUT are going to be kicking things off on the attack side. We've seen them thrive on the defense when it came to that Vitality matchup.
It would be incredible if FUT makes it to Toronto. Like if they really keep making the second Masters every year.
His opening pistol was impressive. He managed to score himself a triple kill, but not this time. 2 barrels on the short. The only one finds its mark with cracks down.
You saw that? You saw it? He needs it.
Onto the B side, onto Profect, and he's not able to rise to the challenge. But
okay, 2v2. Not planning yet.
2 versus 2 out of Captain Tag.
You got time.
And he goes for the sneaky spot down below. It doesn't work.
Huge BBL. They've woken up.
Yeah, I think important to get right back into the swing of things for BBL. You lose your own map choice in close contention after a slow start to the game. That was kind of the story, I think, of BBL when we go back to kickoff. They were very slow to start games. I don't think it's been an issue so much in stage 1, but
even if they win, I don't think they stand a chance against Liquid.
This series or bow out with a whimper.
Thankfully, that wouldn't matter because Navi's going to be there.
Still performing.
I predict Liquid, but I kind of want Navi to. I kind of want Navi to win.
Back to their match versus Vitality, he was arguably the best player. It was him, Zeus, and a captain all within a couple of kills of each other. I think that's the level they need on this sort of
all
map.
classics for FUT, so just a full send at some point, and then we'll close out the round, I think. See if they can get some information on the Cypher stuff, though. That'll be good. Yep, they see that one pop. They know the cam's up in heaven.
FUT were able to make miracles happen with low buys.
Oh yeah, who was talking about that earlier? Was it you, Snoggy? Gentlemates
Nor a headhunter, Tom.
picking up comeback?
This one already in the bin, but no, it is something that you'd expect BBL to be quite cautious in how they approach. Sociable, caution thrown to the wind. He is walking it up through vent by himself.
All right, does he die or not, chat? Who dies here? Cracks or Sociable?
Isolating himself in the duelers, but taking them all down. That's one way
Does
to
it
go.
kill?
He'll grab him.
Some frustration seeping in. 5-11, this will end up being an easy cleanup. No chance to retrieve the rifle, and a captain made absolutely sure of that.
Yeah, 4 of them keep it.
Will still
4 of them
come
keep
in
their
with
weapons
4
though.
guns of sorts.
Yeah. Not ideal losing the Bulldog in that situation. That's why you see that frustration. He smiles right after. He catches it. It's all good. It's all good. Keeping the vibes up. 4-0 start for Sociable. We talked about him on Haven the last time that we'd seen them before this. It was, what, 29-4, you said? Something ridiculous. KD off the charts. And, well,
Good
Magnum
flash.
taking the mantle in the previous, although talked a lot
Mid
about
pressure.
Magnum, about his impact. Yedeje massive clutches across the board and ends up, what, dropping a 30 bomb by the time we come out of that map. 11.
They already used their own screen. Oh,
and he will not get out unscathed.
Can't get out.
Only a Marshall lost. Just trying to be a little bit cheeky with it.
I agree. I think Mini is kind of slept on. Unless you've been watching closely, I think a lot of people overlook Mini quite a bit. I think Mini is very talented.
Intended, but it hasn't delayed.
Do teams not need to have their... Yeah, no, you can use whatever skins you want. You don't need to use your team's classic. Obviously, it's probably a good idea to use your team's classic because it markets it, but...
The captain already starting to
like, Munchkin uses the FUT
battle.
classic.
I think that's 3 in a row now for kills versus Profek, and this round is looking very clean indeed.
Oh, yeah, there's no danger.
Well, this is... Dude, I mean, I know it wasn't a rifle, but you kept 4 guns, and you couldn't get... If you give over a flawless to FUT here, that'd be nuts. He might get one here, though, Magnum. Timing?
Fallen, but that's a battle he's not likely
Flawless.
to win. 2-1 we go, and an in-zone flawless for FUT as they get their first round on the board.
Best way to break back into things. I want to keep an eye on how that battle between Captain and Profek goes, because that has now been 3 different ways that fight has gone down, and every single time, even though the rounds were going the way of BBL, every time it has gone the way of Captain, even with a classic in hand. And that's going to be one, if you can deny that space for whichever player is going towards B main, the map becomes so much more difficult to control. That's a part of the map the defense is constantly going to be fighting for.
Ton of credits.
All right, now it's B.
FUT's
keeping their options quite varied in the first couple rounds.
This is a very strong position for them to battle from. Gonna see double flashes thrown through, but the TP is a fake. But approaching this one
Double
relatively
flash with no action. What?
Quite a bit of utility. Zeus doesn't have those initiating flashes, and the backside's being cleared. They see the markings on the floor that this was a fake, and it's worked wonders. The A side is wide open at the moment. The adjustment from
Dude,
BBL
look at the adjustment from BBL though. Yeah,
right.
this is huge.
FUT, but Profek, well,
that's so good.
Correcting, decimated in some of those earlier duels, but
so if it was just the Euro or something, then you accept that A is given over. But if not, you're like, okay, A might be taken, but what about the rest of the team? And they go in to clear off any stragglers, so they have the numbers advantage on the retake. That was a really good call from BBL.
Some players that almost seem fueled by the frustration. I think the mention of...
What if Valorant makes it so that if you win an international trophy, you get a bundle containing Vandal and Phantom of your team names on it? I mean, I think that'd be cool for fans, but I don't think they would do it. It would create such a... I mean, it's a huge incentive, but that, like, Phantom and Vandal with your team name is, like, insane benefit. That's insane. Like, even for champions, that would be insane.
Nothing else other than removing that weapon from Yedeje's hands, and he will find the fight. I think he just spotted the pixel around it, and it will be the ace for Profek.
Damn, gets the ace. Good call, leading to an ace.
And he turns and takes every fight versus the squad of FUT.
I tell you what, there's a big smile on his face as he finds that final kill. Every battle he took here, precise, clean, and in these rounds, sometimes you go, yeah, but Tom, they had a few pistols, you know? His first ace in VCT, and he reckons the best one as well. Certainly his best one.
Yeah, first one, all right.
3-1 for BBL. We've seen this before, and it all fell apart. It went downhill.
I mean, Worlds when I get their skins.
To make that happen.
Sure,
last time, Profek.
but
I respect it. Almost exactly
the ecosystem is different there. Also, Worlds, it's agent skins, it's character skins, right?
Immediately dink through the wall.
Whereas, I mean, listen, I'm all for, like, I think that, like, leaving a mark in the game is cool. Like, I like the idea, but I would be very shocked if Riot suddenly doubles back now and does that.
Oh, they're not happy about losing.
And also the problem is because you don't have agent skins, what are you gonna do? Like, at some point we're gonna have like 30 Vandal and Phantom skins.
They come in with the same credits invested.
Like, that's just so much, you know? I think the way the skins work in this game, it's hard to incorporate that in a balanced manner for both the in-game ecosystem, but also like team discrepancy. Because, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, the winner should be celebrated and they should get an advantage, but the benefit you get would be way too big that it would create a complete distortion in the teams that are in the system. And 100% of the earnings would never happen. Riot's not a charity. That would be insane.
That's the main issue. 15 seconds left.
Sprays, I think, would be cool. Like, sprays and cards, I think, would be cool. Like a small package, right? Like, you know, like the special, like, Valentine's Day package and stuff like that. Like buddies, sprays, packages. I think that could. Oh, hold up. Okay. Oh, jeez.
Thankfully, that's exactly what the IGL will do. That was somehow within a semblance of a chance. And honestly,
got the flawless, yeah, on round 3, yeah.
If it was anyone else at BBL, they might have risked that. But Yuppie is a calm head. You might not think it from the cap.
Yeah, I think sprays and cards, like, that's one way you could do it.
Wow. Yeah,
but I think too much time has passed, and it's hard to retroactively do that now, I think.
It looked like that one was locked in. Prophet goes from an ace to
he even looked to exactly where Yuppie was, by the way. Like, that was where he switched his aim to. He's like, I know where he is.
But I agree. I would like something to commemorate the winners more, like in-game. I think that would be cool. But I think weapon skins, especially Phantom Vandal, is not it. Definitely not.
Rifle for Zeus, the rest of the squad playing with pistols. It's a similar buy, indeed, a better buy than where they managed to turn the tide back on Haven. So no room.
Nice little dance.
When it comes to BBL and Prophet falling off rip, at least.
Hey, I mean, you heard the judge. Surely you're not coming to heaven here.
Yeah, don't think you want to push that anymore. Definitely not ideal. Doesn't manage to scan
just pops it early.
At least they're partially clear. I don't even know if the stun would help out too much.
Yeah, they're going for the stun, but I mean, he draws out the stun. That's actually an advantage.
Dimensional drift used, but even though he's been spotted, it's not going to be easy to clear. In fact,
dude, what the heck? Sociable, what?
Like,
what is that choice?
Directly past him and seen him, but I guess they just didn't expect that.
Dude, he just goes full tank mode. Oh my gosh.
Can we get our second ace already? He's going to get the fight.
Oh my gosh.
What is happening with BBL?
Dude, what?
2 aces in 6 rounds.
Well, we talked
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Over on Haven. This is a defense unlike any other that they've shown so far in VCT. 2
that
aces
is crazy.
In 6 rounds. And it starts with a man.
No, what I'm saying about implementing them retroactively is
it goes to the win.
Like, some of those orgs aren't even in Valorant anymore, and like the sales would be greatly affected by the fact that like people just wouldn't remember things like that. I think you need like a good reason, like a 5-year anniversary, 10-year anniversary, or like the new partnerships in 2027, something like that, to be like, we're gonna start doing this now.
He might as well have been running around with a Sova dart attached to his forehead. Like, I genuinely don't know how he's got away with that. And yeah, guys is gonna take a pause here. I'm not surprised.
Also, I just think
he's not pleading and he's not angry. So
I do think
that's all I need to see.
I do think Valorant skins, especially like even gun buddies and stuff, because they need to be like swinging and stuff, it does seem like they're not as easy as they might seem to design each time. But I don't know. That I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see how long that keeps up. They've got 1 map advantage, but this is their home turf.
Yeah, the Ascend, I mean, the Champions Curse for Ascend was brutal. They were such a cool team.
Interesting thing though, I wouldn't consider this a home turf. Like, that you play it through in the year, they're 1 and 3 in the stage. Oh no, sorry, 1 and 4. They're 1 and 3 this stage. So it's not been a good map. They smashed Vitality on it, but I do feel like that's because Vitality might have other issues. We'll see. Their defense was very good, so they may not need a mass amount of rounds on this side.
Oh boy.
Either way, they came in today and they thought this could be the map that puts them with a leg
Zeus
up
was there to
that
fill
makes
the
that
smoke,
helps
so
them
that's
bounce
good.
back from Haven if they
Oh,
do
they
end
check.
up losing it, and from what we're seeing here,
Oh, the spray's a little late.
that
Oh,
OT
the
went the other
reload.
way. It could've
Oh,
been
the
a death
reload,
sentence.
dude.
Zeus,
Such a good
an
read from
aggressive
Zeus.
play to pick up two.
They both sprayed and both reloaded
They've
at
got
the
themselves
same
a lot of control
time.
now. Pressure onto Yumpy. Magnum on the other
That
side of the map, and
was
that's not the man you want to
not
push
good
into.
at
It will be Yumpy
all.
that's challenged, and that challenge quickly sees a conclusion.
Damn.
This is just another Zeus round to add to the collection. I think
Yeah,
that's a
exactly,
perfect
Yuki.
read on that
It's-
scenario. The salvos were to clear
It's
him,
rough.
and then the
But maybe in the
spams
future
hoping
they
would
might.
kill
I'm
him off
sure they'll
because,
add
okay,
something for
two
like
players who
champions
just found
winners,
a full
like
Magnum
down the
in.
road.
They maybe have a couple of
All I know
bullets
about
that they're not
Ascend
gonna
is they won
expect you to
champs, and
burst
100
straight
Thieves were
through
so
the smoke.
scared of
Just an
Cena that running away
individual
almost
play that
almost gave them a
completely wins the
comeback.
round for FUT. I think something that was needed. You have a couple of aces go against you. You need someone to turn the tide. For Magnum, credits are good on the squad. So
If you win all
goal,
3
clear some
internationals in a row in a year, then you get to kiss Leo Faria.
Haven,
The ultimate
tried
prize.
to play over on A. He was able to do a lot of damage.
He's hit a good timing.
They're all coming his way. Oh, but he's giving the game away.
Not
Now
so
you'll
good
just
a
see him
timing.
back off. That rifle carried through to the next. It's not needed. He can afford to go down. Every little helps at the end of the day. And you're not going to be getting very much.
Okay,
Few spams,
FUT,
that's all he's gonna
get it
attack.
off the timeout.
5-2. FUT after the pause, they
That was
find
a
correction, which,
Zeus round
you know,
though.
I'm not sure
Really good
how
decision
much
making.
time you put into the strat of Zeus just go and shred them all up.
This
in
was
heaven,
such a good
flashes himself
play.
in, finds himself that double, and from that point forward, it seems like easy pickings, especially when he then follows up onto Yumpy.
They have had some legendary strats.
At the end of the
in
day,
their
did RQ look good? RQ looked really good.
Go kill.
Yep.
CNED go kill.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Zeus go kill.
It worked right there.
Yeah.
Mr. Fallen, generational talent.
Do they look like a Masters
Well, the Zeus
winner?
go kill strat this round has failed, so they're going to have to go to plan B. As he's just been
could.
zoned, I think also through his own fake out. The team immediately trying to react off that. A quick push
Like I
up
think
middle, spike the last man in, which is a little bit dangerous, but
I think they wouldn't be a safe choice for a
Field goes little
prediction,
shallow.
right?
Could have found a lot of information.
But I
on the
don't think
side.
they
The
would be
players
a
still up
crazy
on Raptors
choice.
Undetected. They try to deal with him, and Yumpy steps up for 2. Profek in with another, leaves Yetije alone, and Sociables play through mid lane, catches him off guard. A good correction by BBL. Back now at 6-2, back into winning ways. The economy not quite fully broken for FUT, but it's getting there.
Yeah, I don't mind the call from FUT. Like you've seen,
I love it.
quite a
They're
bit of utility
relentless.
Sent over on that A side, you lose your duelist. You go, okay, but that's our space taker con. Like a lot of the rest of our utility is set up around that. Let's try going elsewhere quickly and catching them off guard. The thing is that wasn't the majority of the players. BBL were very quick to react on stacking up the remainder and a flank as well from Sociable.
Is Leo Faria not the love of real life?
The attack now though.
I mean, listen, everybody's got their preferences.
Back on the
Leo Faria dating simulator. Someone surely that game exists. That game exists already. Surely someone made it.
The one really on the board is Yetije's Viper's Pit. But can get into a post plump. Well, they've been cleared out.
Oh, I mean, listen, I don't need to take care to say that, Kami. RQ absolutely has a chance to win. I just don't think they're... Oh, saw one, but...
For that aggression to come through on A.
I mean, good
And Yetije
split
at
from
least
FUT.
able to trade out his teammate, trade out that showstopper too. And having dropped one, with Levin out of the equation, they seem
gonna clip this and
confident
file
in taking this
ticket.
towards the A side, but rotations have come in. Magnum started the round up in heaven. His trap still covering mid. He's on his way into the danger zone, really. He's the one at risk being the main victim of this split, but he's got another trap down in vent waiting for
The
this
setup's
exact
pretty good
play.
from BBL, though. But they are 2-2, so I think they have to play more for delay. Yumpy does have Rolling Thunder. He's going to position himself for Rolling Thunder. Yep. A little bit early. Oh, okay. Well, he gets one kill. That helps. And that buys just enough time for Magnum and Sociable. Really well played from BBL. Good round. Good round.
And a BBL that looked flat in map number 1, half number 1. are really looking like they're back to play.
Yeah, I mean, you even see that Rolling Thunder go through. Both players in Heaven remain untouched. At least I think they did. Managed to just about dodge it, and
Oof.
still.
Yeah, just barely caught a glimpse of him.
Through the wall as well.
No,
So
they
it
didn't
was-
catch him.
Yeah.
They dodged all
I feel like RQ might have a bit of a firepower shit at international level with Xfero. If a few members of the team are having an off day, I think they'd struggle hard. I mean, I think you need Jemkin to definitely be, like, have a good average day. Not necessarily peak every single game, but you can't have him have an off day, that's for sure. I think Xfero has been getting back into more consistency, though.
For a second when FUT are the ones with the low buy. Somehow it seems to be where they pull out.
But I guess, I guess part of the problem is that the way the objectives he has to fulfill at an international stage are going to require even more fragging from him. If that's what you're saying, I do agree. I can definitely see that.
Is he in the conversation for best Teo in the region? He seemed almost gobsmacked by the question being asked. But you look at the way he's playing right now, I think that's his.
You know what I do like? I do like that the EMEA, and I don't know if it's like 100%. I know that, you know, you have like meetings and stuff, but I do like that the EMEA cast and desk, like they really loop back to the things they've said, like each others have said, and like that have been mentioned on broadcast. There's a lot of care taken into that,
a lot of confident duels coming out of him too before we
and I think that's good. I think it makes for a good product.
We talked about Haven and how he had this massive performance previously.
Yeah, exactly, Snoggy. I mean, that's my one thing too. Like, that's what keeps Gen G so competitive. Is that sometimes their strats and stuff are a little bit outdated, but on any given day, any one of those five can hard carry the game, right? So even if Texture's having a bad day, Karon can be carrying the game, and then Munchkin can clutch up, and then like Foxy9 can activate, and like Ash. So with RQ, I mean, not as much. Like Crazy Guy can definitely clutch. Like he has the X factor, but I don't think he has as many games where he's consistently fragging at a high level. I think he can, but the way he's IGLing, I don't think is allowing him to do that yet. Xfero and Monette also, they have more players that have off days than on days, I guess is the best way to put it.
They've never been able to because of that denial of utility.
Hey, welcome back.
Come into this round with 4 of their 5.
Why is EMEA full of banger after banger? Oh, don't let Infinite hear you, Elton.
There's only 2 rounds left in this half, and
no, I didn't mean that Ash is whatever. I just didn't want to create a story for every single player. It was taking too much time and effort.
A very strong one at this stage.
Well, it's playoffs, and we've got some fun teams, to be honest, in playoffs. Okay, tries to get ahead of things. Oh, well played from Levin. That was actually so good. The way he just positions himself to be able to, he gets ahead and then forces the Euro to come out of the ult.
As the ult used by Zeus gets them then Sociable's picked up a double.
Ay, dude.
Through the smoke.
9-2.
After that timeout, FUT couldn't possibly account for this. And now Mr. Fallen again trapped on the bottom of Ram. Sociable kills him in almost the same spot as the previous round. This time,
I think the Liquid versus Navi is a possible banger. I think it can be. I think it can be.
9-2.
The 29-year-old rookie coming in going.
Monette, Crazy Guy, and Xfero are all pretty hot and cold, and even their ceilings. Yeah. No, I would agree with that, right? Like you think about, let's say, like G2. It's not just that they play clean Valorant, but like Jonah P, Trent, they're like all one of the top shooters of their position on top of their util. And could you really argue that for consistency's sake on RQ? Not as much. That doesn't mean they're bad. They're just, I agree, there's more variance.
Considering you look back to the previous map, that hasn't been the case now.
Which is why I don't think they could possibly be a safe pick, right? Could they do it? Yes, but would you ever consider them like a favored safe candidate? Probably not. Which would make it all the more incredible if they'd make it happen. But
there's the pick. The Viper's on site. That deep pick can come
okay,
into play
dude,
right
all for ult.
And right now there's a gap for Yumpy. I don't think Sociable's quite so lucky. And in fact, yeah, he gets
Sociable just gets picked up. Oh, what the?
Shorty from Yumpy.
What? Dude, Yumpy, what the? Oh, I mean, yeah, you definitely stand up for that. That's crazy.
Their defense on Haven
Dude, what the heck?
Legends. Oh, we should have been talking about split, evidently.
Well, it has been a crazy, crazy half, and I think maybe a few people potentially.
I love
give
Yampi,
us
man.
a little bit of a reaction to that one. We're gonna have
What a call to just walk in, Giga Chad, like with the shorty.
Let's go, let's go.
Damn. That was great.
From Fnatic. First of all, welcome back, boys. I didn't think I was going to see you so soon after yesterday. But who are you supporting? Why did you come here today?
We just came to here enjoy the matches, and I support both of the team, but my heart is a little bit from BBL.
What about you, Kayak?
BBL.
Why?
My boy Prophet.
Oh, your boy Prophet. Speaking of your boys, Sociable, I think he was pointing at you after that clutch. Did you see him?
Yeah, I was talking with my friends on the foot side, and after he saw me on foot side, after he said this to me,
oh,
I just changed my side. Yeah.
Did you change?
That's great. That's actually
now,
good.
Both of you play
That's
duels on
great.
Split. You have a very nice time there.
I love that.
Which comp do you prefer? Do you prefer the Yoru or the Raze? Whichever side. You can answer.
I prefer Yoru. I think it's the best entry in the game right now. I think it's so strong.
Okay, that
Yeah?
comp is better for you. What about you, Kayak?
What are they playing?
What are they
watching?
Kayak.
Yeah.
Look at how fair he's.
I would say...
BBL because of Profec?
No, I would say foot comp. I would say foot comp. I like the Viper. I like the Viper.
Foot comp. Okay, okay. But
That's
as
so
we
funny,
switch to
dude.
the other
Alphair just
side,
face palming.
It is 10-2 right now, so it's a little bit dire. But BBL have a really good chance to close this out and go to the next map. What do you think after facing FUT is FUT's biggest weakness on their defense side? How could BBL win this map right now?
To be honest, I don't remember how they played. But, I mean, it's 10-2. Hard to come back for foot, I think. They need to get pistol.
Dude, Kayak's just here to chill, man. He ain't watching the game. He's just...
I think BBL gonna close it out.
Oh, they're going to close out no matter what? Please tell me that you remember playing against FUT. Do you remember? Split.
Yeah, I remember playing against Foot on Speed, bro. It was like 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was.
I don't remember.
Do you remember how you
I
beat
don't
them on your
remember.
attack side and when
Yes,
they were
yes.
defending?
I think I remember. I mean, they have a really basic game plan, and like Zeus is 12 round in on ramp, so probably BBL is reading the game right now, and they are
That's
winning.
so funny.
I think they're gonna close this out as well.
You know what's
Alright,
funny,
thank you very
though?
much, Coach Alpha, and
is-
Kayak, I'm just happy that you're here. We'll throw it back to Mitch and Tom and see if BBL can indeed close this out.
No, I think Kayak might,
I feel like
honestly,
Kayak's
though,
my spirit animal there, man.
Kayak might be the type of person that literally just empties their brain after it's done. Have you guys ever met people like that? My sister's like that. When we were growing up, she would like take her exams right at school, and then she would nap, and she would say that she's napping so she can like format her brain so she can erase it. And literally, like, because I'm the younger brother, so like if I ask her, like, let's say it's like in the States, I like ask her about like, oh, like what'd you do for, like, how'd you prep for the SATs, like how'd you do this or whatever, or like applying for college. I ask her and she's like, I don't remember. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't remember? It was like just like 2 years ago. What do you mean? Like 2-3 years ago.
They have no idea how much ground they've lost. Just walking
So
straight
he might
into
just be like
such a
he's only
dangerous
locked in the moment,
It
you
was
know.
either it was Levin to take home that pistol round.
That was a quick pistol, by the way. I thought I had more time to tell my story, but I was wrong.
Of BBL, that was over in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, I think. Do we have these map picks backwards? Is that it?
Oh, I agree, Goats Fight. This is one of the reasons I like BBL. Like, BBL is similar in that if they were to go to Toronto, do I think they could win Masters? No, I don't. But
it is an unbelievable display.
they
from
know
them,
how to lean
considering
into
that
their
slow start to the
strengths,
defense.
and
I
like
think that
they
speaks to
have a
how
very
well
good win
FUT came
condition
in
every
prepared
time.
for
And I
that
really
game.
like
also
that.
to the preparation that BBL did, kind of going out the window with the composition FUT brought to bear.
Kayak's
and
the
it working out
EMEA
remarkably
Verno.
well. Now, in this round, there's clearly going to be rotations.
The Verno
despite
storylines
all
of
the way down to the
2025
spawn, as
are
we've seen.
going
And early on,
crazy.
it is the pressure applied to B to drag this rotation around from the A site. And as they move to be heavier on that side of the map, they don't make up for it around the A site, around B aggression even. It's mid, where the pistols are waiting for this close range fight. The player we talked about,
He needs
that
time
you
to
can
reload.
isolate
He
his
knew
magnum,
he was
and
going to
they
get
will.
pushed.
But they only
He
get a
purposely
stinger for their
reloads and then
trouble, and the
swaps
A
to
site
try to
is
bait them in,
completely
but
lost.
It's not the gun you really want to retrieve in these sort of moments. When you look at the other side, everything else has its
BBL does still. I mean, listen. Even if first of all, BBL has to get through this match, chat. They're down 0-1. But I'm just saying, if they were to go, the reason I like this team isn't because I think they'll win necessarily, but I like the potential that they show and the intention behind it.
26 and 4, so still got a way to go for him to be able to match that. But if more players keep walking into the crosshair like that,
yeah. Also, why didn't they force? You're right. It's 11-2. I mean, I get that you're in defense and you didn't do anything the previous round, but
even speaking about sociables, Ace being the
I mean, I guess they're. I don't know. That's rough.
Being put in his place. Then he comes out.
They might just be like, GG, go next.
That we've seen from FUT. That was costly.
Which I don't think is great, but
at 12-2.
Oh, it's Crashies. The whole Fnatic team is here.
There's so much room for BBL to have those.
Dude, Crashies overall does look like
a little bit more. Just
happier.
Right into his face.
Not to, I don't, and obviously the joke is, you know, like he's happier with Boaster than he was with FNS, but I just think like the stress of
why are we doing replays?
their status in Americas and then the NRG and that roster and all that. It does seem like he's just overall in a better state.
It's looking like Ascent is on the horizon.
Yeah, he genuinely seems to just be like enjoying his career, whereas in the early days of Optic, I think it looked like that. But then later on, most people on that roster seemed like super stressed.
Number 1, but he has been taken out within the first 10 seconds of this round.
The call from BBL. Making some noise on A. Mid has been overtaken, especially with Magnum dropping Mr. Fallen. It pulls this rotation off the B site, which is now wide open for the players.
Not buying as a team is still better than not buying solo because you popped up too hard and forgot. He's talking about Navarre.
Spotted as well, I believe.
That was funny.
They know that he's here.
That was a very funny moment.
Nicely, and he's causing problems. He's buying time. But
not enough time though.
To equalize now in a 3v3 for the retake.
You would have wanted to extend that a little bit longer.
But a full belt of utility to play with. Levin just making sure that he's not falling for the Durkaroos.
Ooh, that's good from Levin. Oh, excellent reposition too.
Of the spawn as well. That's another angle.
I mean, I think it's over.
And that time now continues to tick down, already getting towards the spike.
Oh, I mean, it's definitely over now.
And now all that remains is Zeus. It will be a 13-2 summation after a close call on Haven. It's not quite the 2-0. A third map is going to be needed.
This could have been the 2-0, a round in the difference over on Haven, but they lose it in overtime. Now we have made it all the way to map 3, a necessary map between these two teams. The Turkish derby ends on Ascent.
Just joined. Why was FUT's attack so rubbish?
Please, Ace, first Ace in VCT.
Oh, hold on. Let's listen. Oh, he's so genuinely happy. That's so adorable.
Let's go.
Nice. Social looks jealous. What the heck? And then he gets his.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
No, show me him pointing to Alpha. That's right, he calls out Alpha there at the end. We're going to Ascent. I mean, that doesn't surprise me too much, Snoggy, that Optic's vibes were reliant on winning. I think part of the reason they won was they were so driven, but sometimes when you're so driven, I'm going to be very honest, T1 kind of has that issue, right? And it took Carpe to call them out on that at Bangkok for them to kind of get over it and then to win. But I think then they reverted to, oh, we are winners. I think they got into that too much. Infinite's just a hater. It looks like they only played a half. I mean, they did. They only played the first half. Guardian only with my main account and Gold 3. Is that troll or good? I mean, listen, I think as long as if it's a rifle, like, you can like the rifle. I don't think that's necessarily troll as long as you're trying. But if you're only going for clips, then that is troll. You shouldn't do that. But also, like, Guardian only is kind of troll. But like, if it's like classic only, then yeah, you're trolling. You're doing it for content, which is trolling, unless you're like super skilled and you're doing it as a challenge, then sure. But like, even then, I think doing it in ranked is at the cost of other people, which is not great. But yeah, if you like Guardian more than Vandal or Phantom, but like, there's a difference between, right? Like, I'm fine with, let's say I'm fine with if you at your rank, you like a certain gun better, so like you use it more, like that's fine. It might not be optimal, but that's fine. But then creating a, like, the moment you tell yourself you're going to do a challenge, obviously if you're not like doing it on stream or whatever, that's a different story. But like, once you make a rule about it for yourself at the cost of other people, like even if it's not working out, then that's not good, right? So I just created the perfect team. It's a 5-stack of E-kittens, and the E-kittens are each fighting for the coach's attention. So they just, I don't know why I read that. I should have known where this was going. I don't know why I read that. Why are you up? It's friggin' playoffs. It's playoffs. We gotta watch. We got matches to watch, chat. Best team for Ascent. Yeah, are you asking about comp, or you mean like which pro team is the best? Oh, also, I gotta update the Gamba on Twitch, huh? Ascent decider between the two record holders. And let me run some ads before we jump into the game, chat. I mean, whatever works for you. You know, like for instance, if I'm having off days, I just play, you know, like Judge everywhere, and I just rat around. Pros do that. You know, Buzz was using mostly the Judge during Bangkok finals because his shots weren't hitting. As long as you're trying, right? As long as you're trying with actual logic, instead of being like, well, I like the classic, so I'm just gonna, or like I'm only gonna do shorty. It's like, well, okay, that's a little. You know, but if you're playing like a Neon, or you're playing a Sentinel on defense, and you're like, well, you know, I like the Judge, or this isn't hitting, then that's fine. I don't think you have to. Put it this way. There's no rule that says you have to buy Phantom Vandal. It's just objectively more optimal. But if your shots aren't hitting, then like some days, the Ares is better than the Phantom or the Vandal for you. You know what I mean? Like, you do you. He's so loud.
Tell us what a nice job we did.
Yeah. Give them man a round. Seriously.
Yeah, gets into the production room and screams nice.
Good, nice job.
I like the Martin. That's my favorite. Yeah. You got any favorites?
No, I have it muted during the commercials. I mean, usually I always miss like the walkouts and stuff anyway, because I don't want to mute walkouts, so I get demonetized on YouTube anyway. But
I like how charitable they are.
I just kind of have it muted.
You get an ace. We don't have enough rounds for another.
I don't have off days. Every day is equally off.
Even more. Maybe Magnum could have gotten another
consistent.
Ace.
Absolutely.
I respect it.
That we're seeing from Magnum, how he's performing this past weeks. Absolutely, yes. But as you're saying, especially very early in the round, after losing such a close Haven, a map that they've been so successful in, going into split when it was FUT picking it for some
all right,
reason.
Ascent. Oof, everybody do your stretches. Get ready. This might be a long one.
Those aces. Also, props to everybody in the team for allowing Profek to get the ace. Yeah. Everybody literally walked back. I would have.
How does YeJJ have his vocal cord? I honestly don't know. It's crazy.
Especially with this first 4 kills, where he's just waiting one after the other, and he just walks around the map to find the last.
They were screaming for the ace.
For some time, those were the only 5 kills that he got.
Wait, Profek and Yampi acing up? What? It was Sociable.
Sociable got done a tiny bit dirty there because it is his ace. Yampi's had his, you know, fair share.
Yeah, the graphic. Why? That's messed up. Come on.
Sociable, after doing this, had the audacity to look up, spot Alpha in the crowd, gestured to him that, why are you sitting on the side of FUT? And then Alpha promptly moved over. And Gorilla, that is the kind of confidence you need to have in a
Will you be
game
playing
that's
Doom?
this,
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll play it on
Yeah, I
stream.
mean, it just reminds me of
I
when,
didn't
like, my
get
friends
through
have asked me for
the
tickets
first two of the
with, my
reboot,
assistant
but
coach, like, has asked for
I'm kind of
tickets, and then
excited
we
to
see
try
them
it.
in the other team is like, you traitor, man.
Yeah.
Like, come on,
Why are
like,
you doing that?
I can't be dealing you tickets if you're not coming to support me.
It's the fact that he's sat on that stage, just lost map 1.
Yeah.
He has a million things he needs to focus on, but it's Alpha here that he wants to point at.
He's very cold-blooded. Like he keeps
Team Liquid
calm
versus
under
Navi about to be
very high
delayed
pressure
until
situations.
tomorrow because
And I
this
think
game is
that
going to go on for
Navi
too
was
long.
very quick and brief, like
That would
Mitch
be
say.
so funny.
It was a great display of his abilities. Every single time that we see him playing on the takeover,
That's
he has
true.
some
It's
kind
also a lot of
players
like some people just have
struggle to find. Having the
sturdier
confidence
vocal
from Sovereign
cords.
for the
You know, it's
abilities
also your
and not only
voice, how you
having a
project, things like
brilliant
that.
individual performance. He's always on top of everything. He doesn't save that much of utility, and he sometimes have the bold movement of just keep pushing with the judge. Go for it.
Yeah,
I
dude,
think,
that
I
judge
see that a
push
lot
was
of
actually
players, like,
so
struggle with
good.
just overusing the utility at every point. As soon as you get a kill, you're instantly pulling the rockets out or trying to stun or trying to drone. And the thing that I like about Sociable is half the time he's not even. See, he's got full util.
He doesn't aim aim practice. He practices shouting.
He just doesn't need.
He just goes into the booth, starts screaming his head off. Maybe Yedajay is in a rock band. Maybe he's a rock vocalist.
Consistent in this game, but he's really up there with every department.
Yeah, like
you know,
rock,
mechanics,
they're
the
rock
aim, the
singers.
initial usage, as
Some
you
of them,
as you mentioned
the
already.
way they scream,
But
like it's actually
it almost felt
screams,
like
right? It's like
a
scream
FUT
rock,
didn't
and
really
then
get
they
into the game.
their voices
And
are
is
fine.
this at all just because of the veto questions that we've had this entire playoffs?
I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Heavy metal
yes,
singers.
let's
There you
bring
go.
the conversation
You can
back.
mold.
Okay, I will mold. So you go up against Fnatic and you ban Icebox, a map that they do not play. Do you really think that BBL are going to pick Icebox? Like coming into today, knowing the stakes of today, they're going to play to their strengths. Do not get me wrong. The chances of them picking the Haven, if it were not to ban it, were very high. And
Oh,
that
I mean, yeah.
was
If
a
you
win
if you
for
want
them.
to
They had
shout
something
and stuff,
prepared. We
practice
see the
matters.
cracks going on the Neon in a different plan that
100%.
throws BBL on a map that they've been extremely successful on, completely off the charts. Going on to split. You pick the split, another map that has been good for BBL. You pick the split, and this is where I expected to see something different. Some maybe double duelists with cracks, another change of composition that we didn't see. So
Yeah, Jay, we are screaming, not
I guess we'll have to wait and see
screaming.
how many rounds we see this time around in Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is like FUT had
That's
good
pretty
showing against
good.
Vitality on split. Maybe let's lean into that because maybe that's our map. I think it comes down to honestly
He,
like.
he better be sitting on the side of BBL right now.
Oh, hey, that's Milan.
What's Minnie doing?
Oh, Minnie's
on the
what?
team. Minnie's just like, oh, you
Minnie's
know,
just
like,
chilling.
get me back.
Minnie and Crash.
Whoa.
In front of Mila.
It's because Minnie has been told so many times that the vibes got better.
It's like
after he
all
left.
of the current
So
and
it feels
ex
like he's
Fnatic
gotta-
people.
he's
That's
gotta
so
prove
funny.
himself. Right? Sorry, Gorilla, I derailed you there. But let's take a look at Agent Select and tell me, what do you think about this, Harry? And which one do you prefer?
Honestly,
What's
like,
better,
so
half
when I
shield
think
Vandal
of
or
Zeus,
full
I
shield
think of
Guardian?
Yoru, and so it's it's not necessarily
Depends.
CNET playing
Depends on what the
Jets,
enemies are doing
Zeus playing
too. Depends on
Yoru,
the
so I
map.
think both
Depends on the
comps make
comp.
sense. I would like to see BBL kind of exploit their kind of triple initiator a lot, not using all their wave utility at once.
But
and
if
maybe
you don't
keeping
think
it
your
to
aim
maybe
is
catch foot off,
like
off
if you're
guard because
if
they're
you
gonna be
think your
using
aim
their
is
knife
average or higher within your
140,
own
1 minute
tier,
and 30 seconds. So that's what I'd
I
like to see
think-
BBL do a bit more than what they did
Well, I don't know.
the other day against Heretics.
generally half armor Vandal I think is better, but you'd have to be more confident, or you'd have to be playing certain positions where like you might just be getting spammed out, but you can wallbang back or whatever.
But of course, elephant in the room, the triple initiator, and as Harry was saying, a little bit more of layering. You have so much.
That's a
to
trick
work
question. The
with.
correct
You need
answer
to
is
be
full
very
shield
smart in
stinger.
when to use it,
True.
especially now that Zeus has moved from that
Full
jet
shield
onto
stinger
Zeus.
is the
Well, last
correct
time
answer.
Mitch and Tom brought us 48 glorious rounds of Ascent. I think we can aim higher than that. Let's go for 50 today, boys.
Yeah, like if you're watching Pearl be long, like, you know, I think full shield guardian is reasonable. But also if the opponent has an op and you're attacking, then, you know, half armor maybe. If you're the duelist dive, full armor with weaker weapon, maybe even like a bulldog or judge, depending on the agent you're playing. There is no like, there is no one given answer, right? That's the thing. But if you wanted a one given answer, then I would argue that half armor Vandal is always better, just because you have a better shot at killing the other guy before they kill you. But
in this head-to-head for the
But if you want
first
an
time,
actual
as
answer, then it
was
really just
they
depends.
faced earlier on this stage, but doing it twice in 1 year, not even FUT have managed that.
Interesting. BBL have the lowest retake win rate of all EMEA playoff teams.
They have more rounds played on this map, I reckon, than any other team in one series. So I'll cut them some slack there. It was an attack-sided affair when we got to overtime. We'll see if it's the same thing. As we
But
run
starts
it
on
back
attack this
again.
time.
Zeus swapping up.
Regulation, it was only 7-5. So
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was all defense during the regular rounds before OT. Ooh, Prophet.
Is still here to
One.
do the damage.
They eventually clear him out, but already a lot of damage, a lot of delay. Ooh, that was close.
The fact is, though, they are still looking to go in this same direction.
Yampi
But it seems
hiding,
like
trying to
the
see
play
if there's
here
a.
from BBL
Oh,
is just play the retake. Whoa, Zeus has been caught while trying to cross.
The retake gets that little bit easier now, doubling up on the advantages.
Spike planted.
Cleared out heaven already with the Prowler.
they're
This is
all
be
gonna
their
go
signal
heaven?
to group
Really?
up.
You're
Four
not even gonna
players
break the
coming in
door?
together. Utility not quite gone.
I guess
because
that
you've
way
still
they don't
got
have to worry about the
salvos.
wraparound.
Those pesky salvos are causing problems.
Okay, the
Yenisheng
salvos break the
not
door.
able to tuck in anymore. He's out in the open, isolated and beautifully
Nice and clean.
played by BBL.
Good start to the round in A main.
They tip the dominoes and watch them fall 1-0 for the defensive side.
Yeah, I think one of the major highlights for me going into this match, and more the matchup, is the swap up for Zeus. It is the only change in composition, but I can only assume that is more of a comfort thing than anything else. Like, the guy really
yeah, we can close
struggled
the
in
predictions.
Jet v Jet battle, so he's now going to try and change that play up. It was mentioned by our wonderful analyst Alpha that he thinks that Zeus.
It's gonna happen again?
Yoru
Yeah,
is
we'll
currently
see.
The greatest entry in the
Oh
game
no,
at the
you're
moment,
right. It
and
was
it's gonna be so
7-5 on both
important
halves.
when it comes down to this map.
It was the beginning of
particular,
OT
getting through
that
some
was
of those
skewed
choke
one
points.
way, and then
They
it
made
was the other way. It was like
especially is so
all
tough
defense in the beginning, and then it was all
entries not
attack.
having a good game.
That's a lot of information to work with. Deep nade going to be sent through. That's a lot of damage, and indeed it will be a couple picks. Although Zeus manages to fire back, Cracks and himself are desperately low.
Prophet is very low,
Prophet has
alone
taken
on
a
the
few
site.
licks of damage, and he's the only man here. He's got some
Okay.
support in the side, and he's not afraid to fight. This could still be relatively
He's so low though.
costly.
Yeah, that's rough.
They lose another player. Mr. Fallen looks for a bit more, but won't find
It's
it.
not too bad.
Still
They keep 3 of the weapons.
Majority of the heavy weapons, at least. But this is something that BBL do quite often. It's like not the biggest of investments.
I wrote a whole
but they
comment on
still
why and how
buy.
FUT could win,
Like,
but
it's
they
not
look
like they're just going for a pistol,
unstoppable.
like they consistently
BBL
buy
looks
SMGs,
unstoppable.
And I don't think we've seen a massive amount of success when it comes to third rounds. Maybe just making sure that this can't quite escape from them in the conversions. But this is where FUT come in with a
Feels like they fixed the crowd mics or something. They're a lot louder today. I like it though. Before it was pretty empty. I mean, maybe there were just more quiet fans, but
This is FUT's chance to correct early on, get themselves on that
everyone
board.
is stoppable against heretics.
They've done it so far. Times very convincingly. Slow approach to start this one out. BBL, look at the control that they've got towards the A site. They're allowing the walk up. They've got a little high-low setup in play. Profek and Levin.
Yeah, Yampi's got the jump peaks though.
Facing off against full
Spots
shields
cracks.
if Profek just lands one shot from the Bulldog. That A
Scaling
site
up
will
on
be
B
well
main as well.
defended.
The fragment will buy
Pushes coming
some
in the other
time.
direction. It seems clear to us.
Drone gets
It will
clear
be
from
a
B
B
main.
split. They
BBL
let
knows
players
it's a B
outside
split at
A,
this
let
point,
players
but
watching mid.
what can they
still have the
really
chance to go
do?
back. Now less so.
Sociable. Definitely the highlight of the previous map. Their domination came through off some of his individual brilliance. Well, he's going to be under
Keep an eye
some
on Ada
serious
Captain.
pressure here, trying to just get up in their face and nothing found for it. And while an attempted push through from Yumpi is met with exactly the same
Ooh,
thing,
you do
in
not
fact,
want to
even a
give this
fadeaway
over
shot
as a
for Cracks
flawless.
to add another to the death toll. I think we saw this in the last map. A flawless. Potentially on the cards, although there has been a timing for Profek. There's so many players still within this site. I'll be surprised if he's not expected.
I mean, there's something as well that we've seen from Profek. Going back to the previous map, he had a lot of patience in looking
Have a
for
good
those
one, Nelson.
flank players. You can see he is very much expecting that to be the case. Yet again, that someone's trying to sneakily come up behind him. The recon gives away the game.
Ooh,
No,
flawless. Okay. And only one armor barely scratched as well. That is one of the smoother buy rounds we've seen ever.
After losing the pistol quite a lot. They've done so quite cleanly at times. This one, I felt like every fight that they took was on their own terms.
Yeah, very, very comfortable stuff. And I think it, at times, a little bit slow of a reaction from BBL. And around where you have this many weaknesses, I'd like to see them
He definitely projects, though. That much is for sure.
But for now, this is where the proper purchase comes into play. Ultimates, not particularly
All right, 2 half
close,
armors for
but
BBL.
one away will be Mr. Fallen. I felt like this has always been a map
Only
where
the Killjoy
his
tagged, so not that much
difficult
info,
to play
right?
against.
That's just the default.
The comfort individually, which
We'll now hear the drone
your
coming in,
IGL
so you
comfortable,
know.
that's always a good sign. Yup, he has to be
So it was on
careful,
that side
almost
as
losing
well.
his life, and well, Magnum's position is very much known. Hasn't been cleared just yet, though.
Oh, dude, he gets one, though. I mean, that's a lot of commitment from FUT to try to route him out. It's not all is lost from BBL with that. I mean, also, it's the Yoru gone, so the entry is a little bit slower. A little bit more contact play coming in from FUT.
After not finding that initial fight, more passive approach. That mid position held down by Sociable. A site being watched by Profek. He's under a little bit of pressure. If they were to walk up short, there could be a gap.
Nice clear there as well, so now you know that B is clear. We're not going to send a rotate over. They're just going to stick around. But that, if you're going to do this, Profek should play safer, no?
Not coming. He's now finally made the spot, but this now becomes more of a survival effort. Maybe in the hope that somebody will be able to get there in time. Just created a little pocket of space for himself. This angle is just in case anybody crushes to the side of the site.
Ooh, Adicap's had the right idea.
Clever stuff.
Reposition.
Still surviving in the backlines. He's lasted such a long time. And that means that spike is still
3v2.
yet to go down. 10 seconds as the rest of the players will now start to move their way forward.
Oh,
nice
they tried to just stop it. Oh,
Eleven's there as well, and he has to try and stick this palm. Profit,
nice.
for me, ends up being the hero of that round. As BBL again are off to
Yeah,
a
exactly,
strong
Kami.
start.
I agree with you 100%.
It's not coming from it's not coming from his straight up just his vocal cords. Because then it wouldn't pick up on the mic like that.
Making them push his smoke. It's only when it fades that he's really in danger. You can see already trading blows.
I really missed Fade on Ascent.
A narrow margin, and the fact that one player almost has to.
Yeah, I mean,
that spike.
but if you're not playing double,
those 1v1s.
what the heck?
That's like 2 personalities.
Oh my gosh, that was
Nice, good job.
Magnum.
that was
I
great.
genuinely think
I mean, you probably see it come back depending on the like what becomes meta, right? Because Fade has some very specific strengths. Like for instance, obviously, really strong against the Chamber compared to the Sova, things like that.
A second flash through, and while Zana Captain to win the battle versus the young duelist there again after getting an opener, going to immediately react off the back.
And
of
Yugi
this.
Boy, I guarantee you they can
Now
hear
there's two
Yetterjay
players
screaming.
within the site.
I guarantee it comes through their own mics. He's screaming so loud.
Profek though still going. This smoke we saw.
Dude, Profek has been getting so much value anchoring on the site.
Or at least rather, it's pulled it back into equal footing. The problem is the advantage goes to FUT as the B site now wide open. They've stepped in already. Yetterjay has closed that door, and Mr. Fallen has a free route down onto site. An open plant as well. They could play Boathouse. Move back towards main where they've actually embedded Adicaptain. Lot to work with.
Okay.
Against the Teo, it's much more difficult
3-man
to play
retake,
that
all
backside.
from the same side.
Those
Turret
crossfires, 'cause it can be so
will slow him
easily
down.
cleared by all of that utility.
Hey, you know one's on site. He didn't catch backside. I mean, you presume it. The real question is main. Can they clear? Oh, nope. They will not.
Yetterjay there as well. Now all that stands is Magnum.
Very
Nothing to
well
be
done
had.
from FUT. Good
It
post
is
plant.
FUT with again a quick response in the call and finding that gap in the form of their sentinel. And they're right back within distance again. I'm seeing that back and forth, Mitch, already.
At the moment, they're making a lot of dry gambles, and this is the first fake I've seen. Oh, you mean from FUT? Yeah. We'll see. I mean, they have a comp that is able to throw more fakes, to like work the map a bit more. But
Game, it was just a map. There's series that looked like that. You're high-fiving him whether you like it or not.
Dude, the
like
forced I-5 is so funny.
One round behind.
Gaius is so
And
funny.
Look at BBL's buy. This should be the round where they equalize. Profek, player with the biggest gun for BBL. He's been spotted.
Yeah, Guardian in hand.
Surprised by him there, but he has rotated around to spawn as Magnum just takes a heads-up duel.
C Stinger.
Thrown in there. The salvos, and I think there was also.
They can recover that gun at some point.
Yeah, that cross being held. Cracks. No, it's not Cracks to go down. In fact, it's Yedajay to fall. They've also left Levin at the back of the site. Zeus is trying.
Hey, Magnum goes down, but
maybe
Sociable
create some sort of
gets a
distraction on the
Phantom.
other side, but
This is
He's
doable.
now going to be tagged up as well. A lot of players ending up low.
There are problems being created, but the thing is, look at FUT. They need an individual to step up. Everybody's isolated. The idea to move towards the B side, it's the best one. Zeus will be able to fall back. He has ult for the reposition, for the clearance of site, but they'll go in ahead of the
Yeah,
clock.
but time.
40 seconds.
Because BBL's coming back
Some
towards
time
the
to play
site.
with. Maybe hoping the backside is clear. Now they know it isn't. It's only a Sheriff standing in their way, though. No shields.
Timing?
Even on Levin. He's in a lot
Oh,
of danger in
Yampi
this
tried.
battle.
That was
The
kind of
numbers thinning out.
crucial.
Yampi goes down. One kill here for Levin. Would be wonderful, but hard to land up against the rifle of Mr. Fallen. BBL. They have recovered a rifle for Sociable. They've got salvos online, but the advantage, again, goes to FUT. And the post plant on B will be tough to break back into. Maybe those salvos can force the players in the open. That's
just a
the best we
save?
can hope for, but you got to get past Zeus first.
Yeah, he also has dimensional drift, so
At this point, probably Americas could hear. Imagine. You just like wake up, you're like, why do I feel my house shaking? And it's just Yedajay winning around.
Clear Sociable. You know this guy has been a real danger. Just almost trying to ignore his opponent. Who has every single piece of information. Sociable's goal now is just to try and clear them as they fall out of the site, and it's only going to be the one. Good recovery from FUT.
Okay.
The deficit now depleted as they look to build into this attack.
Yeah, I think
Remember, it's so crazy to remember that Yedajay was a rookie last year.
He wasn't going to get anything done if he walked out. It would be the easiest spam of these players' lives. The fact that Zeus is able to take down Magnum, split these players up on the B side as well, and then continue to fire up in market. It recovered the round that was very much under threat. And it was great target selection as well. The fact they moved towards B, the players waiting for them there, the classic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that
no
the
shields.
ult was probably
different
just to
game.
make sure that
Very
they
different one that we're walking into in this round. The
keep
operator of
everything.
Levin, and maybe about to see
A
action.
little bit of an
Yedajay's
overinvestment,
waiting
but
outside B, pressure on middle, but the spike, it is shifting towards this side of the map, right into Levin's waiting arms.
He almost gone. They've had some trouble around that short control, and yeah, already forcing them out of position. That paranoia has removed the danger of the setup. That's the issue of not
Huge
having
shock
that
dart.
sentinel. Over on the defensive side, is you need to have more of this aggression.
they
target selection
were
not
both
working
swinging,
out
but
for
there was a
Profek,
third
and
man.
It's already falling apart. Magnum almost hoping for a bit of a miracle spray because they have completely lost control of the site, and even with bullets being spammed through, nothing is found.
There was a moment where it looked like Levin was about to pop off. He was about to have so many opportunities.
Okay,
with
door
that
broken.
operator.
I mean,
Once
11
Yampi
with an
goes
op,
down
though.
foot,
It looks like they're just going to
realize there's a
save.
weakness
If they can get picks, they get
where Levin
picks,
is right
but...
now. Time is ticking. They found a pick.
Uh-oh.
Ult's going to be committed. They're
They're
going
gonna go
this.
for
Even
it.
with Levin so
Now
far
Levin's
away,
regretting
Yedajay's
not being here.
all the
Oh,
time
well,
in
it
the
doesn't
world to
matter.
wrap around, and he's about to execute Magnum from
remaining.
short. In fact, Mr. Fallen
Oh,
gets ahead of it, and the
no.
ult will be
That's the
lost
worst
in
case
end.
scenario.
That looked like conflicting ideas. Two different calls.
Ay,
and the wrong
ay.
one was made in the end.
Yeah, I think that was Magnum purely doing that of a reaction to his own kill. I think that was a call in the moment of like, right now we go for it, maybe not realizing how far away Levin was, but that definitely feels like a misplay, like a single kill really hasn't turned the tide of this round.
That
even
was
with
rough.
That Nightfall being available.
That was rough, because they like baited themselves into going for the retake.
So much more costly for the side of BBL, a 3-round streak and an ultimate
No, that ult
expended
though,
because of it.
that's, I mean, that
BBL
one's,
timeout, and I
listen,
think
we
that's
see the whole
exactly
thing,
what
but
you
you're
need, but that is
thinking,
them overplaying
okay,
their
we
hand.
want to just save. We want to save the op. We don't want to go for this, right? You got 2 on site. It was a 2v4, 2v5, right? But you
One is that
start to
he's
get
looking for a
picks.
flanker,
I think
which
they
we've
got
seen
2 picks, so
BBL
you're
be
like,
very
okay,
cautious
we
of
use
before.
the ult to take the site now.
But with that A hit
And you don't want to
coming
lose
in,
timing
you
while
have the
11's
thing,
coming
the
over
flank's
because it was a
hardly
late
gonna
call.
come to B.
But
Most of the time it won't.
You,
The thing is,
I
if
say
he
this
is
every
looking for that
time.
flanker, or if
I do
he's doing
not
the
like
second
people
thing of
saving
just
ults
saving
for
the weapon
guarantees. I mean, I
already,
think
call
the
it what
earlier
it
one,
is,
right, from FUT
and maybe
is
see
a
if
little
they get
bit
a huge opportunity on the A
over
side.
investment.
The reality is
But this one I don't think it's an
after
over
that much time
investment.
has
It's
passed,
just
the call is made
really good
for you.
post plant from
That is a
FUT.
save opportunity.
Because the whole point of
And
ults is
if you
to
go
try to,
for it,
you can guarantee a round, but you can also bring a round if you think it's an important round to win. Like if it gives you momentum, if it breaks their econ, if it denies their ult, whatever else it might be. So I think that one was more forgivable. It's just we knew that there was still one more here and one more here, and I mean, BBL had no idea.
We're overplaying our hand there. We committed too much. We lost her up.
Percentages are so close to perfectly matching up.
The whole point of triple initiator is
Worst 5v4,
actually to do
the
better
best
on attack, so
4v5.
we'll see.
Right now,
Well, the point is that you're just relying on the map being defense-sided to
Everything's
try
working
to
out for FUT.
be okay on
when
defense.
some of those disadvantages come through, they've been able to turn the tide, and after a bit of a slow start, doing quite well. Now, Prophet here, he's just the
Oh, I hate the
goal
zoom.
is
I hate the
sell
zoom as well.
idea that they're
The zoom on the minimap. I wish they would figure out a
player
way
in
to
this
just
corner has
do
already
just a
been
circle
cleared.
instead of the
It's definitely
zoom.
an unorthodox position to see a Blaystorm. First 2 knives have missed,
Oh.
while the next ones have not got any better. In fact, it's only Prophet that ends up getting the kill. The full setup hasn't really helped them out much. And
Yeah, FUT's
that
playing
quick
it really
trade
well. FUT's also
means
playing
it's
attack
all for
really well.
naught.
Because it abuses BBL on their defense. Because what BBL, the best thing BBL can do on defense is just go through cycles
That advantage
with the
so
triple
valuable.
initiator and get info, right?
Foot again,
But
switching directions. They've done this a number of
I mean, you have
times.
Tejo though as one of the
Sociable is no
initiators.
fault
I would
for it.
like to see BBL
He's
actually
gonna
just
stick
fight more
around.
aggressively
Levin
for
is gonna
space early
rotate
on.
into the B side. They've got the read, but the
30
weaponry
seconds
just
left.
doesn't match up. Big performance needed. Sociable has been good so far in this series, especially that previous map, but now dealt with cost of having the sheriff in. Up
just
against
the classic.
rifle, it's Zeus instead, who is dominating the round. A
Oh,
triple kill,
well.
the site taken, and with 10 seconds on the clock, they're even swapping the spike over to Yedege to get the ult online for the next round. Nicely done, and FUT seem to have full control of this first half.
yeah, it's looked incredibly smooth. As I said, I think that individually a fantastic map for Mr. Fallen, but clearly with the way that the calling has been going as well, like this guy has basically been able to just find the gaps wherever they were needed, and there hasn't been any of these nasty surprises. And that's been the sort of the weird thing
Okay.
about this. Like, you're playing a composition that has a triple initiator, and yet FUT, I would say the majority of times, have walked into the emptier of the two sides.
That's actually
I don't
so
feel
good.
like BBL have been able
That's
to
so
utilize
good.
all that
That's
extra
a
information
great
they should
replay.
have.
I was like, what is that? And they're just
themselves in the right
standing
place
outside
at
the
the right
studio.
time.
You can hear screaming. That's actually so
Time at the
good.
present to make a change.
Oh my gosh.
BBL defensively, perhaps looking for aggression out on
I'm so
mid. It
sad
might
the
be too
casters
little,
didn't
too
catch that.
late. They've
That was so
already
good.
ended up shooting, and Zeus correct. He's given a lot of time.
Oh
to
man,
find his
BBL's having a
spray
rough
onto his
time.
mark. Yumpy's head ripped clean off. Ult no longer available. Sociable's got his. He's on the wrong side of the map.
All right, well 11 at least gets another in mid,
That's
so it
cutting off their
evens out.
ability to go back to B.
And
They've
that's the
lost mid, they've
killjoy.
lost the B site.
I think that drone's a
Just
little
shoehorned
early
into this A player.
there from
Prophet very much happy with that
from
scenario.
Sociable,
He's
but
picked himself up a double. We saw him with a slow start.
as long as they stack
over
3
on
here,
split.
but that leaves mid entirely
he
open.
managed
See,
to
you
hit
see,
a
this
few
is the issue.
shots.
Like I'd rather
Well, it was
one
an
person
ace that came
be
right
like
after.
standing here, then you can watch from here and 2 on site or something like that.
Cracks has been spotted as well. No real need for the defensive players to fight too aggressively in this moment.
I just want them to go
Cracks has
progressively
been
further
able
and
to
further until
bypass
they
the
can.
utilities.
Honestly,
It
that would
seems
be a
like
funny meme.
maybe even a plan
I'm
to
down
try
with
and
that.
teleport into the site. It
It's like
hasn't
those
worked
memes
out,
of like,
leaving only Cracks
you know, X
remaining,
number
and he
of
will get
likes and we
nothing for it.
so and so
BBL
gets bigger.
return to form, bring the distance down to just a singular round, but realistically, a lot of these rounds seem purely based around Prophet. Like his A site hold has been fantastic. Like, genuinely having a
BBL.
solo omen there has been enough in a lot of rounds. But whenever they go in the other direction, it feels like FUT have it done.
Okay, so 4-5. I mean, it's very easily doable up to. Okay,
Push and pull
looks
the
like a
map's gone
timeout.
FUT's way. Many a time. After 4 rounds in a row,
Yeah.
a single bump in the road, 1 round lost, and that is going to be the timeout called by FUT. Their first used here on Ascent.
He's going to say, just go B.
Bro, could you imagine after every round win, admins, can you turn down Yedijay to 1%?
That's what I was going to say. It does feel like an awkward composition to play without having that sort of rock on the side.
Oh, guys is going through it. Dude, what is that? What is that Mr. Fallen had? Oh, well.
You name it. There has been so
much
in play.
The keycap?
Deadlock now becoming very popular. So this
hello, Arigitaro. How's it going? What is that whistle sound? It's someone in the audience, I think.
Making that B site look like it has a sentinel just because of the way he plays at the information he
No, I love it, Goldspike. I love it. I love it when the viewers are locked in and you're like talking about the comps and your ideas. That's what we should be doing when we're watching. It's either that or like just cheering. I'm all down for it.
I think it was around the 20% marker.
How many overtimes are we going this time? We'll see.
There's a bit of a shuffle in positions.
What was it last time? 25, 23? Is that what it was?
Whether they just cancelled the play that was called or they've got an idea where that aggression needs to come through. We see A jump spots. There'll be late round Prophet control towards
25, 23.
Main is locked down. Yumpy again looks
it would be crazy if they broke it again, though, dude. 25, 23 is insane.
Called in for some backup as well.
That's 2 maps.
That was from BBL looking to force this fight on middle, but it doesn't go their way. Levin taken down, and now, well, I mean, they can even just wait this out. No control.
Yeah, it would be funny if you can actually hear them from like outside. Just like people walking down the street. You hear the ground rumbling. It's like, oh no, it's Yedijay.
I don't know if this is to try and force them back into middle or force them forward. It's going to be an aggressive
timing, huge.
Trying to trap them in the corner.
Armageddon.
Missed just by a millimeter.
Yeah, the diagonal. Whoa.
Checks the one angle that hadn't been cleared.
Damn, dude, Magnum, man. Value.
You mentioned those mid-splits with late aggression in towards
26-24 today, trust.
That was really
I don't know if I can survive
the
that.
Ultimate at first, you know, the full freeze coming out of FUT, and BBL's response, like you said, Sociable had the ult in hand, waiting for the Armageddon to come through. The timing, catching Mr. Fallen, going for the recon, and then, as you said, there's a gap. Salvos aren't even thrown into that
That sound
gap.
is so satisfying, isn't it?
That they can hold them in. And as they come swinging back out, it's an easy pickup for
No,
this
Twitch
squad.
won 30, 32. Oh, that's too much. 30 over 30 on one side is crazy.
BBL were very much expecting that, and it was the Prowler being kept late that confirmed they were in that corner. Magnum getting that info is the trigger point.
Isn't 5 already good on attack? Oh yeah. I mean, I would argue that just because BBL doesn't have a Sentinel, there was a better chance of FUT doing better than usual teams usually do, but
this round has fallen back.
FUT's doing all right. FUT's doing just fine on attack. I mean, they had such a good lead in the beginning.
Nano swarms just to make things more awkward in the battle, and Prophet trying to defend, but the paranoia is solid.
Big paranoia.
Players completely blind, but there's been a counter. Lockdown also utilized.
Delay for delay. Dude, the cross, Fallen.
Fallen is the one walking
that is
away
it.
with a double. Prophet gets in there just in time to cancel out the lockdown, but they've already gone in the other direction. And Tom, this is something you highlighted. The difficulty that you have when
Fallen,
this B-side, you know, we see a deep Prowler go through, we see them lose control. But
dude,
now
no
they have
shot.
this flash used for that, but disadvantage, and this is the difference. FUT have either been on level playing field or with a massive advantage by the time that this pump fake came into the B plant. But now, they're a man down. Maybe a riskier play needed, and look at how BBL approached this. 3 players, a conga line moving towards the B site. There will be no untradeable kill offered up.
No command.
Time's the real enemy of BBL here.
That plant for cracks doesn't seem like something he wants to utilize, though. At a captain's position, should
trades. Are there the trades?
Swing does a lot of damage onto Levin, but now there's nobody left on the site.
Yeah, but they don't know. They don't know that nobody's on the site.
A nasty surprise, but then an immediate couple of kills in response. Oh, he said the BBL's retakes have been unsuccessful. That could have been another one.
6-5.
Once more, Profek is the man of the moment.
Yeah, I thought the late rotation was iffy.
Could have another 7-5 halftime. Deja vu, it's in full effect right now. With elimination on the line, the stakes.
I like BBL's philosophy to bolster the attack side rather than lean into double sentinel. Oh, I'm with you. But the thing with double sentinel, I think again, is the post plant gets super deadly. But generally, I think, oh, map is like very defense sided. You should bring an attacker's comp because you should be able to play the map to its advantage on the defensive side. Right, there should still be some basic things that give you a couple guaranteed rounds if a map is like distinctly defense or attacker sided.
Well, in from behind them, Zeus is trying to really battle and brawl, create a disruption for the rest of the team to make it out of that smoke. This is such a peculiar round for them, but already Yumpy will be lost. Cracks.
Oh, Magnum needed to stay alive.
Just striking once again.
That's rough.
A 3 versus 5.
Evan's gonna get spotted by the turret.
Well, Zeus is not done. He wants a little more.
Oh, never mind. It was looking the other way.
He's found himself one, but down below at the logs is out of captain. He won't make it away. That TP, near or far, he wasn't making it out.
3v3.
A 3 versus 3. Players all
Salvos
on site, stacked up. Salvos will clear out the back. Boathouse wide open, but the players were way ahead of that. A shot, but the wall gets in the way. Yedajay still drawing breath.
The spray!
Oh my! With the shorty! It's perfect.
Oh my gosh, dude. That was actually so good.
It's deja vu. And it really is breaking that retake.
That was done really well.
With that round onto the board.
Really well from BBL. It's 7-5 again. Here we go, chat.
There's still another to come.
All right, chat. I'm gonna leave the audio on just because, whatever. Forget the YouTube monetization, I guess. I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs real quick.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right.
For one of these teams, stage
dude, that
one
squid
is coming to an end. For the other,
it knows what's coming.
Turkish
The squid's like, I can't do this
will
again.
be theirs back to back.
Not like
for
this.
BBL. Coming into this year, they couldn't do it once. But now, the chance to do it twice, and with a 7-5 half under their belt, Tom, well, it really is anyone's game.
It does feel like out of the remaining 4 teams that Liquid should be the strongest.
To Toronto and for FUT. Oh, they haven't had the chance just yet. With an earlier defeat, but their run through the lower bracket seems to only just be getting started. Liquid or NAVI, of course, will be the one they have to face against. Neither an easy opponent, that's for sure. But at this stage, it is still anyone's game.
Got to look at that first half. A lot of problems for BBL in containing that information.
Oh my god, that
On the
zoom.
defensive side, the push and pull was their downfall. Maybe the Sentinel was a problem for FUT. That won't be an issue. They were able to stack up one side.
Shut down.
Here as well. They've got numbers.
Super shut down. Yeah, might as well get the orb.
In the same position. It's down in the open. This round, it's not looking likely to fall to BBL. This could be FUT's way to equalize early on. But Tom, last time they faced, it was the pistol. It was the follow-up on defense for FUT. And only 3 rounds from that point forward, BBL had a lot of
I think that drone kind of is telling. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Million rounds to look back on. Can't always take everything
Hold
at
on.
face value. That is a kill that definitely makes things a little bit more interesting, but with
Captain's still in main because he doesn't know.
A main and 2 sat underneath. It's not going to be easy to clear any of these remaining members. 30 seconds to try and find something here, hoping that maybe it gets revealed, but Ada Captain's already going to catch one. It leaves Magnum with an impossible task. His position known and only 18 seconds to play with. This pistol is going to go the way.
I got so scared after I said that.
Ada Captain will bring them
I was like,
within
well,
one
maybe
round
it's
once again.
doable.
Well, the pistol now the follow-up.
So chilly at night still.
Easier affair for FUT.
It's like too warm and stuffy because of my PC if I close the windows, but if I leave it open, it's like really cold.
This Zeus had a much tougher time when it came to playing that jet last time around. That's the one change that we've got between this series and the last, between this ascent and the previous 48-rounder. Here on the defensive side, it's going to allow for a lot of rotations. It's going to allow him to get out of jail free when previously it was easy to stick him into corners for BBL to...
Dude, they just walked through. What the? That was so weird.
Play from Levin. He will be punished immediately by Ada Captain.
Dude, the crowds are getting so loud.
Round, so he's attempting to try and use the shorty the best he can. Also a fairly light buy coming up for the defensive side as well. No expectation of any real investment, so they've decided to go with a couple of pistols, a singular bulldog, a sniper, an SMG. Be curious to see if they buy up a couple of extra guns going into the next round. Nice shot from Mr. Fallen.
AC for the win. Well, it's not that hot yet. I have to install AC soon, but AC is a lot of it takes a lot of power.
Looks like it'll be an easy close. 35 seconds. OHB unsociable. Zeus able to take them down. He scoped in. He scoped in, and that's his downfall.
If they get,
I'd be confident he would have hit that.
Oh,
An easy
nope.
cleanup for the rest of the squad.
I was like, if they get one more, maybe.
Oh, no one's rushing their way in. There we go. Finally, he'll grab himself the Marshall. Yes, he did get it just about. So 7-7, tied up, and the defensive side gets off to the same start as we saw last time. This is where BBL started to put up resistance when rifles came in. Triple initiator comp. When you're talking about the defense, you can already imagine the struggles sacrificing the Sentinel. When you're talking about the attack, you can imagine the advantages.
Well, we saw that going into the pistol, though, is still that disadvantage of not having it.
The guns aren't that good for FUT, though.
We're happy to just run it down towards B. They're doing it.
Did you call your mom? Well, we had dinner because Korea has Parents' Day, and not Mother's Day or Father's Day. So we celebrated it early with the in-laws, and then we had dinner with my parents just a couple days ago. So we did have a nice little family dinner. Ooh. Oh, dude, I thought that might be... Okay, he does tag Yampi, but I thought it was going to be a freaking collat.
Where all these weapons are found, there's a flash in there to try to sell a bit of a ruse. But the thing is, for FUT, they know now that the split isn't coming in, not least because Mr. Fallen's covering that space, but with the alarm bot
yeah, we'll see how FUT continues the defense once they have full buys. I want to know if they gonna keep it up, the macro.
A site. Quick rotation possible as well for Zeus. As he's got himself that gate crash, and it will be used fairly soon as the pressure comes in, and Renege only good for one.
Yeah, Krax is there for the immediate response, needs a little bit more, but look how low these players are already tagged. The SMG is becoming weaker, but what a shot from Profek. Straight through the smoke. That's something that BBL have to think about going into the future rounds. That Prowler didn't clear that close corner. We'll see if the damage is fatal.
So low.
Oh, they're so low. Oh my gosh, how did neither of them die?
Getting ahead of the problem, leaving out a captain all alone. A clutch he's more than capable of winning, but
how did neither of them fall?
Levin
yeah, regen shield's actually pretty goated.
Seeing those yellow health bars. But hey, listen, the confidence.
I live in the Middle East. Out here, a house without an AC is. Oh well, yeah. That's Korea's not that bad yet. Korea gets real humid
case anyway. So if anything, health is meaningless.
It used to be like late July, but these days even in June. So I'll need to install it sometime in May, probably this coming week. Our living room, our overall house has AC in the living room, but this room, because of the PC, we need a separate one, a window mount. Okay, salvos to clear.
Leaves a lot of spots. I'd say especially on this B site, completely unplayable.
So I like what Sociable is doing, is just getting rid of the initial one, and look at that.
Cover the entire thing and
save a nano
well, Zeus is feeling
to reapply it.
He's already got as many
Turrets far back, alarm bot in mid. It's good for Miettage.
Game. Evidently, the Yoru allowing this aggression is enabling him much more. You look at that mid fight that he went for just there. You've got flash over, push through the smoke, and an immediate fade out. He's using himself as a drone that gets 1 or 2 bullets off.
There's no reaction util.
It's a nice problem to have.
So they send the KO util to make it look like it might be a fake. There's no reaction. So then they send the Prowler, and that ties up everyone in default.
Has got to be very happy with that. Maybe some hypnotism.
And FUT isn't pushing out to check. There's no immediate re-clear of this. I would have loved a re-clear of that. This was smoked off, but
on the clock.
Would have loved a re-clear of Garage.
Captain now in the same spot we saw from Profek and Levin leading the charge.
Oh, out of captain. They have no idea. He pushed out so far.
But they have to clear out of captain. Done well. Flash in from Zeus. Another to be found.
Zeus is so good when he's on.
Again, a 3 versus 3. The door closed and the plant enabled as a result. They're going to wait now. Oh, not wait for Yetage. I thought he was coming short. I thought they'd group up and play this together. But of course, that flank is going to be wide open. Sometimes you'd worry about a turret, an alarm bot, but it's not in play.
gets one, though.
Instead, you have to worry.
Yetage's got to get moving.
This machine is the one that's giving them the advantage. Now a tough position to fight from if Yetage doesn't get anything.
Yeah, they're ready for it.
The element of surprise gone, and they were watching it anyways.
Rax needs to get the running gun, basically. Oh, just a pre-fire?
But they've managed to win the fight. Here comes the big push. Cracks left alone, and both players facing. BBL.
Do you prefer dry heat or wet heat? I prefer dry heat. I prefer dry heat, for sure.
Massive economic advantage.
Yeah. I think having a piece or
Genji did lose, yeah.
Those effective trades after Levin takes the space. Like, you're always going to see this when watching a Jet on this map. There's statistics. If they are good, it means they're having a phenomenal game. Because on the attack especially,
I don't know many people that prefer wet heat.
Your life every time, but the way you tell if a team is good at the attack is how they deal with it afterwards. And that was what BBL did to a great degree. But now for FUT, they're in an uncomfortable position. A couple of sheriffs. The only ult. Oh, there's a couple that are close, but not really ones that you think about in terms of that extra damage dealing that can maybe turn around. The dimensional drift is probably the one that I'd most like to see, but it's easier said than done.
Watch out for Magnum, he's up close. A big problem as he gets isolated. Pistol swinging in deep. The Prowler gets you a little bit less information than Magnum himself did. 4 players suppressed. Not only is that going to pump the brakes on this push, but that's so much information for FUT to play with. The thing is, it's an immediate response from BBL. They start to wrap back in the other direction. Back, though, towards this one rifle that FUT have in play. Back towards Yetage. This time, he's only good
they kind of deathball it successfully.
For FUT, and they could recover a few pistols, weapons. In fact, it's out of captain.
Oh, you have really dry. Oh, okay. If you have really dry skin, yeah, then wet heat. I can see that actually.
Was to slow them down, but Profek has done God's work for BBL.
Zeus.
The paranoia slowed anybody.
I mean, it's Zeus. You never know. It's well, actually, he's 30 HP. You kind of know.
Hoping that a miracle shot of his own might just turn things back, but Profek is there again. The bouncer on the entry, as they will now hit double digits on this attack side. And while this is where we almost need to see a response from FUT, or they are heading out of the tournament.
You talk about that response, the exact same thing is felt by FUT. They're calling a timeout here and now. It's not that big of a commitment from Captain to go for the TP, but those numbers could have been helpful in pushing back through.
My copium is that just like for Sentinels and Paper Ice, Genji was saving strats.
More seconds there. one pick, and that
Well, I
round
tell
is
you
theirs.
what, Jen.
Players are flashing out of the smoke, seizing spawn
It
control.
definitely
And the
felt like they
happiest
were
man to
saving
win an
strats.
anti-eco that I've ever seen.
The thing I've noticed with Magnum, those screams come through.
When
more
is the
if he
Plat Chat
does
episode?
first.
I think it's,
Because I think it's the guilt. It's like a guilt scream.
like
He's like, yeah,
48
I'm
hours.
gonna
Well,
get
less than
really
48
hyped
hours.
Because I didn't do anything in this
So
round.
2 days.
And it's again something noted that they are constantly pressuring him. That's
It's
another
not that
two-man
Genji played
push
really
where he's
poorly,
more
but they were. It
isolated.
kind of
And
felt like
normally
they
you
were
just
back
get a turret or an
in
alarm bot or
like
something
beginning of the
easy
year
to
or
hold
end
them
of
back.
last year,
But the only
where
thing he can do is time his prowlers,
you know
right, which,
they had a set
it's
number
not
of
been going
defaults that they
fantastically
worked
for
off
him.
of and set
Luckily,
number of
the rest of the
reactions,
team
and
have
once
been
that was
picking up
broken
the
through,
slack.
the
Profik is having a
adaptation
game.
wasn't as good
19
compared
11
to
right now at the
middle
top
of
the
last
server.
year and beginning of last year.
Has he been enough?
But
His
again,
important rounds was the
I don't think it's
major factor
as
on their
evident,
A-side
but
defense.
you know,
Now
then it
seems
begs
to
the
be
question of
having
like,
a
okay,
great
do you
time
still
on the
really
attack
need
as
someone like a
well.
Meteor who can just like create their own
This time
plans?
was activated since round 4 of Split. He hasn't let go.
So is Ash saving positions? So in Paris, his positioning will be perfect. Yeah, exactly. He's gonna reveal one position at a time. Dude, that icebox, man. Oh, well, you just reminded me.
For Yumpy.
Oh my gosh.
Cracks with both
Oh,
Nova
dude,
fans on
Ash dying
minute 30
in the
on the
middle
clock,
of
and
B site
already
like
BBL
5
on the way,
rounds in a
up through
row.
middle. Prowler leading the way. Ultimate
That was terrible.
activated here by Yumpy, taking down all of this utility on the B side, stopping them from having any sort of
Fast
flashes or
hit,
initiation.
super
They have to just
fast.
swing, drive
Zeus, though.
into angles.
Okay, he gets traded.
Zeus does well to find one. The trade outs have been there, but one player brought
Dude,
back
that
from the
revive
dead.
is so
Yumpy
fast now.
down, but not out.
Huge
The
flash.
player on site under so much pressure.
Yedijay. Oh, dude, Yedijay turned away from it. He saw it.
Fallen. And because of that, Magnum left in a 1v2. He's going to force the issue.
He's trying to bait them into thinking he's down on the site. Timing almost works out for him, but maybe gets a little bit nervous. Dodges the paranoia, but Anna Captain is quicker on the trigger.
Damn.
Yedijay,
Chat,
what a
is it
round
happening?
from him. You said it. They revived the
I think
fourth
it's
player
happening.
just to challenge that solo
Oh,
sentinel.
no.
You see the value.
Don't forget the salvos as well. I think the seaside salvos is actually more forgivable.
There is no way FUT comes out of that round on top if it's not for him.
Yeah, it was back and forth, you know. Yedijay finds one on Yumpy, but he's revived, and then he finishes him off in the end. The second player down, and it's because he doesn't have to switch back and forth between the stairs and the alleyway. He knows nobody can come stairs as Mr. Fallen holds it down the entire round. An 8th round now for FUT, a gap of 2, and an early engagement for Zeus.
Hero right.
Oh, Profek. He's
I don't
You've only
know.
got one right. Don't run out of bullets.
That's a fair point.
We'll
If it goes
see.
down, well,
If BBL
might
gets
be one to
this,
be
then
retrieved in
they
middle.
should be
BBL set their
okay.
sights on it.
Smoke to mid. Drone going through
Oh,
the
you
other
mean the
side.
Armageddon that
Something
literally
Yedijay's
let
done
the
quite
opponents
regularly is
get the
take
defuse?
this deep
Yeah.
control. It was something that caught.
Wait, was that all on
when
B
they went
side?
there before.
I thought it was on C. Maybe it was B.
Instead, though, they're walking into his alarm bot. That's at least the information. The Nightfall's going to find nothing. They're definitely wary. Actually, Levin's taking a hell of a lot of damage. There is the pounce. And there is even Timmy the Turret coming up with another.
What?
Yedijay nowhere near the action, but they do have an advantage nonetheless.
BBL, come on. You can figure
Lockdown
something
only
out.
Further cements that. Boathouse still.
Forcing it
I don't know.
back.
Somehow
Looking to
revive
flank up, though, from
Sociable.
Anna Captain.
Get his
Everybody
Armageddon.
gonna be going towards the B side itself, taking that gap.
Oh,
This is the
the
opportunity now
C's.
for
I
FUT,
mean, he had
knowing
to.
everything
Oh,
else is clear. They've got them boxed in. Weaker weapons, no abilities to fall back on here. Yumpy spotted close, the shot not
nice
landing.
peek.
And although
Yeah,
Magnum
that's
gets
rough.
one, that is all that BBL can muster. A solid retake from FUT, a 9th round secured, and the gap down to just 1.
Yeah, I think they're probably improving their 4v5 right now because it's been a couple of rounds where we've seen somebody get caught with the reaction. And it's Yedijay. He had a quiet first half. It can always be difficult playing that lurking role, but he's been happy to get aggressive. Sure, Timmy the Turret does most of the work, but it's his utility that does a lot of the damage on the way into the site while they try and react.
Nice! Nice!
I think it was nice. But just one round now. The difference between them and BBL are going to try and halt their progress with another pause. I think this is the last one, right?
Indeed, the last pause.
yeah, wasn't it C site though that he missed it out? No, maybe it was B. I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure it was C.
50 rounds, so we're
But
not even
I could be
halfway
mixing it
there
up.
by the looks
But
of
either
things.
way, whichever one where they were getting spammed by the Odin, counter spammed by the Odin, I think that's more excusable because I think for one, they didn't initially hear the defuse, but it's the same round where it's the Armageddon. The real problem isn't the salvos in that round. By the time the salvos were late, like missed, I think probably they lose the round anyway. But the Armageddon was criminal in that round.
Steering them right the way to victory. One round, and they'll be neck and neck again.
What are your thoughts on the Pacific Finals and the split 2 standings?
All too familiar with when it comes to
you mean the split 2 groups? I mean, finals was great. I think it was a really good finals. I think RQ, the fact that RQ didn't completely buckle under the pressure, I think was a big level up. And I think they played really well. I think Crazy Guy also had some good reads against Shinji. Also some, like, the Haven ante, like there's some good ante from the coaching staff as well. You just look at some of the setups. But groups, I mean, it's rough. It's rough for Nongshim. I don't have as big of a problem with the group format as most people do. Under the disclaimer that it's not like we can suddenly change what was originally announced anyway at the beginning of the year. So like if the entire format isn't changing where it's like a full round robin, then I'm not going to argue for that now. It's like what's done is done. I think this is, it's pretty good for what we have. Could it be better? Probably. I'm not really too partial on that though. But it's I mean, Group Alpha is freaking deadly though. It's rough.
Out a flash, maybe trying to sell the idea that he's around this angle, but an immediate gate crash.
Crazy Guy's always been really good with the Odin. Like, he knows his angles. He antes a lot. Like, literally, again, I say this every time. Hold on. Let's watch this match first. Ooh, good wraparound. Hey, look at that. A good ult for themselves. Where they ult the site, but they can follow through on it. That was so good.
That's one way to do it. Great reveal from Magnum.
What was I gonna say? I always say it every time it comes up. Crazy Guy was single-handedly responsible for Jemkin getting 0 kills on that bind game at Ascension. Like, he was always ready to pre-fire the Reyna and knew where the Leers would come from, so he could position a way where he could either wallbang or not get hit by the Leer but have an angle, and he would just pre-fire as soon as they saw the Leer coming out. Like, Jemkin stood no chance in that game.
Elimination on the line. FUT looking to get to that international event, looking to right the wrongs.
You're saying it because you don't want us to make a soundbite. No, I just mean I haven't put in the thought to tell you how it could be better. But I don't think it's perfect. But but me saying it could be better, it could definitely be better, would imply that I know how it can be better. And honestly, under the current circumstances, I don't really have a good idea.
On the road to their first ever international. They'd need to win the next series as well, but they've proven they can go toe-to-toe with anybody.
Sometimes FUT plays perfectly to their comments. Sometimes they get stun-locked by one play that didn't go exactly how they wanted and they fall apart.
2023 lock-in.
That is very FUT.
Champs. Last year, the second Masters and Champs. They have
Which games am I talking about? YouTube's a little bit delayed, so I don't know which one you're referring to. Someone was asking about the Grand Finals, and then the Stage 2 groups, and then I was talking about Bleed versus Old Scars at Ascension 2023.
And it's not just about Masters, Tom, not making it there with the chance to earn more points and even play those lower games.
Oh, no. I meant the format. The luck of the draw could have been definitely better.
In that top 2 spot, which we're looking at EMEA right now. That's easier said than done.
Absolutely. And there's going to be roster changes for other teams. They're going to be
working hard. Nongshim and Omega in place of Paper X? Golden.
We've got 3 players on the A site, one towards short, leaving Yedeje alone, but he's taken an awful lot of space. That's why they're confident in holding on to these positions. BBL are going to be walking into a stack.
Flash ready for Zeus.
It's a full-on set. Oh.
Not anymore. That knife hits
the 0, dude, everyone was set up for their own counter. No one was set up for the 0 point. Oh, it's not happening, chat. FUT's falling apart. They are tunnel visioning.
2-round gap, and it looks like it's about to extend.
That is rough.
Need 3 in a row as Yedeje sends it to the B site. The save in full effect, and BBL for the second time
That
this year.
is rough.
They are a round away from winning the Turkish Derby. No roster that BBL fielded before came close, even in our minds, to beating FUT. Doing it twice, well, you can put Look out of the equation.
What's the creds?
Last time
Terrible.
was incredibly close.
Mr. Fallen
this
has
time,
0.
and it is
I mean, everyone
looking
else can kind of buy.
just as similar. They are desperately trying to remove this gun from the hands of Yedije, but I think the rest of the players are
Yeah,
gonna
he'll
too
be fine.
far
He'll
away
keep the
to
Phantom. If he keeps the
deal
Phantom, the
that
buy's
death blow.
workable for
But
FUT.
it does mean they're going to need him again.
Is this for third
Because
place?
the weaponry
No,
going
this
into
is
next round is going to stink for the side of FUT.
this is
It's gonna
just to
have
stay
be either
alive,
shields
basically.
missing
This is
or
lower
just
round 2.
not having
After
that extra
this,
piece of
they will
utility that
play
you
the winner
desire,
of the
and that
next
is not
match,
what
which
you
is
wanna
also
look
lower
when you're
bracket, Team Liquid or
facing
Navi,
elimination in the tournament.
and then that is for potential third place, like top 3. So
This is what it all comes down to. A 3-round
this is for
streak
top 4.
FUT
This is for top
to
4.
claim an overtime as they did
Which
many
does
times.
mean that this is for championship points.
Previous
I don't know how much of that. I haven't kept track of the points in the EMEA, so I don't know how much of that matters. But obviously, I think Toronto's really all that's on your mind at this
the
point.
team to do it. It cannot be a nice feeling to be sat in the FUT camp right now, but they've managed a decent buy. They've got utility. But so far, these rounds, these last few, have been convincing for BBL.
Wombot,
Scariest thing is there are no ults that are even remotely close.
Zeus, not quite ready to peek off of it, just taking his time. Now there's no command. Oh boy, turret offline. Ooh, Yedije, I don't think he was spotted. He has to get. Oh, dude, that was so clean too. That was so quick. That is literally the only way they could have won this round.
You
Wow.
might be talking about the stories of BBL winning, but they have got to get that last round over the line. And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, at times they have been a roster to crumble in these moments.
So they were left in darkness after the round before, but the light has not gone out just yet. Yedije and Zeus digging deep and sparking the flames of hope for FUT. 2 more for OT. They face a full buy, but weaknesses can start to shine afterwards. This is the road to recovery for the defensive side. This is the last stand of FUT in stage 1. If they falter, if they fail, they'll have to wait
Boy.
and watch from afar. As
It is a long
Masters
break
slip
if you
out of their
don't make
grasp.
it.
Quick play from BBL.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing. They split through,
Yeah.
but this time they catch Mr. Fallen. They fight towards the spawn instead.
Oh, dude.
Levin
Oh
is
my
gonna go
gosh,
dashing in,
Zeus.
trying
Oh,
to isolate
dude,
Zeus, and
BBL
that's
just
exactly what they've
completely
done. Winning
wrecked
that
FUT.
turret again.
The adjustment
2
from round
already to the
22
good.
to this round, that last round to this
players
round
stand,
is
two of them at the back of the
insane.
site, the other is our
They make it
captain,
look like
and
they're
he's
doing
gonna
the
be one
same
under
exact
pressure,
thing. They
trying
even
to
double
fight
down on the
forward against
Nightfall,
full force of this squad. Yedije
and then they
has
just
found
bait them
one,
into
but it might
looking
be
for
too little
picks.
too late. That
Holy.
A site is completely under
That
their
was
control.
actually such a masterclass. Dude, that is a goated call from
Tiger
Yampy.
was left behind on the
That's
switch.
such a
An
good
attempt
round
to
adjustment.
finish this round early.
Holy.
He was taken out, but there's another snake in the grass. Hell, they're everywhere. Sociable
What a
drops Yedije.
incredible
And Cracks now
call.
The last man standing. We talk about his KO, but this is too much to ask. BBL.
Dude, that's gotta feel good, man.
82nd province. They've won the Turkish Derby not once, but twice this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's a change of guards almost for the Turkish scene.
Spiraling out of stage 1 as a result.
The crazy thing is,
I mean, obviously,
time
this
they
team
did it
isn't
in
full
regulation,
Turkish, but
and it didn't take the full 50 rounds. They've
dude,
undone some of the calls, but
not
more
seeing FUT in
importantly
either
for
of the
them,
Masters, that's kind
they
of
have taken
weird. Like,
victory
they
when
were
they
such
needed
a
it
just
most.
like
They
staple
will get a
names, you know?
second
They were always
bite
solid.
at the cherry, a second chance to take this
Yampy
organization
started IGLing
to an
like fully
international for
this
the
year.
first
He's IGL'd a
time
little
ever
bit before,
for
I
FUT,
think,
a
but
team, as said, that has always made it to Masters.
dude, and
It will be
BBL
their
had, you know, BBL had
Turkish
to go
brothers
through
that
roster
deal
issues
the
too,
death
like
blow.
because of
They
visas
are
and
out
stuff.
of
That's rough.
stage 1, and it is now
Dude, I
all
love the
about
energy
that
from Yampy though.
recovery,
The pop off
that
as he
return
wins.
in a
We
few
gotta get more
months.
of those types of pop offs. We gotta get the
They were
FGC pop offs in Valorant,
Just
man.
one win away, and now they'll be one win away again. Their opponents to be determined. Unshaken against FUT. For the first time,
No, but I
this
just
squad
mean like
will
in
not be
terms
going
of
to a Masters event.
like
We have to say goodbye
the
to FUT.
org that is
We'll see
representing
them
it.
again
That's
in
what I
stage
meant.
2.
Yeah, always an entertaining squad. The
Not a
second
full
they came
change of
into the
guards, but I
playoffs,
think
we
it's
were
still
talking
meaningful,
about
right?
Their chance, but they have fallen.
I mean, if they had like no Turkish players, then yeah, maybe. But that's not true either.
A new squad. They gambled. They took risks. They brought players from the tier 2. And they are
Yampi's on his
looking
nobody arc,
damn
kind
good
of
while doing
actually.
it. They'll have to face off against either Liquid or NAVI to take their way to Toronto. But I think either way, it's going to be a very competitive series. They are a team that has been so impressive, getting better and better as the weeks go by. And I have to give a real shout out in this matchup, or at least
I love
in the
it.
last match.
I love the fan base.
What a game he had. Oh, yeah. On Split, he got mad. And I'll tell you what, FUT don't like him when he's mad. Destroyed them, but another man who won.
Yeah, no, I think BBL just had better round-around calls as pressure went on.
Give a warm welcome to the interview with Magnum.
Throughout this series, Mitch, I think Magnum's had our hearts since 2021. But congratulations today. Another Turkish derby under your belt. You're getting pretty good at this, Magnum.
Yesterday I didn't play well and I was feeling very sick, so it was goal for me to give everything. I cannot even speak, as you can hear me.
Oh, wow.
And I'm so happy we managed to come back. We show character, we helped each other, and yeah, obviously it's still pain that we didn't win yesterday because we could have, but we go next week.
No, but BBL is a Turkish org.
And we go Toronto.
Yeah, that's my point.
It wasn't just the way that you came back from the loss yesterday, but also from map 1 too. That was your map pick. It didn't go your way. So
I don't know.
what do you
I mean,
think was the
listen,
reason
I'm
that
not
you
trying to
guys
take anything
maintained
away
such
from
a
FUT,
high
but
energy? And you even said the comms are so good. So how are you doing this? There's a lot of resilience.
So first of all, I think obviously because I played well, I could hype up the teammates way easier. But on Haven, I think they just won the clutches, disadvantages. But it's footballers; they are known for this, and like we shouldn't want that map. And I think that's what kept us like going even harder because we knew we can do this if we just talk in retakes and advantages. And yeah, we did it, and I'm so happy.
I'm so happy to see you back on Split. It's been a long time. It's even been longer to see you play Cypher. I was so used to seeing you a Fade at this point on the Split. So what was it like for you to come back on Split, play the Cypher again? How long have you had to prep for this?
I mean, we played Split a lot of times. It's just map that usually you don't want to pick. So yeah, I feel super comfortable. I didn't do anything. I was just talking. They were acing, first ace, second ace. So yeah, I just was sitting in camera, eating popcorn and chilling.
Is there a reason that it was Cypher over Fade and Killjoy?
On that map, I mean, like here in this team, I have different role, and Sentinel on this map is kind of, you either play Cypher or Viper, and we just felt Cypher is better for me, so we just went with it. Not much deeper thoughts behind it.
And it's been a while for you to play, you know, intense back-to-back games, you know? We're kind of used to waiting once a week, having all that time to prep. Are you happy to be back in this environment? It looks like you guys are thriving.
So these games are the hardest one to play because you play from day to day, you are playing tired, you don't know if you fixed enough. But these wins feel the best. Like honestly, when
that's such a good way to put it.
Their heart, like as you can hear, I cannot even speak, and I think Elias, he won't be able to speak as well, our other guys. And I'm just happy we won. Like this win means a lot for me. I never felt so proud after the win like today, and yeah, I'm like so happy.
Earlier you said hopefully against Team Liquid. Why?
Well, I think, like, I love Fnatic boys, but I think they should have won yesterday, Liquid.
They're here, by the way. They can hear you. I don't know what you guys think about this.
I mean, Fnatic should have won, and they...
No, you said Liquid should have won yesterday.
But I think Liquid should have won. But Fnatic are great as well. But yeah, I just want to beat them because they are a great team.
Magnum's so funny.
So, yeah.
And speaking of people in the crowd, Coach Mini is here to support you. You know, always speaks very highly of you. We've got some of the Fnatic boys, but most importantly, we've got the fans. Your fans are so unbelievably loud. So is there anything you want to say to them?
Like, honestly, I was all my girlfriend watching, so that's lovely. But yeah, like you are incredible guys, like all of you. It's like insane. it's insane when you win a round and you just hear this shouting, you know, BBL. Like I was in KC and it was like fans were crazy here, but here it's like you can feel 2 times more, you know. Like so, thank you guys, you are incredible.
I love that, and they're gonna love that as well. But thank you very much, Magnum, for joining me today. I will see you back here next week.
Thank you.
We are gonna go to a break, but do not go anywhere because
Damn.
after this, Profek will
That's
be
good.
joining
Dude,
us
Magnum's
on the
had some good interviews this year. Okay, so to talk about the BBL. Oh.
English. Zomba bomba. Say them zomba bomba. Zomba bomba. What does that mean? Nothing. Oh.
Dude, he's mocking Yedije. No, but BBL is a Turkish org that is focused around marketing for the Turkish audience with 2 Turkish players and 2 Turkish staff. I would call them a Turkish team. They're not fully Turkish. Fnatic is a mega org that is, you know, based. That is a British-based org, but they haven't operated as a British-centric team in a long time. Team Liquid, just because they have their HQ in, you know, the Netherlands, isn't a Dutch org anymore, right? But I would say, but for instance, like T1 and Gen G have non-Korean teams, but I would, you know, but they're still very much Korean-centric, so they're still a Korean org. And if, in fact, if they have mixed rosters, like for instance, if T1, let's say, took over last year, I would say it's the changing of the guards, even though it had Rossi and Excurit. I would say so. I would have said the same thing. So, you know, I do think it's a changing of guards within VCT, though, because like when you think Turkish team, everyone always defaulted to FUT. A lot of people didn't even know BBL was a Turkish team, but now it's like, oh, like BBL is leaving their mark. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that it's like the Turkish scene is now just BBL. That's not true. FUT is still very iconic. They're still very strong. But within VCT EMEA, right? It's like how almost like Paper X kind of stood as the Indonesian rep for the longest time, even though they're not in reverse, because even though they're not Indonesian, just because, you know, a couple of their players are Indonesian, and it's like, and they were some of the best. So I'm just saying that in terms of the optics of it and the branding and all of that, I'm not saying suddenly like Turkish Challengers team shouldn't want to go to FUT and they should only want to go to BBL or whatever. Like that's not where I'm going with that. But it's not like, but it's also not like a GE situation where BBL doesn't have any Turkish players, or like they only have one on the bench or whatever. So. Right. But again, like I'm talking about, what do you think about when you think Turkish team? Most of the casual audience thinks FUT, right? I would say half of the casual audience probably didn't even know BBL was Turkish until like, maybe still doesn't, to be very honest. I mean, listen, I think if you dislike BBL for not sticking with a full roster, I think that's fair. But I think from a casual audience perspective, they still have Turkish players. In fact, those are kind of their star players. So from a branding perspective, the most of the audience would probably look at them as a Turkish team. I think if you're either from Turkey or you just think teams should really stick to that, that's fine. But also, like, if you know, if you're finding other ways to win, I think that's also fair. Also, I think as long as you're still marketing towards that audience, I think that's also fair. You know what I mean? Like, I think some sports teams having imports doesn't suddenly make them like not true necessarily. I wish I could have that level of energy at all times. What a way for BBL to win out in. See, this is why I hate these discussions and prefer questions like, what's the best dish for dinner and what's the best build in Mario Kart? But I don't think, listen, at the same time, I wouldn't go up to people if you told me like, yeah, but to me, like, Turkey will always be FUT. I wouldn't be like, wow, you're insane, dude, they suck. Like, I wouldn't say that. But I just think from a, you have to, like, okay, first of all, I think you need to understand that I'm mostly speaking from a production standpoint as well, and like a producer standpoint as well, or like if I'm on the desk, right? The storyline here is that now you have another competitor that's no longer feeling like the challenger. They beat them twice already in this stage. BBL now could even be a Turkish org rep with Turkish players at Masters, right? Like, they could be a new name on the scene, where FUT, for the grander audience, especially outside of EMEA, probably starts to get forgotten a little bit unless they make a real big resurgence into champions. So the story here is that in terms of Turkish Turkish teams being represented in VCT, like who do you think of? It's gonna be a bit of a change. And for hardcore fans, that may not be true, but 90% of our audience probably doesn't know that Xfero used to be called Tabletop. You know what I mean? Like that's just how it is. Like that's just how it's gonna be. So I think that's what you have to that's what I'm referring to. I'm not putting my foot down and saying like I don't want anybody to ever say FUT is the Turkish rep again. Like I'm not saying that, but I just think the story is this. Obviously, I think FUT's still good. I really like FUT, and I think obviously they're still very talented. Obviously, they're also fully Turkish and they're competitive. So it's like that's cool, but there's a point in building a story and around that. And you don't have to like that story. That's okay. But I think then arguing like they don't deserve to be called that, I think is also not fair, right? I think that's also not fair. So that's where I stand. Let's see. What's he talking about?
Yampi went onto CT, like onto the
He's like so excited to talk about this.
Usually when someone is getting 4K, someone is saying, guys, let me kill. I'm one of Orb. I'm one of Ult. I mean, so today it didn't happen and I got my first ace.
Oh, and usually someone else wants to kill.
Stole your moment, I feel like. Then he got an ace as well.
Yeah, because he wants to be like me.
He just wants to be you. He wants to be you. And one other thing I wanted to ask you
He's
is about
funny.
comms, because we've heard
Prophet's
a lot
funny.
from you guys. When
I don't think I've ever listened to like a full interview
no
from him.
issues. Can you tell me a little bit about what that means?
The comms.
Yeah, what is a good comms?
I mean, so basically, the updating information, saying what we are holding, because I think that's the biggest weakness. Because when the pressure is coming into us, like we are not coming that much. I mean, we are also a new team. Like we have 4 rookies, and when the pressure is coming, like we can feel this in the server, and that's what happened on Haven, on the first half. Like we slowly were going
professional,
back, but it was not enough.
You speak of the
okay. Now they're talking about more generic things.
Either this or that. What happened when you saw the composition that you saw on Haven?
Oh, I wouldn't say from a competitive perspective, international rosters are always going to be better. T1 wasn't better.
Because for me, this
all right. I mean, it's you have more of a pool, but.
Really? In what sense? So what?
Yeah, I think there's two things. I think you can want teams to like build around, especially for Turkey. Like Turkey is, I think Turkey's also a unique case where like clearly it's brimming with talent. So like wanting the teams to build around that is fair. I mean, I would want that too. I think that's cool. That's part of why I think a lot of people like FUT. I think that's very cool. I think that's fine. But I think saying BBL isn't Turkish is one thing. I think you can be like, I think probably it's me saying it's almost like a changing of the guards probably struck the wrong chord. I think that's arguable. I think that can be like, people can be like, I don't agree with that. I think that's fine. But, kind of discounting BBL as a Turkish team, I think is also not fair. So, but I mean, listen, it's always cooler if you can build it around that. But also at some point, like, if it doesn't work, there is a balance to be had. It's only cool when they do well, you know what I mean? Like, if Footballist was always 12th place, I don't think it'd be as cool. But obviously, then probably the scene isn't brimming with talent to begin with. So, like, that's a whole different situation. But
no, I mean, for me, I just trust Yampi. I don't want to, like, make a calls, because for me, that's killing confidence of ideas, Of course, it's nice to help to add something into the plan.
Let's see, chat. I think what we're gonna do, I am going to first of all play some ads, and then we will probably play some blueprints, and then we'll watch the next match. But I have to go help wake my wife up for work as well, so I will be right back. You guys can listen to this discussion with Prophet.
Did you spot any difference besides the composition, I guess?
My performance, just better performance, and that's it. I mean, we know how they play, they know how we play, so it was coming to the micro, I would say.
Okay, but now, you know, you've won against them twice.
Yeah.
How are we looking now that, you know, coming into the playoffs, you know that you do not have a lot of time, but you're going to get a little bit this time around, another week. If you are to make it to Toronto, is that something that worries you, that having to prep a lot for very different opponents?
I really want to go to Toronto. When I first signed the contract, you know, I just said to myself, I need to go either Bangkok or Toronto. I mean, Paris also is nice, but you know, Bangkok, Toronto is just, you are exploring the world, so it was like my little dream, you know?
Yeah.
To just go
Paris is down the road, you know, we can go there anytime. We can
Yeah.
go there anytime. But let's take a look at the bracket, because you do have to take down some very strong opponents if you want to make it to Toronto. You'll play the winner of Liquid versus NAVI. Now, Magnum seemed pretty confident that it will be Liquid. How do you feel about it?
For me, if Liquid, the loss against Fnatic, I don't know, to be honest, a shaky question, because I think Navi can win, but their loss against Fnatic, could, you know, the morals from the team go down. So I think it's literally 50-50.
Who would you prefer to face? Who,
Navi.
if you have
Navi again. Navi again. Navi again. Navi again.
Again,
I don't know, I think it's just easier, you know, against Liquid we lost twice, so they are just, you know, strong opponent.
Ah, I like that. Very, very strategical. But thank you very much for joining us.
Thank
we'll
you very
let you
much.
go and prep for next week as well. We are going to head to a break, but do not worry, after this, we're going to bring you another elimination match. Liquid will be taking on NAVI right after this.
차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열을 top 10 거는 식단 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시줄이 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade 날 just a wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 judge you can't change 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne What's left to lose here on the edge All forever If I never win I'll never fight Win I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Cannot sleep without the sour Pain is my superpower This one never saw me coming I kick down every door they lock No rules, only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me If I never win, I'll never fight Win, I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high
All right. Well, we're definitely getting demonetized after all that music was blasting. What's the logo on the shirt? It's like, what is it called? The Hundreds? It was like the collaboration they had for last year's champions. Okay. Yeah, I will say this though, chat, about the whole team thing. Here, we're gonna play. We'll have this up on the side, so we're gonna play Blueprints while we're at it, and then we can listen to EMEA radio. What's the best way to do this? I guess like this. There isn't a good way to do it. You know what? We'll just have it on radio on the back. The only other thing I will say though is that there's also an argument to be had that, like, should we not see the best players, right? So again, I'm not saying every org is doing this in good faith, etc. Sometimes it's because of visa issues, right? I think the other thing that's different for especially VCT, but just in general with esports, is like it's mostly online, like it's, and then so when you relocate to situations like the visa and such, and the ecosystem isn't as strong as sports, so you can't really support that, etc. So I'm not saying that everyone's doing it in good faith, but there is a counterpoint to, like, yeah, I hate that this region's players don't get as many opportunities because some of them are being taken over by, you know, players from other countries. But also, if that player is also good, is there not an argument that, like, you know, shouldn't good players, you know, that already have experience still have a shot, or are they just doomed because their teams got, you know, filled up or whatever, right? So, like, there is a balance to be had here. I'm just saying. I'm just putting that out there kind of as a devil's advocate, just to keep things in perspective. I think you should have the option to join teams that common your language. Wait, what? Also, I think Lev is uniquely on the other end in terms of optics. I don't know, obviously, all the decisions, but yeah, I mean, I think again, but there's obviously fit and chemistry and style and comms and positions. Like, maybe your region is full with duelists, and it's like, well, we can't. There's not so much more we can do with that, right? Because there's only X amount of duelists available in the league to begin with. Again, I'm not saying that this is specifically, but to me, BBL, BBL doesn't seem like an org that has been doing this in bad faith. In fact, they tried to, you know, they were trying to keep it more like that, and they had to bring in Magnum and things like that. So if you're Turkish speaking only or French speaking only, or even just more comfortable in your native language, you should have the options to comment it. No, you can, but okay, but but also, should those orgs always stick to that first as the rule of thumb, just to have that opportunity? I don't necessarily think so. I think, listen, I think Talon is also a unique case. Here, I'm just gonna say this, okay? This is a bit of a bad faith argument, but I'm gonna say it just to put things into perspective. Does GE suddenly get better because they run an all-Indian roster? They don't. I'm just gonna tell you, like, there might be hidden talent, but they straight up will not. They straight up will not, from everything I've seen, right? So, like, I think that's a team problem, and I think that goes into so many other factors. I think wanting to see that happen is one thing, but then arguing that the teams who don't do that aren't giving opportunities, I think, is slightly bad faith. And you might know about some orgs that maybe are doing it in bad faith, which I'm not saying doesn't happen. Some orgs do it in bad faith. I'm not writing that off. But I don't think it's fair to say that every team who's not giving, like, every team who is speaking not their mother tongue is not giving opportunities. I think that's also the opposite end of bad faith. To me, that's what it feels like, right? I think it's better to frame it, and I wish we could still see that because there's so much talent there. I wish these orgs, you know, in 2027 maybe get another shot, or I wish these players or whatnot. But it's things like that. So, but also, yeah, visas are also just like a really bad issue to deal with. So like there's that too, right? So for instance, like there's a lot of questions about like the rumored roster for GE, and people are like, wow, they're just going to get Koreans. But it's like, okay, I mean, first of all, they might have always wanted these players, but also second of all, you're making a switch in Pacific from stage 1 to stage 2. Literally, Koreans are your only best option because they won't have visa issues. So it's like, you know, at that point, are they really like, is that really a bad faith move? Probably not. I think in my opinion, a team is local if the local crowd embraces them or not. Right. And to me, that's the thing, is that to me, as long as the org still cares about their local audience and the players, even the ones who aren't from there, care about that, I think you need to build that culture, right? I think you need to build that culture. I think that's important. And I think the players should definitely care about that. Like, try to learn their language a little bit, you know, tweet in their language a little bit. If there's fan events, if there's local events that you're participating, you know, like be able to at least like say basic things in their language, like know their memes and whatnot. Like, I think that stuff matters. I think that matters a lot. But I think if you do that, because I think we need to kind of, in some ways, I would almost say we might even do better by breaking out of that. That's my argument, right? So, again, I'm not saying I don't like teams being local. I'm not saying every team has good faith. I'm not saying that. Some teams, some orgs probably, you know, are doing it either out of bad faith or ignorance. Totally. I mean, ignorance definitely, not even possible. It just definitely happens. But I think again, I think it's how you frame it. Saying you want to see that more versus saying, oh, when teams do that, they're like blocking opportunities from everyone in that region, I think is a very extremist take, in my opinion. No, but see, this is where I think VCT messed up. I don't think of them as regional reps. I don't see them as regional reps. I just and for whoever's asking what's happening, there's just a long break in between matches at EMEA. I don't actually see them as reps. I'm just saying that they're a so and so team. I think there's a slight nuance difference between calling someone a Turkish team versus a Turkish rep, right? You're a Turkish brand. You're a Turkish team. And I do think they kind of, and I don't even know if Riot actually ever officially said that they're like the so and so rep. I think it was just kind of like we knew how the partnership system was working, and we all thought like, oh, they were meant to rep this, but you know. So is RQ not Indonesian? Do you think RQ is not Indonesian? Because they don't come in Bahasa, right? In fact, they don't even have coaching staff that's from their country. In fact, Paper Rex is not Singaporean. I mean, you know? No, but I'm not saying that there's a changing of the guard of that rep. I'm just saying there's a changing of the guard of what people think of a Turkish team in VCT. You know? Boom are more Indonesian. I mean, sure, but I think when you say things like that, that makes things worse, in my opinion. Because again, you're starting to say someone is bad versus something is good. That's my argument. When you say, RQ's kind of Indonesian, but Boom's definitely way more Indonesian. It's like, I mean, I guess you're not wrong because they have 4 Indonesian players, but like, why are we focusing on that, making it sound like RQ's not Indonesian enough, right? There's still an Indonesian org that hosts events in Indonesia. Their players go and visit Indonesian events. They prioritize Indonesian events. You know, the org definitely, I mean, RQ is a very big org, especially outside of VCT and things like that. So, you know, I think that so the reason I'm continuing this discussion is because we see this discussion a lot, and I think it's a good discussion to have. But I think if you felt a little bit struck by the term changing of the guard is fine. I mean, first of all, obviously you don't have to agree. Like, that's a very subjective take, and it's a storyline, it's a narrative driven take. But also, I think because I don't see them as reps. I just see it as a Turkish team and a Turkish team. Like, BBL is a Turkish org. It's a Turkish team. They have some Turkish players, and they clearly cater to the Turkish crowd. They're not like Team Liquid or Fnatic, where they're a global org, in my opinion, right? They are very much a Turkish org. So, that versus FUT, also Turkish team. So, like, to me, what do I think about when you think of Turkish team and VCT EMEA? Oh, there's a changing of the guards there. Because FUT was always considered, to me, FUT was always considered the Turkish team, not necessarily they're like the Turkish reps per se. Because I don't see VCT as reps, because I think that's a bad way to think about it. I do, because that creates the whole argument that GE fans always have in Pacific, and I'm so sick of it. Of like, well, if they're gonna do this, they should just like. I mean, I think GE. First of all, I think GE, the biggest mistake is they just kept overhauling the entire roster. So that's a whole separate thing, but. You know, I think that actually locks you into worse arguments. You wanting that versus saying they need to do that, I think is right. Because, like, then are you know what I mean? Because, like, at that point, if they don't communicate in their mother tongue, then, like, do they lose the right to be that team? You know what I mean? Like, it gets weird. I think it gets a little weird. It's like the Crazy Rich Asians actor Henry Holding getting hate for not being a full Asian male lead and being Malaysian and British. I had no idea that was a thing. I don't think that's. I think that's a very idealistic. And first of all, I'm not even using the words reps. I don't think you should be looking at VCT as reps per se. But I also think that that's a danger. I think that locks you into very idealistic scenarios where it's just not going to work out. Right? Because especially when you think about visas and everything, it's just not realistic to expect that from every single thing. And also that, you know what that does? I'm going to tell you straight up what that does. That actually kind of denies orgs of getting opportunities. Because it's like, oh, well, like, if you want to be considered a legit rep, like, you better get players only from your region that only speak your language. And it's like, well, that's not good. And also, the main broadcast is going to be in English anyway. These players are going to be better off marketing themselves in English anyway, because that reaches a global audience. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, again, I'm saying that wanting that because, again, Turkey's also a very unique exception because they're filled with talent. So, like, that's a whole nother layer to that. But I think, the purity of it is a good way to put it. I think focusing too much on the purity of it actually limits opportunities in the other end. I would argue that, again, I'm just saying that I think some teams are on this opposite end that you're arguing that you don't like, which I think is legit. I think it's I think Lev is a good example. Again, I'm not saying that what they're doing is bad, because quite frankly, I don't follow America's close enough, or not, at least not like all the moves, etc. But I think saying like, well, for me to consider them a rep, like, so then I don't know, does that make like why does that even matter, I guess, is my point, if they're pure or not? Because are you going to support them less simply because of that? Like, even if it was done in good faith, right? Like, I think you're focusing on the purity of it because we've had some bad actors of it in VCT. But I think the philosophy of that is dangerous because I think it goes to the extreme other end. Right? So Okay, I'm gonna read this out, but Ghost Fight, I do think this is a bit of a. I think you're. I think that's. I think this is just a. I think you're just now making a technical argument, but I thought it was funny. I have another thing to point out. Samsung is an international company. I use their phone in my own language. Are they less Korean? Well, that. But I would almost consider Samsung a bit more like Team Liquid or Fnatic, where they are more global. But I just thought that was funny. I don't think that's a. I don't think that's a fair comparison, to be honest. Like, I just think, I guess what the point I'm trying to make is you can dislike certain situations, but the philosophy of it, championing for that philosophy, I think is dangerous. You can also disagree with my ideas, but I just want to clarify. I'm not saying that they're like the Turkish reps and now they stand for everything and FUT should be forgotten. So I'm not taking an extreme stance like that, but simply in VCT EMEA, there are two Turkish teams in my opinion. And now one seems stronger than the other. And one of them used to be the weaker brother the whole time. And now they seem stronger. That's a cool story. I do think it's a cool story. If they had only one Turkish player or like 0 Turkish players or one on the bench or, you know, etc., but that would be one thing. But like they've got Turkish managers, they've got Turkish coach, they've got Turkish, you know, they've got 2 Turkish players, etc. I'll turn on the audio here in a second. To me, they're Turkish. They're still a Turkish team. And especially they, you know, all of their like marketing and such is done in Turkish. In fact, like I don't see much about BBL in English at all. You know what I mean? So to me, I think it's almost just because they have 3 non-Turkish players to not consider them in Turkish is almost even weirder because I don't get anything from them that's not Turkish other than Yampi's screaming in English and barking like a dog. You know, like it's there's everything about them and their branding is very Turkish to me. So
But as you mentioned already, the M80 stuff.
As you say, I think I'm jaded by bad actors in the scene. Yeah, and I think that's fair. But I think it's a healthy exercise to remember that, like, to keep ourselves in check of, like, am I jaded by specific bad instances versus, like, the philosophy of it and, like, going an extreme other end. But I think it was a good discussion. I think it was a good discussion to have.
Yeah,
And unfortunately, we didn't get more blueprints, so I'm sorry, Infinite. Nor did we get Mario Kart. But now we get Team Liquid versus NAVI. Now we can see our what should we call him? Our Team Synergy and Happiness Savior Angel.
They have a lot of kit to be able to do that, right?
Because he tweeted out after all the EMEA drama, like, I see a lot of people having trouble dealing with their teammates. If I can maybe part some wisdom from my experiences. I thought that was, I did think it was a good tweet. I think it was a good tweet.
There were a lot of situations where before the round had even gotten going that they were down some major util. So I think for NAVI, maybe that's what they
Gamba, sure. Yeah. Oh, I guess I didn't pick the outcome of the previous one. Icebox, whose pick is this?
You know, we spoke about him coming into
Chat, I didn't look at the draft very carefully.
And how he's going to have to flex around roles that Kamek played previously and be able to fill into those. Of course, Sentinel being his primary role
NAVI picked it.
into this. So you would think that this should be a star quality map for him.
I mean, it should, and I'm so happy to see Nats here smiling, giving the speeches like he does every single week. The content, we love it, but I'm also happy to see that he doesn't seem to be affected whatsoever, but we're really never going to know until we get into the game.
Yeah, and even then...
Yeah, I got to figure out what to do with points. I keep saying that, but I'm like out of ideas.
Which is why the fracture clip that we saw
it irked me when the French part of OKC was its owner. I feel like the narrative I don't know was good. Sure. Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. I think that comparison isn't fair. But also, I just want to say I appreciate you being cool-headed and having a good discussion, which isn't easy through chat. So shout out to you. Shout out to you, Snoggy.
I think that this is the kind of pressure that Nats would get to him, but I mentioned it at the top of the show. We need to consider the fact that Vitality are not in contention for
yeah, I think you're right, Kitty. Ukrainian.
That means that Team Liquid are the only team within our region that can make it back
Get
to
your
that
Gamba
back-to-back
in.
global event for the start of this year.
What are they doing?
It's worrying because then
Oh, I was
Champs
scared.
Point starts
He was
slipping
like
away as well, and you have
fiddling
to
with
start
something on the
thinking about what
desk. I was
the
like,
end
what's
of the year
going
looks
on?
like.
I mean, a lot of teams do be praying for Liquid's downfall, because if they don't make it, then it opens up possibilities for other people.
Maybe at
to
100,000
get
points,
those
you eat
champs
10
points, and it is gonna
Shinran
be
on
very,
stream.
very,
That
very
is a
important.
lot of
What's happening
Shinramyeon.
for
I mean, I
a
love
team
my
like
Shinramyeon.
Navi
but
and like I said, this
well, that's like telling me I should eat like
long time we've had in the EMEA,
50 bowls of rice. Like, I love my rice, but it's a lot.
calling them old, of course, just experience. Here's Pansy and Hypox.
Yes, thank you. Haggard,
Tampon.
Ancient,
the furniture.
any of those, feel free to go for it. But yeah, these are two legacy teams, as kind of Yinzu was leaning towards their legacy
Let me see
players
Mr. Chobra
who've
drive.
walked on those international stages, but only one can carry on. Mike, where are you leaning here? Because there's a lot of fear around this Liquid roster. You reckon Navi's got what it takes? Because
I mean, I think Navi can do some damage, chat. I have Team Liquid
history.
winning, but
yeah,
I think Navi can do some damage. Yeah, I have Liquid going through, but
Yeah, it's
Navi have a negative win rate on both their own and their opponent map picks.
The scoreline's kind of deceiving.
But they have a
series versus
60% win
KC,
rate
but
at map
the fact
3.
that they actually bounced back, for me, was a huge
That's
step
actually a
made for lot of
crazy
bracket run
stat.
potential. But
It's such a
Liquid,
cherry picked stat, but it's so funny.
they are on the
So
warpath.
funny.
I think Fnatic had to dig deeper than potentially most expected they could. To an extent, you saw the state that Fnatic were in off the back of it. And it does pose the question of fatigue. How much have Liquid suffered due to this? Navi, of course, coming in relatively fresh in that regard. Let's see what we
And
have
I
for
hate
this
that.
3-2 start.
I do hate the way they do the schedule, where you have to play back-to-back after dropping from the upper. It makes no sense.
Stash away. Oh, kill comes through. Actually, Camo comes through.
It's
there.
like, oh,
Actively
were you down in the
clearing out
dumps
here right here.
yesterday? Well, friggin' go again.
Navi to head towards 8.
They're pretty close already. Like, Navi have made it up pretty far here. But you can see the Liquid are playing pretty passive. They're not overly holding to the site. They're kind of working their way in cautiously now. And Navi's patience, does it get rewarded as well?
Rook
Curiously,
sick.
both kind of waiting to
Surely
commit,
Team
and now we
Liquid
do
is
see
ready
that
for
coming in the
mid.
form of Koala Noob taking a lot of
Navi
that
gets
space
so
and
much
getting a
value
charge I
there.
don't think he expected. Camo striding back on the side. What a stunning shot from him.
Xiao's
there,
got to
taking
get
away Angel.
at least
Right
one.
down to a 3v2. Rooksik and
It's at
Xiao.
least one, but
Just Rooksik now. Gone.
Chance there for Rooksik to make something happen from Tube, but
all right, hold on. Now that I remembered right away, let me close the Gamba.
picking him apart here. Real resistance on the way back in here. Maybe to isolate a few duels.
How many
here where
points for
seemingly
bald
Navi are
Chobra?
mid-reset. Plants coming through.
Yeah, that's not a points redeem.
Unfortunate timing, but Camo off to a flying start here. 4 on the round for him.
Still there for him.
You'd
Yeah,
rather
there's
get
all
right back to it and
moments
correct it instead of just sitting for a
warmed
few
into
days
the
down in the
game.
dumps. But the whole point is that you shouldn't be sitting on for a few days down in the dumps. You should be spending an extra day
opportunities
correcting
well. I
it.
say that, actually, it's only Kiko who's going to be the one who's vulnerable to it, but some chip damage could be happening.
I just think, I don't know. I think that like personalities, different personalities can want to just go on the stage again, but I don't think that you can argue that is objectively better. I think you would just be a better prepared team if you had an extra day, and the opponents had to play back-to-back days, and you could watch their games, and you could correct yours and VOD review and whatnot.
Here to flip a 3v5. Pause for thought potentially, despite not committed anywhere, and unlikely to see so unless we see some notable damage. Kiko in a position to farm here. Koala.
Nice.
No, I gotta find like point sinks basically.
Clean with that. It's just not
Because
feeling
at this
that
point,
threatening
like
from Navi yet.
I
It's
can't
still
do
early
anything
days,
cool with
but
the points because
the Liquid
I haven't had anything for
has
so
to be
long
quite
that people have
methodical, really.
just
It's eyes on the prize now. Being so
unbelievable
close to that
amounts of
qualifying
points.
position
So
that
anything
obviously Fnatic
crazy
took in their
that I
place
put
has
on,
gotta
it's
be
just
a
going to
real
be instantly
wake-up
doable.
call now. That they can't drop anything. For now, Panatech will spot out the players here. Hero going to make.
I should probably look
good
into
leads
like what
towards Panatech
functionalities there
should
are.
be collected, and it is. Camo there again. Very early work for his ult here too. He's going to be building towards that very quickly, but 2 rounds posted on the board for Liquid.
Force survive as well.
Yeah, things like
Give it a little bit
hydrate.
of a
Yeah,
buffer
that's the
coming into the
basics. I
bonus.
should at least start to put those in. Just like the low-hanging fruit at the very least for point
Shao being the
sinks.
one to purchase previously for Koala Noob. Struggling here.
Why is that in slow-mo?
Sheriff to bring into this.
Quality himself only down on the Bulldog as well. Actually, on the flip side, Xiao's actually ahead of Camo.
Ban a chatter.
One off himself.
Oh, everyone's power hungry, huh?
That comes in here. Bonus round, Kiko making a. Oh my
How about
God,
put a
Kiko
cork in it?
Has already got Xiao. This
What
could
the?
be everything. Kiko doesn't know it. He's
How'd he
just
die?
spotted a player, though.
What the hell?
Has a glance. He knows there's now two there. He should have noticed it was, I believe, the Omen he saw earlier. Yeah, now he notices.
Ooh.
Taking a second glance. There's now
Really
2v1.
good triple.
A disastrous first buy coming in here up against the bonus. Angel got his work cut out now.
Okay.
The 1v1.
He expects the
Brawl
rotate.
So early.
The regen bringing him back to
Serial, does he chase all the way?
overall, but health advantage
Dude,
certainly
this is
in
a
favor of
crazy
Serial
angle to be
here.
holding, man. He could be a high or low.
Angel needs to maybe maintain distance.
Angel's waiting for him to close in on him.
Whether or not Serial's going to look for an upgrade.
Bomb grenade out.
He just makes the run for it.
Probably drop for Angel.
Still doesn't see him, goes for the run.
He gets more and more dangerous though in that post plant. You look at that utility.
Yeah, definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
and a big
what
gap
scares
as
me.
well. The fact that Serial
You should do a point reading for you to say you want a team to win. Yeah, that's, yeah.
Like a gamble either way.
Run
right?
down the clock a lot.
It just becomes drown. You hydrate too much, you just
In
drown.
my mind here, it's on Serial. I quite like the path thing if he just shifts soon enough though. There it is. Silence now falls across the map and they look to potentially pass each other. Angel, right place though, safe.
Damn,
from him
dude.
with the Red Bull clutch, but bigger picture.
But at what
Mike,
cost?
That's not a pretty first gun round.
Yep.
Absolutely not. Just the one rifle in the hands of Angel.
At what cost?
Carried across here. We'll have to see how the purchase will lie. So Liquid taking a smaller victory within that. And I love the attempt here to try and convert and brawl outside. A from Liquid.
Nice, Angel.
I mean, all things considered, not the
You're
worst.
so cute. He's
Just the
such a
Bulldog wants
kid.
it well. One Bulldog.
Hey, Rocket BC with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Thanks for subbing to the channel. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Welcome, welcome.
Oh, quick towards middle. And look at this. Yeah, that position from Serial felt like it was kind of
Yikes.
falling out of date, right? Beyond its sell by, waited too long and got punished. Really
Falling out of date.
surprised
Good
that
line.
Liquid left these options there. Nat's going down in middle, little uncharacteristic, but fair play. But Na'Vi finding that
Rook
value on the
6,
site
holding
is
in
more
spawn.
surprising. Serial losing out, and now he gets the post plant. This is when that utility
Doesn't have the
becomes
snake bite though, so
absolutely paramount.
he is gonna have to scale it one way or the other. I think it's too late to go mid. Yeah, he's just gonna go into the site. Dude, Na'Vi just stacked up. They know they have the numbers. I love it. Instead of like, instead of playing weird, just like, hey, we're gonna take pot shots. They just stack up and fight when you initially still have the number.
But it is just going to be the eventuality of the utility defining this round. No options left to Na'Vi. Much cleaner now.
Give it to Rooksick too instead of Angel. Interesting.
Rooksick to tie things up as well. Nat's dead off rip. You said opens a ton of opportunities.
Crazy that you just tier 1 sub purely to make a fly. It was funny. It was funny.
Opens up the site completely for Na'Vi.
Honestly, I'm loving the no
And if you're
duelist
being
comps on
Kiko, did
Icebox.
pop knives are something at least to invest in here. We'll actually have a full shield behind it as well.
Blow yourself up.
Looks like
Gives a sub. Thank you, Rocket BC. Thank you for the gifted sub. Snoggy may not want it, but I'll take it. I appreciate it.
patrolling that part of the map.
Looking for any opportunity, right? Gathering towards middle and making their move. Rooksick was sharp before, beat
You heard
Nats
some
towards
noise.
that tube, but those knives looking to be
Oh, I
brought
love
to
it.
bear, but already gets past the first hurdle. Panatek put to bed.
NT.
You can see an attempt
NT from
to make
Kiko.
nice from
Ooh,
Serial.
bait and switch.
Good little 1-2 punch, but the backline from Na'Vi came back around to support. Koala Noob not leaving it untraded, and a little audacious
I mean,
from Camo, but trying
that's
to
all
tee up
just for
Still
Kiko.
going, the knives fade, but a rifle gathered. And he gets away with 22 HP and a good idea of where they might be heading.
Camo puts his life on the line.
You gotta give it the gun over, yeah. Dude, Nat.
Two
Oh,
knives left for Heroes already posted so
Nats
deep. You can see
though.
on the player react.
Nats with a Vandal.
Not expecting that at all.
Great from Hero, just holding that deeper position. Nats now.
That's one.
That's nice. Took a lot of damage for it, though.
They give him 1v1s.
20 HP and 2 to find. Angel's not having it. No,
Damn,
taking
dude.
the lead now.
Right back on top. Fantastic recovery and frugal in terms of this ult cycle as well. Unfortunately, here you can see NAVI desperate to try and prevent them from retrieving that rifle.
The patented risky rewarded play.
And his heroes reposition.
Oh my
amid
gosh.
the fray.
Why do you hate EMEA so much?
Said now, Hero, Ruxic, and Angel all with their ultimates. Xiao actually already halfway back.
Not gonna lie, Rocket got him
Operator. This is huge. Getting that online round 6 now. Up towards that fridge position, or Gen, whatever you like to call it. He does get forced away, respecting
Whatever you like
the
to
Dizzy
call
coming
it.
in, but go on, you've taken a little bit of chip damage as Kiko still waiting. It's
Kiko.
cool to get traded in on. Good first pick from him, but instantly brought back.
A little bit of information as well on the back of the knife.
No Omen kind of hurts, especially when there's a op on the other side.
Down will force that out. Be a clear indicator
The
of
Pacific
intention
Finals
here.
were very good. Very good, Finn.
Oh, Angel.
Very fun
Did
match.
actually spot him, yeah?
Yeah, Kiko's got to move out now. Wait out as long as he could. Looks like Padasek was caught there, but lots of ults being forced in on this. I understand the Viper.
The casters are like significantly louder than the game, right? I mean, I don't want to drown out the casters. I just want to hear the game.
Very hard to navigate through. Tricky to locate a
The casters are already really loud in my ear.
Feeling unfazed so far. Xiao still trying to cause a couple of problems, make them know they're still up on the site.
Oh, I mean, the position's not bad for... Okay, well...
Hero still allowing no access. NAVI.
It was good. They had a full wrap. If Nats gets the one kill on pipes,
like
I think it's
knows
doable,
And
but...
look at the timing on that. Xiao catching him in the heels. Now just
Yeah, there's definitely some deep lore going on in Twitch chat right now.
him down though, Mike.
We've got like a full season of a K-drama going on.
Definitely why we see Kiko trying to reset, but Xiao catching.
They weren't bad. The sight lines were.
Away. The problem being as well, this pit is so safe with Ruxic's position, so difficult for Liquid to dig him out.
Timeout, Team Liquid.
Obviously the lockdown coming through. Angel's ultimate, I guess, just to make sure nobody's there to contest the pit going down potentially. One of the worst things you see, the pit goes down and somebody gets caught
Charging,
mid-animation or something. Or even an early spam when, you know, before NAVI can reset into more comfortable post-palm positions. But 4 on the bounce now.
And honestly, I'm not going to sit there and
Oh, also K-dramas suck.
I find myself not more on the
What?
side
A lot of them
I'd
are
rather see you
not
use it,
great,
but
but some of them are great.
teams sat on these ults, not
definitely,
being
Why you gotta
proactive with
hate?
it. I'll take it for now. And I've got to say,
Although it has been a while since I've like sat down and watched a whole season of a K-drama. So I actually don't know how the recent ones
by
are.
Liquid, yes, Kiko's online. Yeah, he's hitting a couple of shots, but that is not the overall solution. I need to see Liquid looking a little sharper because, again, the conversation.
Oh damn, dude, Lohan's rapping.
They were playing a marathon
He's
game
going at,
against
dude. He
Fnatic,
is talking fast.
nearly locking into Toronto just a couple hours back, and to come back in here and face the likes of NAVI.
Have you worn that shirt the entire day? The entire night, yeah.
But circumstance dictates
12 hours?
outcome
You
potentially.
go to work at
It's
7, you come back,
Still
you're out for
4-2.
dinner, you're still wearing the same
So
shirt?
there's worrying signs to me here for Liquid.
It's not that crazy.
Need to slow things down a little bit. Just a pause for thought at the start of some of these buy rounds.
Infinite, come on, man. We had a good discussion. Why are you hating? Damn, dude. Snuggy can't catch a break.
Xiao, like I said, close once again. It's definitely swinging in Liquid's favor right now. The other thing being, Kiko can make this operator work.
Well, to make that sing this round. Yes,
Happy
that Guardian
Mother's
is there,
Day.
but it
Happy
is mostly
Mother's
on the
Day,
chest.
Jen.
He's got to do that.
And any other mothers out there. Happy
Fnatic, I
Mother's
like
Day.
this. Very composed under this question mark of the round. What do we know about it? We know they got out at least with a weapon. Do we know as the operator? Probably. So looking maybe to identify that early. Go through the protocol list and see if they can make
And if you
that
haven't,
operator sing
for
off
everyone
a
else,
shot.
call your
That would be
mothers.
huge for them. But the
Unless
timing will
they're
drift away, but
in
there's
the
a
other
reason we call
room,
them Navi
then
yes
go
rounds,
say,
Mike. They're
I
happy
love you
play
to your
these late
moms.
sometimes.
Not that Chobra. Yeah, you know what I mean.
When it does go their way.
I knew someone was going to nitpick that.
Maybe looking to isolate somebody because, well, Kiko can anchor, yes, but Nat's still over there on B site. Serial to try and second prong to that here.
It's 2 a.m. Go wake your parents up right now and tell them Happy Mother's Day. Dude, they gotta do something about Rook's sake, man. This dude's getting so much value in mid every single time.
From Paditech and potentially a rifle to hand, but they're going to need a lot to go right before they want to get committed.
No command off. I was going to say,
There's a banger Chinese drama called When I Fly Towards You.
Damage done. Like I said, no commands here, but they needed another kill.
Just a comfort drama?
Couple of seconds here.
Need it fast and it ain't happening. Right, Shao still willing to be on the site. Same with Koala Noob. Nats, you are a marvelous player, but this is incredibly difficult. That time hasn't quite gone yet. Angel doesn't have the salvos either. They're not back up until now. Just coming online. Here comes the storm.
Still quite a bit of time, though.
That puts Liquid now in the predicament of what do we do here. You can already see
had to get that kill. Had to get that kill.
Operator becoming the poison chalice. You want to keep it. Commitment didn't work. And Navi with another. It may have been
the thing with like Chinese or even Japanese dramas for me is I don't know. I have so much trouble watching anything that I need to read subtitles for these days.
Maybe on an angle he's not expecting. I believe, yeah, it was attacked through the wall. And a chance maybe to set up a crossfire. And unfortunately, I think that's just the moment. Kiko
probably limits a lot of my media intake, to be honest. But
desperately waiting for an overstep on the side of Navi, but it just never came.
Navi look kind of calm right now. You know what I mean? They're going through the steps.
Really composed.
It's not looking
I don't think that really has anything to do with age, does it?
Through this looks
maybe it does actually. Maybe I just can't be bothered.
You know, it's not lighting my world on fire, but they're doing what they need, and maybe that's how you deal with Liquid.
Padishrek. Padishrek's pretty good.
Towards that B site. And it looks a bit pacey here, actually. Yellow going to be hard to hold, but Angel going to take away Pad Attack. That removes the player at Yellow.
Kiko blind shot. Oh, missed his opportunity.
Love to see how that happened on the back of the side. Not too sure. Kiko does just about evade here, but Na'Vi.
Dude, they are dumping you. I think they're overdoing the util onto Kiko. I think they're too obsessed with it.
Planted here.
Ooh, that was right at the edge of the smoke.
For Liquid to fight back into this round once again in a 3v5 retake scenario. Ultimates, but I think that's the moment. Yeah, you can see Nats turning away, starting to give this one up. Looking a little shaky here from Liquid, to be honest.
Damn, 6-2 already?
Be a double timeout first half, Mike.
It might be.
I don't know.
I mean, you wouldn't blame him for it.
No,
not really.
Oof. Dude, Kiko. Damn, Kiko's not taking any high risk shots, huh?
And it just looks flat.
Doesn't want to get fired back on, I think. He's so concerned with saving the op.
Me more than anything, that they're going to be walking away from this Na'Vi, going to be grinning, beaming at this point, having access to the map like this, sick.
Well, again, when you've got the operator out, especially on a map like Icebox, you want to let it do most of the work in the early round.
All right, Snoggy versus Infinite, round 2. Is it better?
Just come back out again. The timeout may be.
Is it better to support a player because they're goated or because you can make puns with their name?
Here, though, all guns blazing towards B, and both players falling off rip.
I'm very.
Again, and the issue with that, as we know, once those rifles are unrecoverable, the operator in the retake, it's just
okay. Up on A. Are they going to go for a forward position? No, they're not. Okay. He was standing up here.
Back to business. A little bit of a different look. A 3-2 split this time. And that's
what?
What is going on?
What?
Go on, Noob, doing really well.
Dude, he waits half a second. He doesn't have information, but he just. He waits and goes. Oh my gosh, dude. Navi is dismantling Liquid right now.
Once again, the save will be called here. I'm really worried. Now, don't get me wrong. I want to give credit here to Navi, but how often have you ever seen Nats looking like that?
Well, I'm sorry.
Serial.
I was saying this the other day. You haven't seen Navi look like this most of this stage, to be honest with you. The performance versus KC, like I said, the scoreline, you can kind of take it with a pinch of salt, but it was actually the fact that, again, Shao coming back online on split, things that we've kind of been asking of Navi. Here again, I think this is the next level.
It's wild to me, and the kind of, I don't want to say irony of it, but seeing someone like obviously
this is not good.
And they've taken away the 1 and 2.
Chat, imagine
just kind of seeing them left.
Liquid gets eliminated.
Becoming that, guys, if we just get like a pick on the map, maybe we get the second.
Okay, we all assumed it'd be Liquid, but let's say it's Navi. Navi BBL, who's favored?
Going for that potential, but this I still can't believe it. Again, Serial's been
I actually
super
don't
clean.
know.
And I'm worried it's exhaustion. And I wouldn't normally say that, but you're seeing frustration there. And
Yeah.
again, that's a very calm player, very composed, but...
Timeout,
I
right?
don't think anybody
Yeah.
lucky enough to actually
Second
say the
timeout.
speech that the Nats made yesterday. Again, you know the amount of experience that he's bringing to the table, and kind of, look, guys, just forget what happened in that series. We've got to come back in today with 100%. Now
Stop
as a
shaking
leader,
it.
He's really going to be called upon
Go, go,
tactic
Navi.
once again in terms of the experience that he brings.
Yeah.
That's the tag.
We've just not seen it in the first 10 rounds here.
No. And yeah, look, the difference of being here.
Oh
or now
man,
knowing your place
BBL
in
at
Toronto is, what,
Toronto.
2 rounds OT, basically.
Well,
I mean, I'm down with that as someone who's kind of been enjoying the BBL trade this year.
And watching it slip away.
But honestly, I'm kind of on all 3 of these teams now, like BBL, Team Liquid, and Navi. I like them all.
Odds alone.
Liquid, I like the way they play. Obviously, Nats, Patatek. You know, there's all sorts of reasons to like Liquid.
Horses up in that top 3 pick for most people. And now Navi coming out
Navi,
with, what,
I mean,
how many rounds
Angel,
straight now?
repping the
Plenty.
mid-30s.
7
You gotta love it.
back-to-back impact rounds, and Liquid have not had a reply. Double timeout in the first half. That tells you
No, I
enough.
used to
It's time waste
do
guys.
Koala
Let's go,
Noob. Oh my gosh, he gets out. Heroes covering
Heroes
him.
waiting, but it's Camo. Big impact from Camo. Give me that replay. I don't care if we don't have it. Give me what he
What?
just did. I don't know how he got through there, Mike.
And Navi looking to reset away from Koala, opening
How
this
does...
round.
Dude, Hero had a
blink of an
head
eye.
glitch line. How does he...
Given Liquid the advantage. Nats. Back down to 33 HP, still desperate to have an
Yo,
impact here.
Madrone with the Prime sub. Thank you. Thanks for using your Prime in this channel. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support.
Looking towards this utility on B. Fact Finder, sorry, sent out on mid. Roxic sniffed out, but Angel can actually do any further damage here.
It sounds so silly, but it almost felt like just
Oh
playing to get away.
my...
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Dude,
whoa,
wait.
HP, somebody
No, hold up, hold up. 3 HP for the mid-30s? Let's do it, Angel. Do it for all of us.
Why do I
Do it for all of
feel weird
us.
about it? I feel weird about it.
Do it.
30 seconds left. He's crouch peeking corners. He's
Do they know? Oh, they... Oh, he saw him. I think he saw him. I think that's why he was creating distance.
There's
Damn.
something in the air today, but 3-7, the double timeout.
You know, I thought about
Worked
it.
out.
I thought about it. HTV,
Navi,
you
last
okay?
time expecting a set piece out of the timeout here. Liquid
The call out.
bulldoze their
I
way
was
down
wondering if it
tube.
was Madron 3 or Madrone. I decided to take the leap and said Madrone, but
This is literally
could
as
be wrong.
barrier drops. Angel looking 15 years younger in that replay.
Yeah, shame we didn't get to see, obviously, the impact coming in then, but it's what it is. Rooksick now
Rooksick.
challenged. And up to
Kamo's
it.
starting to get real warmed
Other
up.
instances here, stacked up. Liquid kind of moving in pairs now in the early rounds.
Madrone, I was right.
Some of the losses they've been suffering.
Generally, I like to pride myself in reading the IDs correctly. I've had a couple stinkers this past month. Some of you guys have tricky names.
The operator
I've liked
said
him
he
on the
has.
operator.
I mean, he's been the best operator in the region. Don't have many. I'm willing to pull it out as often as he does.
Steady.
Get done here.
Dude, the big dot bothers me.
Easy to the
It really
eye,
does.
committed Angle if he wants to pry them out of it. It's giving him much pay. We're waiting for the rest of the team to kind of group.
Kamo. The moment Kiko gets contact, Kamo's throwing it, but Kiko needs to get to the... Oh!
Oh my god, it
Needs to get
almost
two
fell
because
off
the
there.
dizzy
Just a
takes a
nice
while
edge,
to
but
get
it's like
activated.
on top. They've held this correctly. Felt like it got a bit dangerous, and again, the operator, you're not.
But either way, Kamo goes for good
Why
trades.
not go for it? See what he can get. Not enough.
Hey,
Camo
got shot.
gonna catch him.
Oh, we're doing all right.
Fairly flush
The
across
grand
the
finals
board
was
for
very
Navi.
fun for Pacific.
We're comfortable.
I've been enjoying the EMEA matches.
In the final purchase
Can't
of
say the
half,
same for everybody
Magic
watching,
Liquid.
but I've been enjoying them.
Three ultimates their name. Already now fixing some of these early round issues.
It's a top-notch
I think
type
it's
of
got priority
tree.
towards
Wait,
B,
what?
potentially. They can slip into a more passive hold on A once the numbers are reduced.
Like, is it something that you
I
can...
think that's the thing that's going to be ever present with NAVI. Take a casualty, they always slow the round down.
Hold up. I'm going to look it up after this round. Oh, it'll be the halftime anyway. Perfect.
That timeout between what? Round 9, round 10. It's got enough of a buffer for Liquid to work with. Whatever was said, you'd love to be a fly on the wall for that. There's absolutely.
I love that you have to put this is satire in parentheses.
Once again being displayed, but look at this stack up, Mike.
It's good to be clear on the internet these days. Oh, dude, Angel. Angel's got the moves today.
Kind of uncharacteristic considering the adjustment we've seen Liquid make so far. He's been a key component for that.
Yeah, a little surprised at that. That felt very singular. No trade, obviously.
Just before that, there was 4 members of Liquid over.
And then they cut noise.
I kind of thought maybe
The
if they're
screen
both
goes
flags in, maybe
down.
it's on, towards back yellow, sure, but
Oh, and it baits
still
out the pit
doesn't look
over on
good,
the A
actually. I think
side.
a
I
little
mean,
bit
it's
of
last
mystery
round of the
of
half,
Liquid, at
but
least in that sense, but
that
Serial
keeps
still
them
got
locked
the
up.
lockdown, so he can slow things down here.
Now you're feeling good about it. Serial lockdown.
okay, take a freebie when you get one. Brings you back to a 4v4 and the lockdown
There
is
is
in
still
play.
just enough time, though. Like,
Quality
not
still
even
looking
cutting
for a
it
man, though.
close.
So careful with this angle.
And the wingman as
No more
well.
jump spot in today.
Ooh, I like it. I like the early wingman.
That's going to go through. It does.
Before the lockdown ends. That's
Now
good.
4v4 retake.
And that's the regroup here, but Shout with his ultimate down to 48 HP, so he's going to be able to basically throw an
How
extra
long have
body
you
in
been in the
terms of info
symphony?
onto the
Infinite
front line.
oboe. I've always found the oboe very fascinating. Speaking of instruments. Dude, dude, what are you?
I don't get it, but Kiko now the last one alive.
Okay, jeez. I feel like I've seen so many moments this stage in VCT where
from that timeout that gave
the
them
person pushing out of the smoke should have had no right getting the kill, but they like flick to get the kill first. I missed the game today as well. Work's been keeping me over time. Damn, Godshot. Hope you can catch a break soon. Hope you're getting enough rest.
Stack up, play together, really get those synergies online, but
Have you watched this?
They certainly are.
But before that, here, I'll have it open because I don't think I have if it's from the Liquid Valorant account. But the real question is the Madrone. Can this become my new favorite plant? The Arbutus menziesi? Or Pacific Madrone is a species of broadleaf evergreen tree in the family of, I don't know how to read that, and has waxy foliage. What is waxy foliage? Flaky bark. That's going to get all over the floor. I can't grow this in my house. Oh, wait, that's cool. It's nicknamed the refrigerator tree. I'm kind of down with that. Why is it called that? Because its bark contains water. Wait, that's sick. That's kind of sick. It keeps cool. It's a water-cooled plant. That's sick. Oh, shoot. It's huge. Oh, well, that picture's not huge. I'll tell you what. Oh, here we go. Damn. Why? Makes it look like a rubber plant? What, here? Wait, what's this? What's this on the Liquid Valorant? Oh, this is the speech?
Exact situation in Gambit where we had an exhausting game and we came to the next game that was tomorrow.
Hold on, let's watch this fully.
Because we didn't rest, we were tilted because we lost, we didn't qualify, and we were thinking about yesterday's game, that we could be there. We are not there. We need to accept that, because I'm telling you, I did not forgive myself for being not 100% of the next game. And you guys will have the same if you not listen what I'm saying. Forget what happened right now. It happened. Every one of us got that experience. That's amazing experience. Without this experience, you cannot become a champion. That's needed experience to be. But tomorrow.
Sorry we're missing the pistol round, but this is so good.
We're either going very high right now and we're beating all of the opponents that is going to be in lower bracket, or we let the emotions, let the results take control of us, and we just instantly lose the game. There is do or die tomorrow.
Dude, how is he so mature?
Finds ahead of Koala Noob. Nat's gonna find Xiao, leaving just one man alive.
Still so healthy.
Whoa. Whoa. Angel!
Dude, he's doing
Where
it
is he?
for all of us in our mid-30s.
We back in.
Who's looking snappy?
Oh
earlier
my
with the
gosh.
rifle.
Hey,
Even more
Vincent.
so here in the pistol
Oh, we're
to kick
doing
off
all
the
right.
second half with a Red Bull
Chobra, all
clutch.
plants are water cooled. They do it via transpiration. Okay, okay, that's true. But the bark like holds water.
Afterwards. Beautifully done.
Oh damn,
Who are you peeking?
dude.
And it feels like watching this.
He's got the trash talk. He's got the celebrations.
Now 9-4. Don't get me wrong, but they look kind of calm.
That's
They don't look
almost as
super
impactful as
stressed.
Chobra when he jinxes mid round. Almost. He's got to work on it a little bit more though.
I genuinely am a little
Got to be a little bit
surprised to see
snappier, a
this
little
so
bit
far,
more
but as it stands,
timely.
Until there's a reply from Liquid, this is the way it goes. And Koala Noob showed up again. A real sensation with any scoped weapon, but now forced to heal.
Jeez.
But they're gonna not clear hero. Cool, brilliant, Liquid. Have a little. Oh,
Dude,
God.
what? Dude, Hero's woken up early
so
today.
lazy.
Yesterday it took so long for him to
Too snappy kill
freaking
from
get
him.
going. Or 2 days ago.
Nats try and get something back, but already you can see Na'Vi have reset away from this. Let the clock do the work for them. No need to push
But
forward,
what,
risk any of this inventory, but
like, I hate the schedule, but what Nat said is entirely correct. You just got to forget it and move on, right?
round. Chance here though, still for Liquid. See, we've got a sheriff, but yeah, Na'Vi just not giving them anything at all.
Yeah, but everybody's one shot to the outlaw. You got to watch out. You
Hard
have to
get a
watch out.
Pulse point on Serial and Nats. It feels repetitive. It's these two last alive. And
Rough
Koala Noob's
angle.
not letting him get any play here. His synergy is
Oof.
off the charts. Na'Vi comfortably making it through that round with an in-zone flawless. I'm getting
Rubber and glue
nervous.
trees
Now,
do that. Their
okay,
sap
this
is
Navi's
basically
map
water
choice.
solutions with natural
Right, let's,
rubber and
you know,
gum
contextualize
polymers.
it a little bit. But I think we
Chat,
can all
you
see
guys
how
are
these
also
rounds are
smart.
going.
One enemy remaining.
And the concern being, we come back to that same point around confidence. And
Oh, the waxy leaves. You were
Coming
talking
out
about the waxy
such a
leaves as an
hardcore
indicator of
series.
rubber trees. Oh.
77%.
Wait, no.
Yeah, pretty good.
77%
Still got it.
headshot rate with 10 kills.
So many doubters.
This
Silas
map?
for at least one map.
Chat, do you think I could go pro?
What a time to be having it.
This
though.
guy's insane.
Ooh, Koala Noob staying confident on it.
We're the same
Not again.
age.
Not again.
If he can do it, surely I can.
This is not the game that you get lazy on. Get sharper. Already, Patatek is taken down a little bit lower. This is going to be the bonus round pretty much here. And look what Na'Vi have already done, but they do have weapons to play with still. Angel's got the Vandal, Rooksik on the Phantom, and Chow, of course, with that Guardian. On the other side, a little bit of a wounded
Do you
Patatek,
want
but the other three
Yampi
standing
versus Liquid or
fine.
BBL versus Navi? I mean, I don't really care about the matchup coming up, to be honest. I like BBL a lot, and I actually like both Liquid and Navi. I just thought Liquid would be the stronger team today, but we'll see.
I'll lose it. Okay, I mean,
Okay,
they
okay,
gave it a
only one,
glance,
but
they
Rooksik's
traded in
been
at least.
very, very
Spike getting
impactful this
brought
whole
back to
game.
hand here. Angel, though, the final boss. Coming on in, Shao with him, could send him
Oh,
into
I said
motion
what
here.
I
Needs a
said,
couple of
Infinite.
shots to hit, and Angel ain't missing today.
I ain't-
Takes away the
I ain't
wounded
afraid.
player. Looks for another, not gonna get it.
I'm not
Liquid
ashamed.
Stabilize. 5th round found and hard fought for.
Let's get the ball rolling now.
It's a
for Liquid in the
soundbite of
second half.
Byron.
And not going to have too much of an impact on the purchase going forward here, but another
What, you
situation,
guys
almost
aren't
carbon
fans of
copy.
BBL?
B main here to play hero in, unchecked once again.
It's good to see them get a little loud, get a little bit of pumped up here. It ain't easy.
Baobab trees
but it's
store
time to put in the work,
store
right? You're now looking at the ults here coming
120,000
through as well,
liters or
some of the real early
32,000
success
gallons.
Stories, at least for Navi, you got Hero very
I
nearby.
can't even fathom
Nat's
how
close
much
by,
water that
HG.
is.
There's someone else too, but what does it matter when Koala Noob's running at him? Shao tries to join in this pacey
Okay,
beginning.
Liquid trying to up the pace,
offset a
trying
little of those
to
expectations, but it
keep
falls flat
control.
this time.
Here.
come out on top to kick this round off. But
Age is just a number. You can definitely play pro. You might only struggle to play duelist since they require higher reaction time. But if you're trained from an early time, you can play way longer. No, I do agree. If you were grinding it from the get-go, but obviously at a certain point you're playing catch-up. So time is an issue.
They're a little bit maybe aware of that. It was something that people were paying attention to, but I'd like to see him go for something. You've got buffer rounds to play with.
10,000 hydrate redeems.
almost hard clear this ahead of
God.
He's aiming on it, but Hero comes out on top.
Yeah,
Hero's so good when he's on. He just definitely has some shaky games. And I feel like that's got to be a nerves thing, but he looks to be pretty online from the get-go today.
Kiko with a big punish on towards Angel. Ruxic made it out alive, but Hero's locked down. Does he decide to invest? He takes away Kiko instead, and now it should be the green light,
Lockdown
right?
for sure.
Yeah, no plant even hatched yet.
Wait.
What's going on
You
here?
didn't plant?
Oh, now gonna be going down. Just about gonna get that
Oh,
through
because
and
I
get
think
back
he
to
was
the
hoping
post
that it'd be a refill of the site and they could get the pick.
In the pocket of Serial.
Oh,
he's been detained. He
That's
wants
not
on
good.
that fast here, Ruxic. Tries to get it going early. Looks like it was.
Oh, dude, denied. Line up.
Serial, know your lineups. Here we are. And up on the pipes. I don't
Broke
think he's
it.
going to expect it. Death.
Oh, dude, Hero, what a round, man, from up above.
Again, the fact that he gets detained isn't really even the issue there, but Patsek has to scramble to get a fragment down because Ruxic's still up. That wall can just cut.
Who would you follow into battle?
sidelines.
Optimus
Hero,
Prime,
even playing
Captain
ahead of
America, or Team Liquid Nats based off their speeches? Listen, Nats have some good speeches, but if I'm going into battle, I'm listening to Optimus Prime, man.
The desk kind of talked about it a couple of times now.
Optimus Prime knows how to make it dramatic just enough.
Today, 21
But
to
give me
9.
faith.
Very, very key work from
Captain
him.
America, I'm going to be honest, I don't remember a goddamn speech from Captain America.
Just a crazy thing coming into this. I think Ruxic's still statistically sitting ahead, which is just crazy to think about. I mean, not much in it at
Optimus
all.
Prime speeches are pretty good, though.
Hero definitely
He's also got a cool voice.
the deciding factor here on Icebox will open this series. Kiko.
Man, I actually really wanted to watch the most recent Transformers movie. The one where they have like the dinosaur ones, the dinosaur Transformers. That seemed like a nice, just fun time.
Forward Serial's got Angel down. Here we go. Chow
We-
now on
hold
the
on.
chopping block. Can't get away.
Ooh,
Liquid.
big picks.
Nice scaling up together on this. Good spacing, good trading. No one
You might even
being
need to
on their own there,
save
really. Everything was
if you're
absolutely
Navi.
considered.
Rifles in hand.
Yeah. You go for the save here for sure. Uh-oh. They're on the hunt.
Seeing, does Hero get caught? He just slips away.
Dude, Ruxic. I think he might get one or two if they chase.
Patatech and the Serial's ultimate. Just in case they're needed, but
We'll
be here with
So
Navi
when
looking to hold
what's
to these
the
rifles.
latest one called? Optimus is so overrated. What? My little brother gives better speeches than him? I mean, I'm not about to throw shade at your little brother. He might give some sick speeches. I don't know.
For Liquid, a couple of rounds, right? Get into the game.
Some breathing, well, I'd say breathing space. It's not really because Navi up on 11.
That Bumblebee movie was good. I liked the Bumblebee movie. But the thing is I don't know. I like
Probably another round.
Transformer movies are just it's just good just good casual fun. But the story I was gonna say was we saw the poster for the latest one.
Played it since we were casting the other day.
They made a scene, skip it. Navi,
They
no,
what was I
it's
gonna
their
say?
timeout, and actually probably a gift for
We
Liquid
saw the
too.
poster for it
They
when we
both
were
both their
at the
timeouts in
theater
that
for
first half.
something
So
else.
be
I
able
think
to
we
get
were
this
maybe
opportunity now
just
to check
checking.
in
We
as
were
well.
at the
Really
mall,
key
and
for the
I think
coaches,
we were
notes and
thinking
nats
if there
there
was
as
a
well, how
movie
you
like
cover for Navi.
coming up soon,
They do
maybe
have a
we'd
couple
watch
rounds
it
to play,
before we
so
go
I didn't
home.
mind them getting
And
a
I
little
saw
bit
the
aggressive here and there,
poster,
taking
and
a
I was
couple of
like,
gambles. But
"Ooh,
now
that's a
they-
new
you don't let
Transformers
that
movie, and it's got
momentum
like
build up.
dinosaur robots too. It's kind of cool." And I was like, I kind of want to watch it. We should watch it. And literally, my wife was like, "What is it with boys and robots and dinosaurs?" And I was like, I mean, you're not wrong. She was like, I don't get it. I was like, it's cool. She's like,
Toying with the idea of maybe riding this one out. Think,
oh my god.
Consider a bucky. Not Navi have got anything to potentially try and
Patatech just did a
convert around this,
divide?
but actually settling for rifles.
Oh, shot at Kiko. Your dog also gives good speeches.
Yeah, like I said,
I
this
mean,
will be
they
the one
might.
to
I just might not be able to understand.
set the economy.
Turn off your brain and enjoy movies like
potentially put
Transformers,
Liquid
Fast
in
and
a
Furious 5.
pretty
Yeah.
good position.
Yeah.
Ultimate's considering.
Girls will never understand.
Good, look.
No, but the thing
Gateway
is, it's like
round.
comparable to like, it's comparable to like dating reality shows and stuff. You know what I mean? Like you're not watching it for some deep insight. You're just enjoying the moment.
To facilitate this
And I think
push-up
those are
from
fun
Kiko,
too.
Dizzy then to follow suit. You know, yellow's clear. How far do they take
But it was
this?
just funny. She was like, I don't get what's cool about that. I was like,
To be
oh,
layered
it's kind
on
of
top.
sick.
This should
The
garner
cars
respect
transform
of
into
Navi.
robots, and then like now they transform into dinosaur robots.
Plant coming through, but immediately Angel gonna post the ult.
Kiko on an island now. Trying to get back in time to make sure he's got some support, but no one gap closed in the time that was
Separated,
available.
yeah, but not under any pressure.
Yeah, which, again, Navi clearing out the path, but not making the most of it. And now the lockdown on top. This one might be sewn up here. Plenty of ults to play in, and they've got to just
Ooh.
sit back and wait. Lovely little flash. Kiko trying
flash.
to punish off the back of it, looking like the swing
Nice
comes
try,
in.
hero,
Liquid
but
holding
that
the
was a
line.
hero play moment
kind of the
there.
big man
Trying
at
to
the
go for the
moment
hero
going
play.
down. Should
Doesn't pay off.
kind of indicate this is probably now a save.
Yeah, another save. They have a lot of chances to get to map point, but it's not feeling very good.
Camo did go to clear him, but Xiao's gonna
Yo,
survive past
Jorks YouTube, thank you for the raid. Welcome.
Yeah, I think as well with the
Got a
ultimate
good
coming
stream.
in from
Hi,
Angel,
hi.
yes, Kiko's separated, almost
Those of you
isolated in
joining
that
in,
yellow
we're in the
there,
middle of
but
watching
the fact
VCT
that
EMEA. I don't know if you were watching VCT or playing Valorant or doing something else.
you can see, I believe Hero, the only one really from Navi to go forward to contest that.
But
Maybe
elimination
looking for a kill
game,
or two.
first map, and
falls at
Navi
such a
might
huge gap.
be taking it.
Seeing Nats with an operator. I'm seeing a broken buy for Navi.
Yeah, reinvestment.
I do that while watching EMEA. What? Turn your brain off.
Actually, not, yeah,
and
not too bad.
join?
Obviously, the rifle's maintained, but
That's messed up.
this Hero Xiao again.
One of my
to
friends
struggle.
went in and started to complain about how unrealistic Transformers was. Damn, that's a hell of a discussion to have.
Nice, good clear towards Koala. Him being caught
We're
early
playing Val.
feels valuable. Maybe the
This is
knife
a
being
risky
so
question to
indicative
ask,
of
but
someone
were you
pushing up,
winning?
not just towards
Were you
clutch,
winning?
but closer
Was it a
position.
winning type of day,
Read
or
out some of these spots
was
that
it a
Koala's
quiet
gonna
type of
try and
day?
play early on here. That's all the way back in spawn. Camo's now going to try and pave the way. This A site here.
See that scaling up here. Make sure this looks good.
You're just
oh my
what
word.
the
Going back in for
You've
seconds,
gotta be
but
careful
Plant's
here.
there. He is playing on a bit of a nice edge, isn't he?
4v5
He
again.
gets away with it. No punish, and Na'Vi now left wanting. Xiao and Hero
Kiko's
don't
position
have
is
the
good.
weapons
It's going to
they've
delay a
lost for
lot,
this.
and he's hidden. He's covered by Patatech here.
Now Liquid with 5 standing. The second go of the ult. Hold on. Hero's got 1. No more surely.
Great
Kiko's still
position.
here,
Oof,
playing
I
the
thought he
best
was getting
can. Na'Vi
2.
still tilting it back to a
3v3.
Cross comes in,
Ruxic.
and Na'Vi move forward. Nats goes down. It's on Serial in a 2v1. How have we gotten here?
Oh.
Serial this time, though, takes
Xiao?
away Angel.
Wingman for the
It is kind of
defuse.
a 1v1.5 with Xiao got Wingman there to help him out. I guess we're doing this. A load of HP.
Oh,
he
he's
has to
gonna run.
get close.
No,
And
Serial, but no
does go
time.
down,
No
but he's
time.
got the time for this now.
Oh my gosh.
This is
Yes
getting
and no, you win
much,
and lose.
much
Oh,
closer
hey,
as
that's not too
Liquid
bad. You
take
win
a
some, you
step
lose some.
back for that
Better than a
8th
whole
round.
losing streak type of day.
Have
I've
the
definitely
funds
had
to play out
those.
that sort of round. No
And then
concern
you
about
lose
losing
like
these,
foot.
these weapons
Let
here.
him go.
Did
Let
burn
him
up a ton of
go.
ultimates in the last few rounds. You've got Nats' pit
They're already out, Jen.
to work upon here. I think Koala Noob has been pivotal to Navi's success early on.
The most recent
Ruxic
Transformers
on the
was
way back in,
called
almost making
Transformers
this
1. Yeah.
a formality. Nats, maybe
No,
a little
wait.
bit of frustration.
Transformers 1. That was
outbound or
animated.
inbound, but
The one I'm talking about is Rise of the
Tell, right?
Beast.
But something I was going to say is I haven't
Right,
Koala Noob
okay.
yet given it, right? He was one of those players that's that motivational speaker almost, but Angel once again
Wait, why do I know
going
Transformers
down
1?
early.
Did I see trailers for it?
Maybe that wants
Maybe I
to be the
did.
hero to be the difference maker. Not what you need here.
I was asking the same of Na'Vi here on the defense to slow things down.
Also, Godshot talking about how girls will never understand they have makeup and 1 million types of dresses.
Figure out some information, but Serial, he's followed through. Koala Noob down once
The whole meme about I have nothing to wear, it's very real, chat. And like I grew up with a sister, so like I kind of knew it was kind of true.
Getting the A-site simulator going
But
for sure.
once I got married, like I have this conversation with my wife like weekly.
Take it.
She's like, I have nothing to wear, and I'm like, no, you have a room full of stuff to wear.
In there, punished.
She's like, no, but I don't. And I'm
Round's
like,
not going to change, but the
ooh.
weapons in hand might. Bruce would like to keep his life.
The shots have been good, but dude, this is already 11-9 now. Dude, Navi's got to buckle in. They got to buckle in, lock in.
Fire under them now.
Bit awkward as well because you actually don't want to see them play. In fact, it doesn't matter to Liquid losing these.
Yeah, so every time I tell my wife, I'm like, I mean, listen, like you can buy more clothes, that's fine, but like we're literally running out of space to put clothes. Like we should consider like donating or throwing away some of the clothes. She's like, well, we can't do that. I'm like, but you have nothing to wear.
There's another timeout for NAVI coming in.
It just goes in circles.
Look.
Hello, tier 1 sub, Snoggy.
Right, and it's been well done by Liquid. They're doing well. The scaling's good. Absolutely. Everything is there, but I need to see a reply.
I think the universe was giving you credit for having such a sophisticated discussion in Twitch chat. Doesn't happen every day.
And that is so important. If you give away a kill before people can
I have 5 t-shirts and 2 G. Oh yeah, and that's my wife.
That's when you have a problem.
Also my wife. She's like, what would you have worn if you didn't work in Valorant?
Need to see that capability to switch things up. I don't want to see us in that repetitive.
She's like, what would you ever wear if you didn't work in
Valorant? I hope they can. But this is giving hope to Liquid, which is a dangerous thing, because at the half, I think a lot of us were a little bit stunned, really, seeing the form that NAVI were
All right, this timeout's real important for NAVI.
We said coming away with some questions.
We gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. We gotta lock in for NAVI. I don't really have a horse in this race, but NAVI doing so well and then not being able to close out Icebox would kind of suck for them.
For Team Liquid.
Dude, the wingman suit. That's not official merch, though, is it?
The
wingman suit?
or make one. It looks like Liquid have started to make
the
one,
onesie?
right? 4 in succession. A broken purchase with NAVI. This could be 10 rounds.
Yeah.
Does NAVI have a reply?
Say you want to see discipline on the side of NAVI here in terms of the ultimates. Hero halfway to the lockdown.
It's not official, okay.
This could be a big ult cycle for them. Yes, you're feeling like almost conceding towards Liquid tying things up. Some of them can be so pivotal. Much slower this time around. Rooksik, though, a lot of space cleared outside B. This is a huge indicator for NAVI.
What hair products are you using? What am I using right now? But it's also just because there's literally a light, like, literally here. Because that's where our room light is. That's probably more of what's going on.
Sniffing this out.
Something fell off.
Rooksik, Bulldog.
No shower. That's cap.
It's on him. That's gonna be a whole lot of players, and he falls. The floodgates.
But I do also sweat a lot, like very easily.
It looks like they've got the read quickly into this.
And therefore, my hair does get greasy very easily. Like in the summer, I have to shower twice a day. No matter what, like even if I'm at home.
Getting scrappy now, 3v4, but they're up close on the side. Angel needs to land one of these. Someone's got to get a multi-kill here. He's got one. Palitek goes down. Kiko goes down as well. NAVI might be breaking their hearts. Nats gets cleared. It's all on Serial. Ult's there. Serial holds his nerve. He might be nervous about this.
He got caught. Oh my gosh.
Getting up to 12.
Absolute heartbreak.
I'm now currently crouched in the stairwell watching Chobra on my phone, and everyone's passing by and asking me if I'm okay. I keep telling them I bet on Team Liquid. They not have moved on.
Xiao flipping this on its head.
It's only for international tourneys and stuff. Oh, wait, but is it given, is it like made by Riot though? Or is it just, are people just buying like third-party ones? I'm sure there's a ton of third-party ones actually, but.
Falls here, giving NAVI map point. Operator in hand now for Koala.
But was that the one-off? Is this still Liquid's game to bring back here?
It is made by Rito,
easy task. Koala Noob just needs to hold this line. How long does he stay?
Could get rewarded here.
Oh,
that's a big spot.
Serial saw you. Serial saw you, man.
No ping came out, so I was worried there whether or not Serial had spotted it. Flash will clear at least.
So tense here. 4 players.
Very
on
tense.
this side of the map. All 5 from Liquid. It's a standoff. Who blinks first?
I mean, Liquid's blind as a bat, though, right? They don't actually... They have zero information across the map.
And it's game on.
So they're just going for util dump, which is how you play Icebox. Shocking off. Good flash.
Nat's going to get the punish. We're going to see the plant coming in. A shambolic attempt from Angel there as Liquid. Back on track. Going to be getting that
You save.
plant. Koala Noob and Rook's options become near on 0.
I mean, they used the lockdown. You take that as a win. You save. Surely.
Shying away
Surely.
just yet. Still got a paranoia, still got a snake bite, still got the pit.
2v4 and an op. I mean,
Can find a kill, but third on the round. Looking forward to Koala, but the response is there, and now will retreat to try and hold on to this. Liquid will find double digits.
Oh, that looks so
you only get one, what, the wingman suit? If you've had to sleep in the Riot offices since all of EMEA had to do that for 2 weeks.
I don't want to say is, you know, ego or arrogance, but Liquid absolutely running away with it once again on A site.
When do they check?
They said 4 members, second round in a row.
Kiko.
See this heavy lead. Oh. Kiko will fall. No trade coming through there.
Okay.
And not necessarily
no trade. Okay. Ooh, jeez. Yo, Elizabeth, Liz with the raid. Thank you. Welcome, welcome.
In this home stretch of Ice.
Hello, Liz and Liz viewers. What were we doing today?
It takes one mistake though.
Were you playing Genshin today?
One missed
I don't know. I don't know when Genshin updates. Oh, it was Genshin. I was right.
Switch up here.
Yeah, how's your ankle? How was Genshin? And also, how's your ankle? But Genshin's like slightly more important.
Nice.
The counter, but that nearly caught on the retreat, Koala.
Na'Vi is about to shake the world, though.
With the decay.
That's the real headline.
Yeah, I love that, though. See them being quick about this. Liquid looking focused. Fast to it.
Angel's about to single-handedly prove
just looking for that,
that this scheduling,
Angel not going to get the opportunity to do much.
the way the bracket schedule works, is bad.
Figure out a way forward, but you heard it. The Viper's pick going down to smother this site, make it near on unapproachable.
Oh, at least it's doing better. That's good to hear, Liz.
So all eyes will be trained forwards here.
The new Genshin update is goated. Wait, is this still
this is the late wrap as well, Lauren.
Wait, hold up. Hold up.
This feels like the full stop to the sentence, doesn't it?
They have no.
Yeah, lovely. And at the same
oh, I thought he got
two.
2. Okay, they take Camo though. Koala Noob?
Again, that pit's still in
Dude, Koala Noob versus Kiko. Hero, dude. Hero. Oh no! Oh no! I saw that. No time though.
What is that?
Oh my!
I think the time is just too late as Liquid make up another step, but bloody hell, boys. How close do you want to make this? 11 to 12 now.
Damn.
Down to the finest of margins. Again, just too late in the day.
Wait, is the Genshin? Is it the same? I remember I tuned into Liz's stream like I want to say like 2 weeks ago. Is it still the same? I guess it would still be the same update. They wouldn't update again so soon.
Instant everywhere I go.
One of those games.
It is one of those games for Patatex. Patatex had a rough game. He has.
Start to the series.
He really has.
He's got to keep his head up though, right? Keep that.
But I think it's better to like speak that out loud and just be like, yeah, it's just one of those days. Wait, there was a new update. Oh.
Liquid take this slow, steady march back into the game, but once again, it could all fall to pieces in just this final round
what
of
signifies a
regulation.
goaded update in Genshin? Is it just like is it the new story? Is it new like features?
You look at
the new banners?
Shields on the other side.
Right there.
Actually, I don't like what would that be for like Star Rail? I don't know.
A looser hold this time around from Na'Vi. Angel sniff out.
Drone is down.
Good quest, huh?
On the other side may not give everything away, but it should be pretty
Escoffier? Is that
addictive
the
now, right?
name of the character? Escoffier? I want Team Liquid to win, but if Navi wins, Angel proves he should play your.
Definitely a retake setup here.
We're looking to try and deny at least the plant here, force them to put a body behind it, not to be.
It's amazing that Angel is still like playing so well.
So let's see how this changes.
It was awkward last time.
Oh, you're back to Mondstadt, which that is kind of cool. Even as someone who doesn't play it,
Shouldering this up. Looking like the sacrificial lamb. If he has to be, that's two detained.
I mean, okay.
Okay, Shao got him in the end, but that feels labored. Down to a 4v4.
And he had to use the mosh for that. Dude, Team Liquid is fighting for their lives. You can see it. You can see it. The half. Dude, but Navi knew that was the only way they win that round too. Team Liquid was fighting for their life.
In heartbreaking fashion, Lauren. So Liquid almost forced to sit back and see.
Damn, dude. TMV, biggest time waste. TMV hates fake comebacks. Why does he hate him so much? Where's the drama? Didn't TMV major in drama or something? And then he got a master's in like coaching or something? Why doesn't he enjoy the drama?
That's for you to understand.
They're so silly. That's why you need Gecko. Also true. Pay out the Gamba. All right. We got it. I got you, chat. Choose outcome. Boy, I'd never... Oh, we got Paradox. Nice, thank you. Appreciate it. Did a degree in drama and football coaching. Right. Really want to see Angel Yoru again? It would be hype. See, even as someone who doesn't play Genshin, like I've tried it a little bit in the beginning. I think I've only ever gotten to the second area. Like barely. But like, like I know Mondstadt's the beating town and like it's nice and cozy. And I know like there's a lot of open world exploration in that game. So to be told that like you return, that's kind of cool. Well, that is kind of cool. Yeah, Li Yue. Yeah. That sounds familiar. That sounds correct. So that is cool. I should go back to... I've seen a lot of negativity around Star Rail, but I should go back to Star Rail and ZZZ. They were fun games. I wonder what so Sideshow studied medical and got kicked out. TMV did drama and football coaching. I did eventually political science. Seth did... I forget if it was specifically drama or like film, but along those lines. Clinton, I don't know if he majored in it, but Clinton studied physics. Like, we're all over the place. What did Bren study? We are all over the place. Bren studied nothing. Bren didn't study. He didn't go to college at all. Okay. I couldn't stick with Star Rail after the first planet. The story was so compelling right until the end when it, backed out of its own themes. And then the Immortal Starship was... Oh, that is... No, I see. I know exactly what you mean. He has a master's in physics. Who has a master's in physics? Clinton doesn't have a master's, does he? Maybe he does. I don't think he has a master's, though. I think he only has a bachelor's. Does he have a master's? I'm, like, undermining someone's education and all the money they spent on it. And I'm like, nah, dude. Guess I don't know him well enough.
We need to kill them once, so they pants, okay? This is going to be enough, I swear to God. Guys, we did their pants already. We just need to calm down, do our job, do the steps we always do, okay? Nothing, and don't pants by yourself. We retake space. Defend your home. Yes.
Qualin was like...
Guys, who are you picking, no?
Who are you picking?
Guys, we're picking... Okay, guys, now chill up. If it's gonna be 1 more 1v4 and we lose, like with Snatic, so we just focus up even more. Because I will scream if we lose this match.
I will scream if we lose this map. That's dude. Angel's so funny, man.
Absolutely love you. Navi, they're on the board. I'm your host, so I'm back here with Gorilla and Billy. Do you think they made Liquid poop their pants? I don't think I could say the word that he used, but did you see any of that?
I want to see dude, Redgar.
I don't know.
Is Redgar just streaming these days, or is he playing on a team? Is he playing on a tier 2 team?
I love this from Angel though. Like I love the character that we're getting to see. We don't get to see it very often, and hearing those speeches that he's getting saying to the rest of his team is it's what character.
Is that the game plan you want to hear your IGL give to the team?
Honestly, I think
that was a good game though. What was I gonna say? Who else?
Liquid played very simple. They don't have
What else do I know about their education
They
background?
do again a lot of the same stuff.
But how many of us actually finished
And
school?
even in this,
I don't know.
Like they're just pounding.
I didn't.
A every single time. So yeah,
Seth
bring the vibes up.
did, I
the
think.
energy up and be a leader.
Angel had a 57% headshot rate. That's crazy.
We requested it initially when Navi started on that attack side because they were getting
Did
so
Rengar just
many
fully
first
retire?
picks. It wasn't until they
Sag.
swapped sides that they started losing those. So it's weird now seeing it like so even. Like they started that first game so well.
Ended up being so close as well.
Sideshow didn't. TMV did.
rolling
He
back
finished
the
his degree.
years, you know, out here dunking on the kids. We heard Sadak saying that he wanted to dunk on some kids, but it's actually Angel out here doing all these very, very impactful things.
It's always
It's not
interesting.
just, you know,
It's
getting
interesting
kills,
because like
Gorilla. He's
there isn't
clutching
really
and
a
he's winning
common
the
thread.
massive rounds.
I find that
He has
interesting.
periods where he does this. Start of last year. It's
And like
exactly the
not
same
that I
with,
think like it
I'm
should be
thinking
so
right back
stereotypical that
PTSD,
everyone
Demon
say the same
Binds,
thing, but you know,
hating
there
Vitality.
could
He
be
just
there
does
could
this.
be like
He'll
a
games
somewhat
where
of
he's
a
like, he's just
thread,
gonna roll back the
right?
He's gonna go and he's just gonna
But
I love it. I love seeing Frag and Angel because I think that as soon as Angel
There
is
isn't.
happy and confident, the rest of his team is happy and confident.
no, I didn't finish my degree. I didn't finish my bachelor's.
Around him as well. I think they believe it. I know we sometimes like joke about it, take the mick a little bit about him rolling back the years, but his teammates have always said that Angel can frag. Angel is good.
Chat.
They believe in him.
Yeah, Hero was literally talking
Let
about
me,
it the other day when we were speaking about it to him. He was like,
Let me step away for a quick second before the next map begins. Let me go to the bathroom and such.
I love that they all feed into it though. Like it's just so nice.
It is very nice, and I'm glad you mentioned Hero because the consistency we're seeing from him is outrageous. At this point, I think one of the MVPs of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. I think that when we kind of came into this year and Hero's performance, you know, it wasn't like the kind of start that we sort of expected of him. We had high expectations of him coming into this roster because he was that sort of young star player. So yeah, I think as we've moved on into playoffs, he's been finding so much more consistency, which was what I said in the pre-show, is that if Navi want to push on this lower bracket run, it needs to be Hero that's being more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing flashbacks of Stage 2 playoffs for Fnatic. He really stepped it up there as well. A lot of pressure on him to kind of prove himself in that regard. And I guess same here, as you said, like he needs to step up. He needs to be the difference maker for Navi. He's doing it.
Yeah, and it angers me that they don't give him a gun in those half
Oh, yeah.
right? Like, come on, I understand, you know, Shao definitely has potential to do Shao show things, but
that round with the Viper's Pit, that round, yeah.
With the Sheriff. The 4 other teammates, not one of them thought like, here, Hero, you know, take my gun.
He was performing well, right? And when someone's feeling themselves, like, just chuck them the rifle. And as soon as he did pick up the rifle on that round, goes into the Viper's Pit, he picks up 2 kills, he gets the most important one, the Viper, and then there's no
Imagine
time.
if he had it earlier. Imagine. But it doesn't matter, they won. But let's see what they can do on Split, because this is where I would have normally been extremely confident in Team Liquid, but Gorilla, they did lose it yesterday.
Yeah, they did. I think it's their first time losing it since EDG beat them. So yeah, let's see if the game plan's going to be the same, if they're going to stick to, you know, tried and tested. But also, I think it might be their first time playing against the Vise if Navi still running the Vise. So let's see if it's the same or not.
I think this is such an interesting map for both of these teams to go to. Like you said, Gorilla, you know, like this was one of their strongest maps coming into this year. Of course, Fnatic beat them on it yesterday. But then when we're looking at Navi, like, let's not sit here and be concerned about Navi. This was the team that ended up 13-0ing Giant X on Split. So yeah, I mean, at this point, it could be so competitive.
It could be, but there are tells though, you know, with Koala moving to the Rays here. I think there have been instances where teams have maybe figured out how he likes to play, and Nats is not just giving a speech, I'm seeing he's going in, that's a very, very passionate speech
All right.
he's given, and he needs to do that right now because if Liquid lose, they go from one
Wait,
of
why
the
do I have to be told to barf myself?
into missing the
What?
second event of the year, which is kind of catastrophic for them if they do.
I mean, yeah.
Split. Only bangers on split. Let's go. Chat, what is your opinion on the new GE lineup?
Wish it was just Switch. We just want to see
The reported one, right? I wonder when it'll actually get announced. I've been of the thought that I think it's
And to go back
I think
to
it's
your point
okay.
too
I think
about
it's
it being
work. I think it can work pretty
let's
well.
not forget
I think it
teams
can
like
be a
they've made
pleasant
roster change
surprise.
coming to stage 1. You have all of the fans now looking at this team and
I am not
thinking, you know,
convinced that it
was
could
this
be a
really
like a
necessary?
well,
Did this really
actually.
need to be done, especially now that they're playing for a lifeline to be able to make it to Masters Toronto.
I mean, if it really
And that
clicks.
was so fantastic yesterday.
do pretty
Maybe
well.
They need some of that magic, Pansy and Hypok, if they want to take us to a map 3.
They need a lot more than magic, if I'm being honest. They're going to need a lot to bring them back
Yeah,
here because
pleasant
it's the compounding
surprise.
problem, isn't it, Mike? Not only
Dude, Angel making another international would be sick. I'm so for it.
the series prior, the Fnatic series has to
No
be
one would not enjoy the pleasant surprise.
Navi obviously not in
Well,
the
a
same
pleasant
position.
surprise
They
just
can sit
means
back a little
it's,
bit, not
you
be in
know,
that same
it's more
pressure
pleasant than I originally thought, but
Now the question becomes, can they stand
that doesn't mean I think they're
up to the
beating
pressure,
Nongshim.
or will they go down with just a whimper as Navi sit at one map to the good?
I was hoping another Nats pep talk has occurred in between maps here.
Yeah, I
for
think
Liquid
that
to
I
get
think
back
the
online.
loss and the time in between will be good for Nongshim. It's just
Concern's
it's
gotta be if
tough.
Navi, well, Ruxic and
Dude,
Xiao
Navi
in
went from
particular
being one of the
to
worst,
mimic
right,
the
in
same
pistol rounds to
performance they had
now
previously.
they've been killing it in playoffs. But
Coming of Xiao almost.
Yeah.
but I think the loss into time to learn will be good. It's just rough because obviously the stakes are so high at stage 2, but I think Nongshim I have big hopes for Nongshim.
Players to really wake up now.
And Talon isn't in the group. That's right. I didn't think about that. Free from Talon. Only got to play RRQ, Darius, and Genji. Easy work. Not Talon.
Trade-off of damage, sure, but no harm, no foul. Liquid not able to
Close again. We usually close it either on first kill if all the mods are here or at the end of pistol. You know, give people a little chance. Misguide them a little bit with the pistol round. Make them think the pistol round matters, you know? No, Paradox. No, you can close it if you want. I don't have a stake in it.
Some complementary utility as well from Xiao. You see the pings coming through, the rotation already happening for Na'Vi.
Look, with that Vice Wall untriggered, utility still in place, they can afford to do this. They can cheat the player over, tuck 2 on the site, leaving 1 towards heaven. That is Xiao with a
Ratty
lot
from Angel.
Oh, saw only one.
Be careful to not go down here. That would open up a lot of opportunity, but there's a lot of
Oh.
time left. And the recheck seemed
Picked
a little
off.
excessive there. Maybe you could have let that go, but let's see if Navi can still hold it.
Dude.
Angel doing
And
what
then
likes
he
best.
distracts him for Ruxic.
joining in
Oh,
as well.
Ruxic doesn't
Angel's
get it right
fallen
away,
to
though.
Ruxic, isolated on the site.
Ruxic, how many kills did Ruxic have in the first map? He seems to be consistently good for like 2 enough that he would have. Doesn't matter because Serial's good for 3, but
On the plant as well. A question mark if anybody else had slipped the net and could pressure that.
back to GE. Even if it's a pleasant surprise, they're not making it to playoffs. Look at the
Finds 3 on
groups.
the pistol.
Yeah,
Beautifully done
probably
for
not. That's
Ruxic.
true.
Tries his best in this situation. It's the follow up here.
It's a deadly group.
Maybe just a little eager to find someone else because the spacing just a little bizarre here when it came down to the line. from
Serial
Na'Vi.
is very good.
Like I
I
said,
should
they
have
had the
gotten some
benefit of the
Serial
clock
during the
as well.
break.
Maybe
Dude,
throw
what
one
in the
to
world
side,
is this
contest the
gun?
plant, especially with a player still safe in
What is that
heaven.
skin? What is that scope? Ruxic was only 16-15, dude. It felt like he had so. I mean, I guess every time he got double kills in mid, it was just so impactful.
Little trap plays, something to try and build through, but it does come back towards 8. We do have 2 players waiting, a little bit of a forward position as well. So that would be, I believe, Ruxic and Koala Noob here. Ruxic left to his own devices, really. It looks like they're trying to maybe get something working together, but they did dismantle that little bit of a stack towards ramp, but all players drawn.
I was going to say, Camo on the other side of the map has
I mean,
actually
free
slipped on the B
sight,
side.
but
Take the
heaven.
steps, maybe.
But heaven.
An extra body from
I
Na'Vi
do
that
kind
you
of like
would
the
have
Navi
wanted.
Classic. It's growing on me. Oh.
Oh no, Hero's got no.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, it got a little dangerous.
Yeah, it took a little while. He had to give up heaven for it, but that's
40
okay. They
seconds, it feels
refill.
like Liquid want to commit. Hold on, Angel's taking down Kiko. Can they keep this?
Yeah, they're
correct?
just
Can they keep
bulldozing
this
through it.
clean? It doesn't look like clean's the option anymore as a 1v2 begins.
Taking a lot of damage already. Do they have any idea?
This position.
They have no idea. Okay.
Checked. It is okay. It worried me a moment after we saw some of those corners not being checked on map 1, but now stability in the second.
Reserved in terms of the purchase, so
Yeah, no, we were talking about the reported roster for GE. Got shot.
really losing out on the one player being able to.
I kind of agree with the argument Shadow made on Cosmic Divide that most teams in APEC are actively collapsing. We'll have to see how the Stage 2 break serves them, though.
With camo in so early.
Most teams actively collapsing.
NAVI looking to flood ahead of the plant coming in. So big win for them. Definitely looking better in terms of the round 3 inventory.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know the context of how he meant it. Not sure if I fully agree. I can like kind of see what he meant.
Don't know how long he wants to stick around on this. Site's already been taken through, not only by one, but Kiko kind of supplementing that as well. So the fight back begins on ramp, but Kiko's appearance is divine. Swings through the smoke and connects on two. Leaving just Rooksik and Shower relevant.
I feel like Liquid took the energy they had in the last couple rounds of Icebox and they're kicking off with it.
That's tagged up, but everybody else looking pretty healthy. And an open plant.
At one point, do you consider the save? Well, not anymore.
How did he get two? And now look at the final position.
He locked him out.
Nats has to adjust. You can see him. He knew what the issue could be. Dives up towards heaven early. Stall on the spike. Does Nats believe in it? It looks like he does for now, but
You gotta
he will
check
have to make his
heaven.
hand known.
You gotta check
Navi
heaven.
waiting, and Nats' patience is paramount. Shao doing everything he could.
Damn, dude. I cannot believe they get that done. 2v4.
Close.
Could see almost a little bit of split direction here from Liquid. Maybe not even anticipating the attempt being made.
What's the reported roster for GE? Ban, Yo Man. Who else was it, chat? Obviously, Yudo.
That's why this one falls apart a little bit for Liquid. I think maybe,
Poppy. It was like Patrick and Kelly S were out, right? That was. Oh, and Crystal. Yeah. So Crystal, Yudo, Poppy, Ban, Yo Man is the reported, rumored roster.
It looks repetitive.
The best cereal is a drop between Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Honey Nut Cheerios.
Squall who get any sort of success from up here.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
A lot of bodies to play up against if they further this Inquisition.
Honey Nut Cheerios is goated.
One player split from the rest. But they're looking for a brawl here, and Gualanoob up
That
to the
was
challenge.
clean.
Great shot on the second, and Navi this time willing to take the fight.
Okay.
They so much value.
Navi, bring it back. I don't know about Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It's too sweet. It's like nice in the beginning, but
this time around, Navi dig a little deeper.
I think the question posed was, is Navi or Paper X more likely to make Toronto? And he said Paper X because the level of play in APEC was actually declining, counter to the common narrative that APEC is the highest level of play.
Cool, calm, and collected from Navi.
I do think it decreased more than the beginning of the stage, like the average. I would agree with that. I think the average skill level is still higher, but that's the average.
Kiko has anything to say about it. Bit of a switch up here on the Chico. Hero got to be careful. Rooksik on the other side of this, but you see, maybe he was considering actually. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Oh, hungry to.
I do think it just, I do think part of it is, ooh, wow.
But yeah, that could be possible. Come on, how's he getting two there? Oh, and Kiko's gonna find Shao.
Oh, he still gets it, but Hero?
He's surrounded on multiple fronts.
But Hero?
To play from, but it's just forces
Oh,
yeah. By Nats. Put it on the cake, becoming the hero they need. We ask a lot of him because he seems to be able to deliver those moments. But Gualanoob was clean before.
Yeah, I don't think that statement is that crazy to make. I definitely see what he's saying. I don't know if I fully agree, but I guess it also depends on like how much of that you think carries over to stage 2. Like, for instance, like DRX, obviously somewhat circumstantial. Boom, another lesson learned.
Here facing elimination.
Things like that. So
one loss. Dismantling. this
you're a
anti-ego
Fruity
from Navi.
Pebbles fan. Fruity
Straight away
Pebbles?
there, even after the first
I could get down with Fruity Pebbles.
something with a showstopper. The second comes through. All eyes on
Cinnamon
B-side,
yeah,
get
that's
in
what
there.
everyone says. Cinnamon Toast
even
Crunch is the
tagging
best
Hero
because
down
you
to
get the
48
cinnamon
beyond
milk
lead.
afterwards, but
Lucky not to get the double.
by then it's like so much sugar overload, no?
Safeguard Thrifty there, they'll be happy with that one. And I'm sure we'll have the replay on this.
Wait, they have a French Toast Crunch instead of Cinnamon Toast Crunch? That really?
Angel fancied his chances.
There's no way Nats is underrated. Nats is exactly rated.
Look at that.
What everyone knows, Nats is amazing.
Another 2 ultimates, only 1 away from cereals as well. So great position to be in. Navi.
French Toast Crunch. I wonder if they sell that in Korea. I should check it out. Never had it.
Liquid gonna give
These
up
days, whenever
towards
we
more
stock
day
cereal, so
for the next few rounds.
I got my wife to buy in to the concept of cereal. Obviously, she knows what cereal is, but she grew up in a very like straight up Korean family, right? So ooh, hold up. Ooh, no follow up.
He's backfilled the space. They didn't take the
No
space.
follow up. Yeah, what? Where's the scaling? What stopped them?
Maybe the paint shell from Koala Noob.
It had to have been.
Keep them
Locked to main, yeah.
But then why are you coming out of the ult?
I mean, that's a frustrating one. A lot was set in motion for that. Natch, yeah, slipped the net, but we know
But okay.
that Hero's still over towards that A side.
Well, hold up. I just want to talk about cereal.
So being now whether or not I was going to say Liquid can.
Well, if they get a double there, suddenly it's their round again. Oh, and now it's perfect. Nats has the lurk. He hears him.
Progenitor of it
Oh,
almost.
oh.
Gonna slow down Hero's rotation. By the time he's causing all eyes to turn towards him. So it's left on
What
the other
is?
They're coming towards this.
What is going on? What is going on, Liquid? You have a numbers
They looked
advantage.
hesitant. And this could be their downfall. Xiao's still here.
You would have had a numbers advantage no matter what if Hero was stuck over on A.
Green couldn't get the spray in the end. It was a bit shaky.
What
at
is
the start,
going
but
on?
The correction came through. But down to the 2v2.
Oh my God. No.
Just Paratech alive in a 1v2
I mean,
now.
technically, yes, because they didn't take the site to begin with. But also in the middle, Liquid should have won the round.
He's got the horn, he's got the C's. He's got a barrel out of place. Follows it up well.
Score.
Absolutely has. Horn to the right. Gets the ping. And now he knows what the sound of the
Oh
song
my
is.
gosh, Paratech
Liquid again. It feels like the odds are
clutches
against
it
them
up.
so often. And they come out with miracles.
We said he didn't have a chance to get anything.
So
done
what was
in
I
map
saying?
1, but
Oh yeah,
Paratech
but so she grew up in a like
for
fully,
Liquid.
you know, traditionally Korean family. So like all their diet is like fully Korean, right? Like rice and soup in the morning with a bunch of side dishes, like full spread for dinner, stuff like that. So to her, like bread and cereal was never a meal. Like it couldn't be. It was always just like a snack, and she's not big on them either. So when we were, once we got married, when we were first going for like grocery shopping, I was like, oh, we should buy some cereal. And she was like, do you eat a lot of cereal? I was like, I mean, not all the time, but you know, it lasts a while. It's dry food, and it's good to have. It's like a good emergency food. It's good breakfast. It's easy breakfast. And she was like, I mean, I guess so, but like, I don't really eat cereal, so you can buy whatever you want. And then, you know, some days like I get up early first or whatever, and I'm having cereal, or I have cereal as a, like a snack, and she's like, I'm like, do you want some? She's like, sure. And then I was like, oh, once I was making breakfast, and I was like, oh, like let's have some cereal and like some, you know, some other things on the side, some eggs on the side. And I was like, oh, we should just put like our fruit in the cereal. And she was like, oh, that's a great idea. Like she's had it before, but it wasn't like a common thing. So we started having like bananas and nuts and blueberries in her cereal. And then she started buying into it, and now she's like, cereal's great. She's always like, we should buy more cereal and bananas.
If they get the upper hand, Showstopper being the one that really could get something happening. Angel.
Yeah, cereal is not really common. Korea has a lot of cereal just because Korea has a lot of things that are like Americanized, just because obviously a large part of it being during the Korean War and the American military being here and a lot of missionaries being here and whatnot. So Korea is probably some of the more Americanized, especially in terms of like diet. Like there's a lot of pizza and whatnot.
I mean, if
in Asia, but still, like traditionally speaking, like they don't see
Find the right buttons to press.
cereal as like a meal.
Closing in. Okay, gets cleared. Serial really heads up work. Checking the corners. Koala Noob next to
Quaker oats, porridge, or cereal? Well, it's oatmeal. It's kind of halfway in between. It's closer to porridge, though.
Inside the smoke. Headshot from Hero, but
How is this so flawless?
Now it's just left on
Even
Shao.
with the gun diff. They're getting real thorough, though. Team Liquid's getting real thorough. You see them checking the boxes every single time? They're checking every single box.
Beautiful round.
They're checking here earlier.
In zone flawless for Team Liquid to hit 5.
Almost mechanical in that approach there. Really crossing the T's, dotting the I's.
See the zoom? It's not great. I wonder what the feedback. Surely they have some positive feedback about it. That's why they use it.
On it. Absolutely on it.
That's bouncing back. I'm punished, a little bit bullied
Do you have any-
on Icebox in some of those early rounds.
Do you have any good food takes? God food takes?
This was the one that kind of
I feel like radish is superior. Oh, hot food
lurks.
takes.
So notorious.
Radish is superior to potato. Radish is superior to potato? They're not even they're not even the same thing.
Attack side
I don't know how I feel about that. French toast is better than pancakes and waffles? Okay, I can't get behind that. French toast is great, but
Help on the way, but for now he stands alone.
pancakes are
Good on
like
the first,
actually the
tries to deny
goat.
any follow-up. Denies the spacing or trading.
Oh, a little bit high, but he still gets the kill.
Koala Noob gets his connection on towards Camo, and now instantly down to 3.
Now you're trapped. Rooksik kind of greeds it though, dude. Angel, or not Angel, Navi's kind of. A lot of these fights, Navi's giving Team Liquid a way back into the fight.
This ain't over. Hero's got to stand tall here. Beat the
Spike.
denier of the space. He holds the side of this map well. Now putting Serial in a world of trouble.
Have to try and recover a 1v3. Hero shows
Porridge
his
is
hand.
different
There's a little bit
from
of a gap here.
oatmeal. Well,
Face shell coming through.
I mean, the
Everything being thrown at
the
him.
ingredient
Navi.
is different.
Confidence to close this one out. Bringing it within 2 now. Still, plenty of ultimates available.
You know what's really good? Grits is more like actual porridge. Grits is more like American porridge.
That's
Grits is
Serial
good.
Maybe. Now another 5 to 10 seconds potentially to sniff out Hero, but
Radish better than potato. But I guess I'm so confused by that because I'm like, at what point are you replacing potatoes with radish?
Only an advantage here for Navi.
To me, that's like if I said,
So still
I don't know. That's
three
like if I
members of
said,
Liquid looking fairly flush.
I don't. I'm like so confused. That's like if I said carrots were better than
Chip
walnuts.
away at this lead.
It's like, I guess.
Be cautious now. A lot of util put to try and pry out these sort of positions, pressuring towards middle. A little bit of an exchange, but a very long-held 1-3-1.
I assume you mean you feel it's superior in terms of like consuming it, not cooking with it. I guess I'm just confused. I've never thought of them in the same category.
Behind it, though. Koala Noob got to be
That's
careful.
an interesting hot take.
Looking for a pixel potentially. Won't be giving it.
Yeah, they're there though. Boombot should show
Oh, he
it. They're
knows.
speeding up on that.
Oh, dude, he almost stayed his. He almost overstayed his welcome.
So they get stalled
Welcome.
out towards heaven.
Still a full 5v5 though.
They are stuck.
Members of Navi tucking in. That's the ultimate from Hero, going to slow things down even further.
Okay. Nice re-clear right off the ult.
In here. That's looking like it's perfect range towards Rooksik.
That is not the place to check after a Steel Garden, let's be honest.
This site is deadly. Shao showing why with one quick pick, but it's down to a 3v2.
Noted.
Liquid still with the numbers. Oh, big from Serial. It was a bold approach.
Dude, Liquid.
Like should be collected
They're
here.
starting to run away with this.
Angel far away. Looking unlikely to change this.
Spike planted.
How are you going to get all 3?
That's down to 30 HP. Kiko tagged to 74, but Paint Shell will slow things down. Still got the showstopper as well. It's a tall order.
Hot take, the ocean is a
For an
soup?
IGL here. I'm thinking, yeah,
That's just wrong.
maybe no shot at this.
And it feels scrappy this game, Mike. It feels like every time we had a late round.
Yeah. No, we watched it earlier on stream.
Against Liquid, doing well to survive through that though.
Maybe he just gave the same speech again. Do you think? Do you think after Icebox they went back to the backstage and they just played that clip again? They were like, forget the first map. It's do or die. It was a good speech. I just wanted to meme about it.
You can see them tucking into very deep, kind of ratty positions.
Radish is a root vegetable that, when eaten raw, has a bit of a it's got a bit of that like spice to it. Bit of that tingly spice.
It seems like
but otherwise, it's kind of. What's the? How would you describe the texture?
It's not like this is getting easier.
Kind of crispy, like a crispy fruit or vegetable. When you say a vegetable or fruit is crispy, like a crispy apple. But it's generally a lot harder than an apple.
Now broken by.
But obviously, it can be prepared in various ways.
For Liquid, decent purchase, complemented by these ults now, sat favorably in their pocket, and not far away from Padatex, which I imagine he'll be getting pretty soon. Eyeing up for a chance towards middle. I mean, Camo halfway there. Nat's not a million miles away. NAVI gonna have to wait and watch in this one, as it's all eyes towards mid.
Yeah. A similar approach from Liquid, given this freedom previously. Now looking to capitalize on that. Showstopper popped as well to follow this Prowler through. Doesn't catch. Blinded Kiko.
They are. He was stuck there for a long time because of the blind.
This might fizzle out, just a blind send. Doesn't get what he wanted, but it's Nats to find Koala Noob.
Well, I don't really see it happening. Okay, he gets his one.
Didn't turn in that. Maybe dead set on watching CT push up. But it's Angel really the danger man here.
Rifle.
Still with that Vandal. Shoulder to
Dude,
shoulder.
they're right next to each other.
Oh
my.
Rifle drop.
That's an extra rifle.
That should connect at least two. Mark 2. Not the third though. Serial still unaffected.
Yeah, that was
Comes
slightly
back
tilted.
In, nice Angel a step forward. The rifle in Shao's hands now.
Where's Rooksik gone?
Heaven. An attempt made, but an attempt is not
Dude,
enough.
7-3.
Digging in now.
Up to 7. Definitely building upon those
Yeah, it's like closer to a carrot or like beetroot. Yeah, radish. You could have it pickled. You could have it in salad. You could have it in soup. You could mince it as like stuffings. All right. We've got our verdict. I prefer radish because in dim sum the turnip cake is great. There's a salty radish and minced pork with rice. There's moo kimchi, radish kimchi. It's a great snack, and I just don't have potatoes in any other form besides fried.
Felt a little
So
shaky.
you feel it's more versatile
we were noting.
based on your experience. I see. I guess I don't have a bone to pick with you, but I guess it just, to me, it just feels like.
From Nats paying off here.
Again, it just feels like if I said carrots were better than walnuts, like they're not really used. Unless, am I missing something? Is radish and potato, maybe they have similar nutritional.
So Camo's victory there opens up.
But if you just mean as like an ingredient that you can use somewhat in a versatile way, then yeah, I guess based on your experience, I could see that. Especially in Asia, I feel like potatoes are pretty underrated.
Bodies up here early. The ult gonna come in on top as well. Liquid diving into it, finding their safety, but mostly focused towards CT. This paint shell and sees. Yeah, it's really good. Koala Noob gonna find Camo. The hindrance is made. The opportunity gathered.
Dude, the spike's just out here, man.
No one can really see the spike easily. This is a tricky position to play from. A 1-for-1 trade, keeping it a 3v3. Nat still defending, still looking.
That was kind of borked.
Hero on the trade, back and forth.
They still have no idea about Serial.
Leaving just Serial alive. It looks like he's done
Shao?
enough
He has to save the op. He was already thinking about saving the op. That's unfortunate.
A really tough spot for Nats to be in. Gives up the pit to defend.
It's a hot food team. No, I mean, that's fine. I was just curious. I was just curious where the comparison was happening.
Red Bull clutch here from Serial. And Koala Noob and Angel.
It feels like comparing Team Liquid Valorant to DRX's League team. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Surprisingly calm, actually. You almost want a little more energy in there.
A little dash, but maybe just
the best of both worlds, please.
I mean, maybe they just need to see it as business as usual, right? Remove that pressure. Look, Liquid have a reputation for a couple of moments in high-pressure games. Maybe from the
Okay.
past. But for now, we focus on what
Sees
could be the future.
two,
here.
sees
Camo,
three, saw three. You know this is happening. You don't know this is happening?
Unawares, it's Camo! Perfect
Oh,
play off
you-
the divide!
You heard the Euro
Rooksik
ult.
tries to make a stand, but Liquid power on
And then you
forward.
didn't. You didn't think
Leaving
that was weird
Koala Nuba mile
when the Cosmic
away
Divide came up?
with an operator that he has to bring in now.
Well, best operator in the region. What can you do in a 1v4 here?
Hash browns are great. But hash browns are also technically fried.
My God, he's trying it. But trying is not enough. 9-3, Mike. Liquid look like they found a way
Explain
back.
how the ocean is not a
Definitely
soup?
found a way to bounce back
Because I'm
here
not
on Split.
eating the ocean.
Looking so damn confident. Maybe just rip the band-aid off from a tough loss on
I
Ice.
rest my case.
Navi gotta find a
I'm
response
not
here in
eating
the
the
second half.
ocean. Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to map 3, chat. Sounds like you aren't trying hard enough. What, to eat the ocean? What, next time I go to the beach, should I just bring my friggin' spoon and just dip it in the ocean? Is that what I should be doing? Have I been missing out on the ocean soup all this time? If you're not drinking a bowl of soup, doesn't... Yes, because soup is meant to be a food. Of course it doesn't make it soup. Soup is meant to be a food. That's like saying dirt is the largest like dish served on Earth. And it's like, well, no, because I'm not eating dirt. Like, I'm so confused. And you could argue like, yeah, but it's got veggies in it and it's got meat in it. And it's like, it does, but I ain't eating it. See, isn't soup supposed to be hot? See, that is a mistake. Soup can be cold. There are cold soups.
A 13-11 map 1.
No, this
And it
is
looked quiet
okay.
in
A
the Liquid
better
camp. It
better
didn't look
argument.
like it
Thank
felt
you, Paradox.
afraid, it felt
A better
bored.
argument would be
Here in
is
map 2,
soup
though,
a food or a
Liquid's
drink?
choice, a 9-3 on the half.
Which I would argue it is a food.
Yeah, I think the domestic record now starting to come to fruition for Liquid when they need it most.
No, but you made it to be eaten. That's the whole point. The ocean was not meant to be eaten as is.
Outside of that,
Like, the ocean is not meant to be served as an edible. You can serve me soup and I cannot eat it, but you served it with the intent of it being eaten and it being edible and sanitary.
Navi towards B, getting way ahead of the utility.
I mean, if you poop in the toilet, is that soup? You know what I mean? Like, I can't believe that's the argument I have to make, but is that soup? Is the toilet bowl now a bowl of soup? Because there's something in a liquid? Like, I don't understand.
We're going to face the steps. It's forced Liquid to consider the possibility towards mid. Now spotted out.
Oh my goodness. I can't. I can now. I'm starting to understand why Sideshow goes to poop all the time. Chat keeps making these arguments, and I'm like, what are you waffling about?
Doubting Angel after what he's done.
Well, does Pat take note actually the drift all the way? Yeah, no, just yeah.
Yes, Angel's not very quiet.
He's just not very quiet.
Loud, actually.
30
seconds good. Left. No.
I mean, they.
How dare I down
Dude.
after map 1, Angel here.
With a classic, can he do it? Half armor. He's got half armor.
The 1v3.
They know he's
Position
elbow.
noted, but it's
I mean,
fine,
he
it's
is
Angel.
screwed. He tried to get one. He's not getting any.
And he's got to stop the defuse at some point. He doesn't want to. Do you know what? Have it. I don't even want it. That is going to find him in the end. It's 10 found quickly for Liquid.
Crunch outside B maining, allowing Koala in with the satchels. So luckily picked off at the perfect time here for the crunch on the gravity well.
One enemy remains.
Bread and butter
The ocean
setup
does
for
have.
Liquid will give them their 10th.
Oh, dude, Patatek's pissed, man. He's had a rough first game.
Did you on map 1? That's a bold maneuver, Patatek.
Yeah, that is bold, but he's just doing it out of anger right now because he had a rough game 1. You could feel it. You could feel it in his voice.
Get him, Angel. We do have a force-up coming out from Navi.
So logically, if you poop in the toilet bowl with the intent of serving it to another person as a soup, it could qualify. Yeah, it would also probably be a crime, but I guess you could argue that it's soup. You would also just be called crazy. I mean, that's like saying if I put a rock on a plate and give it, like, that's a bad faith argument. If I put a rock on a plate and give it to you, is that an appetizer?
It's going to get a little bit dangerous.
I don't know where we're going with this.
Picking up the mantle as well.
Chat, we just need to do a quick sanity check. Where are you all from on the globe? Because if you're all from Pacific, I'll take it. Because it's friggin' 5:30 a.m. Oh! Okay, well, Patatek is actually angry. Okay.
That could be really signing it.
But if you're anywhere from outside of Pacific, you got no excuse.
Just a smirk across the Nats is holding in laughter as well.
It has a liquid base. God seasoned it with salt. The ocean feeds countless animals, and you cook and simmer the ocean with heat from the sun. Okay, first of all, you're not cooking it with the sun. I mean, maybe we are these days because we've ruined the earth, but generally you're not actually cooking it. And I think that's a... No, but that's not what a soup is. It's not what a soup is.
Scraping the barrel.
EMEA.
What is the earth a casserole?
Navi with 3. What are we doing here? What's the game plan, Mike?
UK, it's 9:30 p.m. and I am perfectly sane. I don't know.
See, there was blood
A soup is a liquid-based food. The ocean is not a food.
Navi want to make the best they can to hold liquid at 11. It's a long road back in here. Actually, 6 rounds unanswered.
Oh, you have too many tests coming up? I'm sorry to hear that. It'll hopefully you get through it. Hopefully you get through it with the results you want. Power on. Hope you don't have too many. You say too many. I don't know how many is too many. But best of luck. Best of luck in your exams.
So Navi technically have the better buy. And
Cool. Ooh, well.
It was quickly quelled.
Didn't really have anywhere else to go with it.
Nico, how's it looking for you? Not bad. All right, here we go. This shouldn't be the round. The Liquid continue their
Trade for trade.
Bulldogs up against Stingers and Sheriffs, but it is a 3v3.
Dude, isn't it Navi who got the 13-0 as well on split? How are we losing this?
Serial potentially getting curious outside B. Not rewarded for it though. Ruxic will shut him down. Paranoia in the backlines here for Navi that somebody else has found their way into spawn.
By definition, thank you, Happy Kitty. By definition, soup is any cooked food that primarily contains a liquid base. So no, cereal isn't a soup. If cereal isn't a soup, the ocean definitely isn't a soup.
And you love an Navi
longest route possible to A side.
But chilled soup would still be cooked and then chilled, no?
Let's go B.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Checkmate.
Plant here. This time, Patatek not gonna get the same sort of position
Argument over.
Play a little bit more standardized. But all 3 are on the side. He's got Haunts, he's got Caesars, he's got Proud, he's got the whole shebang. He ain't used one of them yet. But Rook's gonna get contact and
We got people trying to take a break and cope before their exams, and we're arguing about whether the ocean is soup or not.
Probably, and obviously with the force purchase coming in, Liquid actually riding that one out. In terms of the weapon.
The ocean isn't cooked.
We'll come back into this now with a purchase.
You're cooked.
Probably
The ocean isn't cooked.
Gaps.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, that's his lucky shower even catches Patatek when he does.
Boys, we can do this. Let's go.
A believer.
He's definitely been quieter today, though.
Yeah, he's been giving it up until now. I need a little fire.
Oh, what the? Okay. Well, we're just going to map 3. I mean, Liquid's taking us to map 3. We don't have a choice.
They still have Shout to provide some smokes if they need it, but certainly make things trickier. Oh my god, Hero.
As well, down to 10 HP. Rest of Na'Vi following in the footsteps, the traditional footsteps of Angel here. We're up mid. Nats back off the angle now by this pressure. Draws out a star though, no real threat developing.
Angel in the 1v2 up towards Heaven.
Dude, I don't see a way out of this. I don't see a way out of this for Na'Vi.
Something serial here positioned on the box.
Oh, that could be lethal.
I was about to literally say the only way I see it happening is if Serial doesn't get anybody here. And he didn't, but then Kiko managed to remedy it.
Pretty much dead and buried. Kiko confirms it as Liquid make it up to 12.
When does a juice stop being a juice and changes to a soup?
Readjust it. Na'Vi still feeling the pinch of this next purchase. The timing's perfect as well. Kiko to find that kill, get the reset on the paint shell. And getting the third in hand after the round concludes. Showstopper available for him now. Patatech 2 away, Nats 2 away.
Everything's a soup. Everything's a soup if you just believe hard enough. Ay.
Slow start. Actually, in Kuala Lumpur gets ahead of Camo.
Okay. 8 in a row? Nope, not happening. I'm gonna be honest. This map is much less interesting than the Icebox, which is that doesn't happen every day.
Taking the express pass. Is the plant going to come down? And I'm looking at the reposition.
Well, they can't huddle into sight here with the Showstopper. Still got a paint shell. Angel disconnected. 61 HP as well.
He's chilling out now. Kiko, away we go. Doesn't look very accessible. Probably don't want to go through there, but he's actually got a way forward. He's only down to 77, still very doable. Maybe a chip damage at best, but a 3v3.
I don't think they'll have time for the defuse.
Nats and Kiko, though, finding their replies. Just down
I could be wrong.
Here. This has been a one-sided affair, no two ways to put it. Can Ruxic hold on? Or is this one closed out? You're going to have to challenge at some point. Boys, a nice try.
NT.
But nice is not nice enough. 13-4, Team Liquid coming back into this series and taking us the distance.
Well, map 3. If we go to map 3, I think Team Liquid probably probably feels good about it, especially with this showing on Split. There are a vast number of sources for no-cooked soups, so logically, again, your definition of soup cannot encompass all possible soups. I don't think that's how this works. I don't think that's how this works. No, I don't. No. No, this is I know it started as fun, but this is literally an argument for the sake of arguing. You're like you're not even technically correct. You're like technically cherry picking a correctness, which is like the worst correctness. It is actually the worst. All right, I am going to, you know what? If we're going to talk about this and we're going to talk about whether the ocean is soup or not, at the very least, you guys can all watch some ads. So I'll be right back. And also, I'm going to go get my cereal, which is not a soup.
Okay, I just want to say, boys, honestly, in my opinion, we don't need to make that game emotional, okay? The only thing we need to do on the server, we just need to move as a pack, actually. They're only better because we're giving them, right now, the momentum. We're giving them these unnecessary 1v1 gunfights. Remind every round in attack we played, where we played as a pack, I don't think we finished less than 3 people alive. The whole team was alive. So that's why, for me, honestly, this is not an emotional game. This game doesn't need to be emotional for us. If we're just gonna play as we usually play, if we're just gonna play as a pack, if we're gonna be together, trust me, we're winning this game. Let's get the momentum back into our hands. And after that, do whatever. But
if Nat tells me to trust him, I'm gonna trust him. But I'm now joined by Gorilla and Kukuka once again when he says this is not an emotional game. I am so glad he's pointing this out because yesterday was probably a very good example of it being an emotional game.
Yeah, and you need to think that if you can rely on one of the players on the side of Team Liquid to keep his composure, it has to be Nats. Not only because he is the IGL, he's the most calm.
That's the worst argument. Nope.
Nope.
You're wrong. You can be wrong. That's fine. Being wrong is a choice.
Yeah, and I think something that I want to point out is Nats' transition. We always talk about how good Nats is as a player, as an individual, but he's really coming into shape as a leader.
Pulling out their
studies
and philosophy.
Especially with, like, yes, you've got Nats, you've got Patty, but when you have Kiko, who, second year, Serial, first time VCT, Camo, second year, these young, inexperienced players, Nats really needs to use that experience that he has, and he's doing that.
Yeah, he leads from the front, he really does. But he's still doing Nats things, you know? He's a leader. That's
you know what the worst part is? Snoggy didn't even start it. It was Flappy on YouTube.
The economy is not the best for them. He is the one that goes up in front, gets 2 kills, and opens the entire possibility. That Swift in momentum was because of this round. And Navi, you know, as he said, you know, they're getting these opportunities, they're getting this feeling for themselves. And it's this kind of rounds that Nats can have that change everything for the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, like, we need to honestly start. Teams need to just start doing prep on when Nats takes his timings and where does he like to take his timings, because
Albio switched to Mr. Chobra, just ban it. Hold up.
He just keeps getting away with this stuff.
Hold up.
It's almost like, even if you don't think
switch
he's
to
there,
you
he's
say?
probably there.
And the one time that you're expecting him there, he's not there.
Yeah, you have to have that in the back of your mind.
I mean,
it probably didn't help that Navi did
you
have
know
situations, and they didn't make the most out of it.
This is a topic that, especially Nats, now that he was speaking about it, do not give them the 1v1s. The spacing from Navi on this map, from the defense, so many things that I was like, what are you
Another
doing?
great speech
Just
from
wait
Nats.
Or move, like give me something, but do it together. You had so many situations.
I mean, I believe
where
it.
they could have turned things around, and I think that this one is probably one of them, with all the utility that you have to stop them playing the Astra.
All right, everyone else in Twitch chat, I apologize that I've gotten a couple of our chatters down this rabbit hole. That's on me. They can't start this next map any sooner. We gotta talk about Ascent. We gotta talk about Ascent. We gotta talk about Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, my players always hated me for it, for how much I would talk about your spacing, your trading, move as a pack, move as a unit. Like, it kind of became a running joke that this was my thing. But here, again, we're seeing just how important it is. Nats in his speech at the start, how Liquid played here. It's generally, in my opinion, one of, if not the most important thing
the Asia Champions League? I know about the Asia Champions League.
Your trading, how condensed you are as a pack.
Many times we hear complaints, and we complain also as well, that there's too much utility in the game. It's not.
I've never complained about that. Yeah.
But it's this kind of when you win this kind of rounds.
Why is it hopium for Paper
X?
X?
And you are still the better player, the better team. You cannot lose.
What are we even hoping for?
I think Nats manifested that a little bit. You mentioned Kiko earlier. I mean, we can't talk about Nats without Kiko. Cats Nation, I got you. He, again, like you said, not the most experienced player in the world, but in these situations, he also kind of keeps his cool. You know, he's very, very calm.
Yeah, like he's just like Nats in that regard. Like, you know, he's not a very emotive player, but as you say,
because they start by playing SOG because they're the top seeds.
In my opinion, it's the way to how you're going to be consistent. You're not going to have like super high peaks and super low.
Wait, why is that hopium for Paper Rex?
You're losing. You're not doing that. You're balanced. You're composed the whole way through. you're going to be consistent. That's exactly
I think
what
it's
he is,
actually
and he's
great
really
for
taken the
XLG.
performance.
It's
We
great
see him
practice.
on the Jet already, now on the Raze, and looking forward onto Ascend. We can expect him to maybe see him on the Omen.
What
we have
cereal
loved
are you
this
having?
transition from him into a controller, but we have
it's like
not
a
seen Team Liquid play this
granola
map
mix
since week
with
2.
some
with a very similar
yogurt
composition to the
cubes
side
and
of
frozen
Navi.
blueberries.
Some changes here and there, but this is, I think, where we're going to see the full potential from both of these teams, especially when we think about the double sentinel.
Yeah, and this is where Happy said himself, our double sentinel is way more advanced, it's more thought out. Koala has tons and tons of reps playing this comp. I mean, albeit with the Tejo this time instead of the initiator they had before. So
It's
in
a pretty
theory,
good.
on paper,
We don't have any
Navi should
bananas.
win.
We gotta
Yeah,
go
but
buy more
you have
bananas.
the tape
Bananas
from
would
a
have been
couple of days
perfect, but
ago. For Team Liquid, so many things could have changed moving on to playoffs, not the composition.
Oh, we're
We
gonna
see
get it.
almost the mirror, but just Koala
All right.
Yoru and Camel on that Jet. Remember what I was explaining to you at the beginning of this matchup, the aggression.
this is interesting. Cypher lock mirror on Ascent, but it's Yoru versus Jet.
Yeah, I want to see a
And
few trap
only
plays coming through
Tejo
with
as the
Cam, with
initiator.
Deadlock
Oh
and Tejo,
boy.
But I think Navi, honestly, are going to be more favored on defense. I think the Yoru is really good on defense. You can basically fake where you're rotating to, go from A to B, fake it, and everything. But I think Liquid on defense, whenever we played against them in practice, they've always been really, really strong on it. And Double Sentinel really reinforces it, and it fits perfectly into what they want to do.
I think it's really just whichever team plays the defense better, like more proactive.
Advantages and maybe being too aggressive, thinking that they need to prove something, that they need to start having
Yeah,
the edge
trendy
and the
duelist
upper hand
versus
from
classic
the defense
duelist.
right off the bat might end up being very expensive for Navi.
Well, we're destined for a great series back-to-back 2 days, but let's see if this time around Pansy and Hypog Liquid have what it takes to close it out.
And isn't that the big question? Do they have what it takes to close it out?
Chobra, what do the beavers say when it swam into a wall?
Day, Mike. I mean,
Damn.
yes, map 1 did get close.
Damn.
But it looked bizarre. It didn't feel right. Map 2, still very stoic, very, looking like
That's a good one. That's a classic.
Sort of thing. It was
I give that like a
stoicism throughout.
solid
No smiles,
C+.
no getting amped up. It was
A passing
business.
grade.
But in map 3, what do we get here? Ascent to define the two.
Liquid, you're previously showing
Oh, that's good,
once,
Infinite.
The same as Navi.
I'm afraid of getting entangled in the concept of
Now that I
point.
find very hard to believe with the two teams we see playing today, but
damn.
Sure, okay.
Watching this
Obviously
spot.
thinking back, Navi didn't really have much of a say on split at all. Not Liquid can ride that wave now on the deciding map.
All right, here we go.
On the defensive
Navi
side.
on defense. I really think
Eyes
it's
go towards
whichever team
Koala
like
Noob,
utilizes
as well
the
as Hero
deadlock and the Tejo better. Not
previously.
necessarily always in a combo, but just in general on
Saving
defense.
grace really for Navi. So trying to make the Sheriff work. Actually, Ruxic alongside him. Punished here.
Dude, Liquid.
Camera looking to close the gap.
Yeah, hop, skip, and a jump straight over. Angel and Shao going to catch Ellie's Nats in the heels. There was a temptation to turn,
Oh,
but now
Koala?
they got to focus forwards as Koala.
Dude,
wanna
they're
get a
so
push
weak,
one.
though.
Bit of a trade out for Serial though, and they keep a man to the good now. Plot should be next on the horizon.
Deadlock wall. Yeah, you don't need to break the main. You can drop down with just that one. There you go.
This back towards heaven. Shao, got to be careful here. Actually, yeah, drifting right into this crossfire.
there's a
Not expecting that
crossfire.
at all.
Picked
Again,
it.
the bounce will be indicative for Serial.
That's rough.
Ooh, it got messy. I didn't like the end, but I like the start though, Mike. What an explosive beginning.
Liquid getting the first on the board here. On the attack, talking about the previous showing as well. Do not forget the BBL performance. Definitely going to be in the back of Navi's mind as well.
Yeah, he
See any
kicked it.
investment coming
He
out
freaking
here.
kicked it away from
Only
him. He
one
said,
rifle.
no, this net ain't for me.
Oh, the Liquid so far. Yeah, Liquid with a very quick response here up short. Isolate two players, actually with Sheriffs.
A whole lot of Sheriffs came out.
A lot of body shotting going on as well. Not what you want to see when you
All
invest
right.
that way.
Well, dude, 4-man, 5-man second market. Navi is betting 100% that this is going to be a mid to B hit. And little do they know that it is just a straight up.
Shao potentially the protagonist in that regard.
I don't mind it. I applaud the effort.
Necessarily.
Nats. Hello. Oh dear. Farming him up. Hero.
Immediate headshot in response though. Aztec looking to bail him out, but punished.
That wasn't quite worth it.
I mean, it doesn't give them a chance. It certainly adds a bit of question mark because of this. The layering to it. Again, it's brought some players back, but they can't really speed up forward towards the side. Door's still shut.
I mean, do we consider just going? Well, Shao has sheriffs. Oh, I like this. Oh, I like that Liquid breaks it first. I like that they get ahead of it.
Played in here.
Time.
Wait, no way. Last second?
Time?
No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. Dude, he's a madman. He is a madman. He freaking calculates it perfectly to go and get the defuse. That is actually insane.
Cutting off the space.
That's
to close
actually insane.
And it's just Kiko left to try and recover things.
Dude.
A massive loss here.
Dude, that is actually what?
We saw it from an
the Tejo salvos to delay them peeking.
There was a chance where Camo can at least get onto the
my god.
Well, any momentum you could say
Holy.
carried across from map 2.
I mean, 100% stolen. Right from under the
Start of
noses.
the deciding map.
Chobra, would you rather only eat noodles or only eat
Now
rice?
Sheriff's got a ghost to round this out. Looks sick.
I gotta say, like, I actually like. Ooh.
As he noted here, Antis.
Oh no.
3 big kills back
Oh
to back.
no.
Nutitech still trying to stay alive, but that 5 HP ain't pretty. Picking up the mantle was Nats, but they know there was more. NAVI making quick work of this.
See, I actually like noodles more, but I think
this momentum. We heard it
I would.
from Nats, trying to keep that momentum away from them. No silly
I think
mistakes.
rice would
That's
last
one way
longer.
to allow some momentum to switch hands. NAVI now, not after only a miraculous round, a true miracle round. Having a nice, clean affair here. I get worried going forward here for Liquid. They've got to find stability.
Well, you came at the perfect time. Something.
We noted first.
Side on tiles here. I mean, there's bodies on the other side of this for NAVI as well. To maybe
Ooh,
crunch
almost.
in onto tiles.
I like the idea.
Set piece will play Koala in potentially with this flash, but maybe a little overzealous. Maybe not anticipating as many bodies on the side of Liquid to be there to receive that.
I mean, I gotta respect the infinite noodles, but
Yeah, scrambled rotation here.
I think it's because as much I really like noodles, but
Liquid almost scratching their heads.
I always feel like noodles don't keep me full for long.
Giga Brain read.
You know what I mean?
Neural Theft will give it away now. Yeah, and they will know that there's a huge gap in the defensive formation here. Nats slipped into a ratty spot here.
He's going to hear those steps. It's the drop. Chooses to fight the first. Couldn't quite get back in time for the second, but keeps the numbers looking solid. NAVI now going to have to work their way back in.
Oh, don't get drawn into it. Something. Don't get drawn into it. Don't get drawn into the discussion. Which noodles do you prefer? I mean, Shin Ramyun, obviously.
There's a chance here, and it's been made real by Shao. Maybe going for the ult here on Serial, just maybe as a deterrent. And, well, they wasted the ult off the back of Kiko's kill, but still, they kept the numbers up here, Mike. It's looking less and less likely.
I think Shao and Angel going to find a way back in here.
Last player standing.
I mean, infinite Nongshim noodles?
Isolation at least.
Maybe.
Liquid going to steal away this second round. Very proactive from NAVI on the back of that tiles crunch to go exploring outside A. Almost anticipating Liquid to regroup very quickly. They call an audible.
Choose one, Ramyun or pasta? Ramyun. I love pasta, but if I had to choose only one, that's an easy one.
Revealing.
Camille, be more confident. Say what you wanna do. Don't just say do this, nothing. Say, give the direction. Michael, also, you have your ulti. Say what you wanna do.
Yeah, really important.
Honestly, though, they need this. They need this right now. That's good from Nats. Dude, he's such a leader.
Desperate to find an opener into these rounds. Keeping it in check in the early rounds, very important here on the decider. So it's almost what you'd hope to see from Nats.
Who's Michael? You don't know Michael?
Hang on, though. He's here so quickly.
Michael.
We're about to burst the smoke.
There they are. They had no idea. It's Xiao and Angel, though. All in
Oof.
unison.
Well, Michael did not say what he wanted to do. Let me tell you that.
Do enough for it. Hiko very disconnected as well. NAVI completely subverting expectations, but basically just holding a smoke. They didn't seem phased by it. There wasn't, you know, any paranoia in on it. There wasn't anything to
I actually don't know which player is Michael. If anybody wants to look it up, let us know.
You heard that conversation before this round starting, to call what you want, to ask for it, to be confident in what you're trying to do. And again, I think you're right in complimenting Nats in that he's trying to have this leadership and keep them in the right place. But it puts a lot on his plate now to keep these players focused up here at 2-2.
Yeah, the ninja diffuse, I think, really wrecks with your brain.
Once again, the momentum starts sitting firmly in their favor.
Expecting Kiko try and make something happen here, almost maybe a timeout here to discuss potential for also, I mean, what we saw on the comms there, that
Well.
almost feeling a little bit frustrated, asking more of his players.
They can buy. Wonder if it's a timeout, though, especially after hearing comms like that.
Kill in the lurk here to regroup on the back of that TP. That's certainly why we don't see the paranoia coming through to set this play in motion. I think you're absolutely right. There was a window, but I think Na'Vi very quickly, yeah, you can see here the moment where it's just like, okay, we know they can't come through from main. There's 3 of us here.
We think it's serial. Makes sense.
Finally, somebody turns and it's...
Uh-oh.
That's frustration, and that's rare. Again, Nats
He's
is
at his
the
wit's
kind of
end.
middle ground, right? He rarely goes high,
Really?
rarely goes low.
No timeout?
That looked frustrated, and that feels like a missed play there. I mean, one paranoia could have changed it.
Would
Yeah,
you
maybe a
rather
bit of a gamble
lose
from
to a
Na'Vi,
ninja
but
diffuse or a
rewarded nevertheless.
1v5
Look at the
ace?
ults now. Look at that build-up
1v5
potential,
ace.
and a broken buy from Liquid.
Because the 1v5 ace, at the very least, is like a lot of credit to that one player and their mechanical prowess. But ninja diffuse is us not thinking about it. Like, straight up. There's just no other. There's just no other excuse.
One off the blade, Stormy can find something with a classic gear. Can potentially invest it in this round. Try and swing things in their favor. Set up outside A right now. Hero, little adjustment on the utility.
No, I definitely feel you, Goatsfag. Like, the Nats leadership is something you want to root for. Like, you want to see it do well. You want to see it succeed, but it's looking rough.
There's a bit of a fight back. They're trying to do a lot, but Hero's position, he did it
Hero
really well
right at the
there.
edge.
Keeping control. Leaving Nats in a 1v3. Spike in a very precarious spot. Gonna make it very difficult. Expected someone there. Couldn't
Timeout.
quite get the cleanest shot he needed.
You got to call it timeout. It's going to spiral out of control.
I rarely say it so clearly, but this feels like Liquid are looking flat.
Curious to see what the discussion was happening whilst Kiko was saving, whether or not the coaching staff listening in want to kind of build upon that discussion. So you're going to see the purchase come back here from Liquid.
Nice, Hero!
Well,
Storm and the TP on Kiko.
no timeout.
Other than that, one away for Pat to take.
I mean, you're on the attack, so okay.
Basically a full house on the other side of things for Na'Vi.
Ooh, pace. And a quick evacuation, at least for the first layer. Xiao.
Oh,
not sure.
okay.
Not clean
Well,
enough today. Camo's got the
I
punish
think there
now.
was
Pathway
the
gets
grav
opened.
net, right?
Look at who's
Yeah.
else on the site here.
So it was trying to avoid the grav net.
Sorry, excuse me. Hero's still here. Has a bit of a look towards B main, so trying to take active space back, and I quite like that. Actively looking for it.
They're lined up,
Wanu,
though.
Feast or
Nats
famine,
has it
right?
under
This
control.
is big! He gets down one! Camo survives!
Somehow.
Yeah,
Ooh,
somehow
the
is
dash
main word
out.
there. Angel not finding what he wants. Ooh, it's a vintage look.
Ooh.
And it's a
Pansy.
similar problem. Deeper on the angle and less reward that time.
The setup is
And
so
Liquid just
good.
going back to
A
basics. Boys, just stay
vintage
together,
look.
take the fight, they'll peek into us. Even with all that,
Oh my
I quite
gosh.
liked what Hero was trying to do over towards B, make
definitely,
sure
yeah.
to secure that
It would have
space.
been so
I mean, they
sick
lost too
if he
much
landed the shot. Oh, yeah.
Not just yet though. Rooksix still here. Potential to do some damage. Get a sound cue potentially. That's what we're seeing. Hero makes some moves. Still got
YouTube,
paranoia.
excuse me?
20 seconds on the next smoke, but if you can
I didn't agree to watching pixels.
potential to do some damage.
It is Hero. You are into a post plant though when you're gonna know the Salvo's gonna be there in roughly what 20 seconds in his head maybe. This is really tough. Paranoia for Kiko as well. Some really key pieces for Liquid to have. Hero trying to subvert
Hero can,
expectation.
but
Guessing, but time is against him now.
the Armageddon doesn't really.
though. Here we go.
Oh.
He's giving it a damn good go.
Okay.
Paranoia buying some precious seconds. How does he try and go about this one? The
Oh,
utility
you're in a
coming
crossfire.
on.
Yeah, he made the wrong choice.
Is there and a needed round from Liquid, but it felt a little flat from Na'Vi as well.
Camo finding the entry here is again a big positive to.
Grabnet was good.
In my mind, bit messy on that.
And maybe not anticipated the way Liquid have been playing that they dig so deep to find him.
True.
So definitely caught off
Very
guard
big
in that
round.
regard, whether or not we do see an
Bounce back
adjustment
round
here.
for them for
On either
sure.
side, actually.
A
Na'Vi
fast hit.
accounting for that.
Oh,
Liquid may be looking to
forces
exploit
the
that
Na'Vi
further.
timeout.
That's what they feel
Damn.
their way into this is. I mean, again,
Never seen Patatech tilt this much. I never remember a couple of games of Patatech. Like Patatech's definitely had a couple tilters.
And that's is asking for him to almost call from the front. Tell us what you want to do.
And
if you want to do something, we're with you.
It's not too often, but when it happens, it's definitely happened pretty notably before too. And I think just the really bad first game got to his head a lot.
Again, Again, you look at it, I don't necessarily think the timeline's really indicative of
Yeah, EMEA's
how
got a
these
lot of
rounds
good
have played
controllers
out. It
now.
doesn't-
No.
I still feel like
Where's
Na'Vi have
the
had
GOAT
upper
boaster in
hand.
that?
Yes.
You gotta
Flipping
respect the
round two,
boasties.
Kind of getting back in.
That weird walk through smoke.
Yeah.
A couple of weird missteps, and obviously here in the comms we get that little bit of
So
insight.
yeah, well, actually credit to Liquid in that regard to still at least keep the opening.
This is
7 rounds
elimination.
a close affair.
Winner stays alive.
Certainly.
You
Not
still
out of
have
the
one
woods
more
just
game
yet.
to go to Bangkok, but if you lose, you're out. 55% defense sided.
Ultimate
Pretty
one away
strong.
from Koala, but Shao and Ruxic do have theirs. On the side of things, Liquid now with the upper hand in this cycle.
It's a game plan off the start.
Oh, I mean, I think that's where it comes from.
moves here.
But I think like that
Kind of methodical approach towards
there's
the
like a
organic.
frustration that
I
keeps
put a
creeping
question
up
mark
on
towards
his
Shao, the
own
last
because
one,
he
just
feels
kinda
like
got
he might have
Maybe
let
not
the team
expecting so much
down.
presence. Let's see how it looks now.
Historically, I think you get one of those versus Shao. He's very heads up in terms of adjusting. He's never usually one to overstep or become too aggressive. He's a, up against the ropes clutch player. So
certainly.
Yeah,
the
I
switch
think
up
it's
here,
just
putting Ruxic
happy.
in front of
At least
us
definitely in
to
the booth
try and hold that down.
for Navi.
It looks like this commitment towards Tree might be. I want to say it could be rewarded. Now we'll have to see how it obviously goes once we see it. All going to come in. They already kind of. It feels like they were prepared for this. And look at this. Look at the preparation, but they still need to stick the landing. Angel going to take away camo. They looked like they had a heads-up approach to this, but they're still damaged. That's just fallen. Couldn't get away. Lovely work coming out from Navi in this 4v3, but with Patatech, Kiko, and Serial still alive, there are opportunities. A player gathered. Serial going to find Hero, fighting back forward. Patatech wants space. He wants to drop the bodies on the floor, and he's doing
Well,
so
I mean,
damn
hey,
well.
he channeled
Team
it.
Liquid fighting from the back lines there.
Tied up 4 apiece.
Damn, dude.
That's maybe
4?
looking a little more relieved
4?
now.
Navi's kind of feeling it.
Getting caught out here
Because
with
the only
ultimate,
reason they
but
have 4 is because they got a sick ninja defuse on an eco.
And Ruxic desperate to make something work from main.
Nice party.
The cleanup beautiful from Patty, as you noted. For the first time, Liquid will find a second in succession. Navi back down on scraps, odd ends, a Bucky, a few Sheriffs, and Kuala Noob on the Ghost.
And a gamble, right? And
Yeah.
it feels like a decent gamble. We haven't seen much of a want to go towards that B site, so why not give it a crack? But Shao not be able to withstand the pressure.
I
That was
mean-
3-4 players with Util looking towards middle. So once again, Liquid
You
can go
know,
right
you
up the guts
tried.
here. Divide and conquer. As Koala Noob, this is a horrible position to try and play from. Does he get anything for it? Angel's already fallen. I don't think they're going to get much. Hero going to be able to connect. Oh, told her an absolute
okay.
porcupine.
Oh, the
Both
reload.
awkward steps.
Oh.
Still doing
Brooks.
That's ridiculous.
Pulls out the shorty. I think almost the realization, it was like, I can't shoot you from here. Runs back in the smoke and kills Rooksik.
Bloody hell.
A little chaotic.
A little bit muddy.
I mean, yeah, I think most people expected this to be a 2-0, no? For Liquid. I think Navi's hanging in there, but they're hanging by a thread on this map, to be honest, right?
It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Serial has like a really nice, deep voice.
Yeah, probably now an opportunity
Very
to be honest with you.
Suave tone.
Come and hold on, there's some pressure here. Nat's trying to be singled out, and look at him. I mean, doesn't matter the pressure, he's so slippery. You can't pin him down, and in the meantime, they've taken towards the site. Camo right off the rip, just taking towards it, takes A for
That
himself.
deadlock wall not doing anything against the Jet.
Is Nat slippery as ever, still pumping damage.
Reload, you know it's long.
His days are numbered, but he ain't going down without a fight. He made a
Oh,
work for
and
it.
T-nuts.
And now, in this 3v2, can they look
I know there's two mid, and then you know there's one heaven. Your ult?
Go try to catch him before that ult fully coming in.
Oh, Pathetek's got to be really careful. He can be isolated on site so easily here, but he's found the first.
Okay. Ooh.
Luckily enough, the spacing between Angel and Koalanu, able to swing it on Xiao, falling there. Keeping this at 5 apiece.
It's tough, no real
Yeah, that
safety
round
for
was
Liquid to
weirdly chaotic. That's a good way to put it.
and play together off each other, especially in the 2v3. Yeah, very chaotic here.
I mean, I ain't judging something. I ain't judging.
Unfortunately, Nat's not
You
able
just
to
caught me
fully
off guard.
disengage from that crunch on tiles.
Nice!
Yeah, meanwhile, we got the raw shout from Koalanu.
Regardless, I don't think you get those like huge pump-up moments, so it's nice to have at least one of them getting a bit fired up. Obviously, Liquid want to keep
Koalanu's very much got that like sports
like
jock shout tone. You know, just like very raw.
Up on the side of Liquid, but enough of a deterrent here off the smokes. Force them to reconsider. A little bit of misdirection here from Kiko.
Okay.
An attempt
Drone taken out, and then a deep wall to make sure the Jet can't just
Angel should be able to slow
fly
things down.
over
Caught
it.
by the paranoia, he's got to be careful.
Nice stall though.
Yeah, but that gives the window of opening, and meanwhile they've actually crept in all the way through tree. The sonic sensors don't give you actually that information. It's not
They
guaranteed.
knew he was here. Nat's deeper than expected, but Koalanu
Okay.
on the case. Angel's fallen, so the site is under
Site's been
control
taken
of
over.
Liquid. In a 4v3, we're gonna need a hero. And right now,
Oh,
there's fallen
Camo
for
was
Navi.
watching it. That's good.
Leaving in
That's
this
good coverage.
4v2, Koalanu and Xiao.
That is a
Not gonna have
sick
much of a say
bounce.
in
What
this
the
one
hell?
So far. Trying to isolate fights. And they found one. The second, quick to be
Wait.
had. And look at Kiko's
Doable?
position. There is a time limit on this. A Xiao
He knows
though,
one's in Gen.
the seconds now passing have allowed Kiko to get close.
Oh, they lined up! Oh my god! How does he have the awareness to just drag down? How does he do it? How does he do it?
Now I certainly don't.
How?
Navi to find 6 with the Red Bull clutch.
I don't understand, man.
Miles away from this one. It almost feels a little desperate.
Oh my goodness.
Double swing onto this here.
Oh.
Kiko unfortunately just
Dude.
lined up into the backside of the
Starts
spray.
shooting, he sees him, and he just drags down. Dude, that's just such a split-second decision. Dude, Angel can't believe it. Look at Angel's cam. Oh my gosh.
HP.
Wow.
They might be able to do 7-5.
Still find a purchase
Koalanu
here.
with the op.
That's crazy. I just think.
See if he can get value.
Salvo said too, but that feels
He gets him.
irrelevant now. Speaking of salvos, I
Ooh,
mean, Koalanu
yeah, that's a
is
good.
gonna get
I
punished
mean,
this time. One
classic
trade
trap
out. And
though.
the pace mic, they ain't
A
stopping.
little bit greedy, I think.
Oh, it's good.
That's a
Don't
huge paranoia.
really springboard off it though. They just tucked away into the
They're a little
corners.
late to
But Angel doing
that.
Angel
Little late
things.
to
He goes in and
that.
has a look, has a glance. They're desperate to stay alive. It's Xiao to pry out Kiko. Angel falls, and this time
Okay,
against
Xiao still holds it down.
One's getting past Mark here. The Serial has to face
Okay,
it.
hold up,
Gets
regroup.
past
Hold
Xiao
up,
in the end.
Rooksik, regroup.
Spike still left loose.
There you go, heroes grouping up.
Quite with Rooksik yet.
2v1.
Serial looking for his man. He's
2v1.
been clean.
Oh no.
That is terrifying.
Oh
Played
my.
this just right.
Close off the door, able to close off spawn as well.
Listening.
Decent coverage here with the utility. Hero looking to try and get ahead of this. He's gone for the spam. He's got him once. Serial does 31.
Dude.
He's got the regen though.
50 HP.
Serial backing away. He's still got that
Oh.
up. When's the time? He's got to play this right. He's got to think it through. Considering it, toying with it. Here it is. Pops the ult. Hero's drawn that out. Move and counter move here. It's a
I mean,
time
that's so
buyer
much
too.
time.
Ping it off in the end.
When does he? Where does he send it? Which way does he send it?
Hero
Serial.
has to be
You've got to
patient.
send it. So okay.
There it is. Dissipates.
Just waits it.
31
But Hero doesn't have
HP,
time.
and now
That
is
bought
the
so much
for Hero to
time.
try and
Oh
strike, but Serial
God,
saving the day
dude,
with the
Hero.
Red Bull clutch.
Hero
Bring
was
us
too
back
scared of the
all
ult,
even.
man.
Another 3K from Serial in a bailout round for Liquid.
Dude,
to tie
Serial
things up on
friggin'
this hard
clutches it.
Yeah, we're getting a much better
Oh
game now.
my
This is 6-6.
gosh.
It's heating up here. This is what
Dude,
we
what
want
a
to see from
game.
map 3
What a
survival
game, chat. This is a wild game of Ascent. That is wild.
Red Bull gives you
Oh my goodness. It's been a great map 3. Holy. Dude, I mean, dude, the number of crazy highlights and moments we had just in that first half. What is this group from? They were here yesterday too. Maybe that's not the same people, but the same hoodie. What does Navi have on T side? Well, we'll see. Same question for Liquid on defense though. Are they active or not? We gotta see. Remove the zoom. Oh my god. I support that message though. That was a mistake from Hero and Ruxic. Yeah, I think Ruxic, I would argue that the only big mistake there, if you really wanted to argue, was in mid, right? If this is market.
Survival of the fittest between these two. Close affair 6-6. How do we judge this one?
You have
How do we
this, right?
see this?
Instead of
What are we
holding
making of this
here,
first half? I mean, 6 rounds.
he should have just held,
It is
he should have
anyone's
backed out
game
to
still.
here and watched here. That way you can hide away and then Hero can regroup with you. And then if you see them cross, you see them cross, you get information. But Ruxic was like positioned as if he was trying to catch someone off guard who was trying to dig deep into spawn. And I mean, props to Serial. Like he goes and checks it, but Ruxic doesn't have a way out of that fight.
Looking to come out swinging here in the second half of this decider.
Yeah, I would argue that Team Liquid, if they can keep the mental in check, then they should be doing well. I mean, Patatex at 11-8, I think that helps a lot. Vibes and everything.
It's like high noon out here. The amount of sheriffs coming out.
Surely you suspect this.
Let's see what the
Yep,
challenge is
after
looking
what they
like.
saw.
It's an absolute brawl. Good luck catching any of this Patatex. Coming out the victor, looks like so far.
Wow.
Angel left, barely
They didn't.
breathing. And it's time to run and hide as it's already going to be
That's a
Camo to
big
claim it.
pistol read.
Lead taken by Liquid.
Crucial confidence on display here. Been questioning the nerves, questioning how much they've got left to give. That's what you want to see if you're a Team Liquid fan here. To kick off the second half. Want to see this clean on round 2.
Xiao was, he was grab netted. And I think he didn't immediately pop the pin. Or it might just be because the salvos came from so close.
Well,
freaking hell down.
I always say lip reading's not my strong point, but
That one was pretty easy to lip
guesses on
read.
that one. A little bit of that energy we've been asking to see. Yes, calm and
Okay.
composed, but just want them to lean heavier into some of these round wins. Oh, Camo.
Okay, they're heating up again. They're heating up.
It's not the prettiest now. It was before. It's fine. Job done.
Dude, Patatek's feeling it.
It's own flawless.
Feeling it. I almost think Nats kind of has to calm Patatek down a little bit, but he probably doesn't want to because he's feeling it. Like, you keep that energy there.
Confidence builders for Camo as well. Thinking back,
Oh, Angel,
that's
he sees
desperate
them. He sees Liquid being happy on the other side.
in the first half. Again, the spray just getting away from it a little bit. That range, it can get awkward. Patatek on cleanup duty.
All right, full buy, full armor. Navi. No stun for Shao.
Here we go.
Got the cam.
Spectres, Guardians, Vandal for Camo, Bulldog for Padatek. And Navi, how are you going to paint this side? Because it looks like Liquid don't respect you right now, so you're going to have to kind of force them
Big pick.
to. Right, Navi, you've got to
That's...
really push down Liquid here.
Wow.
Nice little snatch and grab or a valiant attempt at it, but Hero's not
wow.
really letting go. Held on for quite some time, taking 2 down.
Padatek anticipating somebody slipping ahead of that smoke. Navi just poised.
I mean, Navi's got to regroup first of all.
Aggression.
They've got to group up, and then you just go as 4.
No second layer to it.
You're kind of worried about the deadlock util, but it is deadlock Teho. Oh no! Oh no!
Hero a little late on the counter swing. Who's got the upgrade?
Okay, Rook secures the weapon swap.
Well played to shut that down before any further threat develops.
Serial's in the right place. Serial's in the right
Big.
place. Serial is in the building, but the third is needed.
I think Hero's starting to play a little bit scared.
Weird out here, Mike.
It's down to 1.
Serial is playing very well though.
Navi going to be kicking themselves.
Serial's playing so well. He's locked in.
Sure.
One enemy remaining.
Said here, Padatek does get away with Serial finding 2. Almost feels doable for them.
Guys, communicate. What you hold, what you picking. Are you on distance, guys?
Uh-oh, both teams, they're feeling it. They're feeling the pressure.
Basically, it's keeping that in the forefront of your mind, keeping these players focused on these sort of simple things. You always heard Magnum kind of talking about it earlier when they was discussing the comms as well, of how they approach it and what to keep clear in their minds. But now a key round
I like the
here.
trips from Liquid.
Hero going to get early contact and then fall away from the angle.
Just denies any entry from here. You're watching from here. You can smoke to delay. You've got a webcam. You got a cam as well.
Chance to slow things down for the combo here on the back of the salvos, but necessarily connecting as they'd wish.
I love the creep up. So that passes the most of the time. Where are we going, Camo? Oh, saw him.
That's definitely been spotted. Oh, and the
okay, the trade
from
though.
Hero. I was kind of surprised he got there in time, but Padatek unchecked on, and that's now springs
Hero?
from short. It's getting brawly. It's a
Ooh, he gets
massacre in
caught.
middle. It's still a 3v3.
He needs
though, but
help.
Is there any escape for Hero? He needs someone to help him today. But look,
This has to be Shao. This has to be
forget
Shao.
About Shao. He's creeping closer, and they have no idea about this. Kiko's just
Kiko.
turned.
Kiko!
Yeah, Kiko!
How does he
Some work
know?
From him, maybe feeling there was space or a gap or even a footstep heard.
Was anticipating the way the Serial fell in the previous round.
Holy.
Shout. Unfortunately, a little telegraphed here. 2 to the good now.
No. I think Liquid's starting to run away with it.
Broken in terms of the
Did
back.
he?
30 seconds left.
Necessarily on the brink of any game changes in terms of the ultimates.
I don't think he
Really
did.
neural theft. On the flip side, Liquid, a big opportunity here to build
I don't think
towards
he
some
made a
of those.
footstep, did he?
On this anti-eco. A chance to find double-digit Serial. Dead off rip, though.
I mean, everyone's just getting kills, man.
Okay, gonna get Angel down at least, but
Dude, Camo is
still feels so
finding these
sort of rounds are
angles.
so messy.
Hero's got in, he's got the rifle. He's punished
Oh no.
That timing is so sick from Hero.
Oh no.
Threading the needle. But look where the spike is. This is not going to be an easy one for them just to pick up and run with.
Fnatic hero round.
Kiko. He's got to know about.
You can see his head.
Yeah, he absolutely. Hello. Oh. Okay, spike is back in hand, but there's still a problem, and it's this man. Hero. Further than expected.
Okay, so Spike will get there.
The respect of Liquid now.
Definitely, yeah, bringing things to a 3v3. Just keep. Oh, I was gonna say. A chance to get ahead of 2 players.
Camo's great. Camo's great.
Really, the one.
Definitely another standout player. See, this is what I mean. Top 10 is so hard.
Be able to comfortably set up.
Top 10 is so hard.
It's only the one rifle in the hands of Hero.
Got to play him in. Route 6, Shao. Need to be almost selfless in this. Still have those salvos potentially to buy some time. But this is uphill by all accounts. NAVI now.
Oh, it's
feeling the
tricky.
pressure. Here
Both of them
comes
being in the
push. They've
smoke,
gotta try
that
and
is
play this
tricky.
together. B on one page here,
Trying to take use of the
holding out for a
sheriffs.
hero.
Oh
And he's
no, the
gone.
Vandal had to stay alive.
I mean, what he meant to do, the time.
Hang on.
He could have a crack on it. Oh!
Oh!
That was damn close if he just had that shot. A valiant attempt, but it's double digits now for Team Liquid.
NTNT.
Almost thought the plant was in the corner there. Open on the doorway. Nats desperately, you can see him trying to rain.
Hey, creamy spinach.
So the Liquid players in. Na'Vi the ones to pump the brakes here. An important buy round for them, but
And we got a
Hero,
Brine. It's playoffs time.
just getting ahead of the utility here.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, because Liquid, their mental seems to be good too, and these rounds are only going to make it better. I think Liquid's ready to run away. We'll see how good this timeout is from Na'Vi.
Na'Vi almost walking the tightrope. On this next buy round, it will be Liquid
This is fun.
potentially finding 11, breaking the bank. Yeah, this is fine.
Average Liquid.
Yeah. It's a perpetual state of this is fine.
It's a perpetual state.
But they are up currently, 10-7. This is, I believe, the second timeout now for Na'Vi. So if there's anything to be done, now's the time for it. And these rounds have felt.
What are they
scrappy and
talking
close
about
enough.
here? I mean, I
There's
think
like
one
another
is
conversation from
probably
Nats here.
talking about how to deal with Kamo and the angles he's holding.
And sounding way stronger in terms of.
Yeah, today has been a long day of EMEA, actually.
Wow, a stark reminder. Na'Vi have not qualified.
Obviously, we had a bit of a break. What was that, like
Champions
15 minutes because of the
2023.
round rollback? But
To know what it feels like to be on those international stages, to face the best competition around the world. It's a rare feeling, and one that you fight for to get back. Na'Vi, 3
Angel has
rounds
ult.
difference to Liquid currently.
so does
leading
Patatech.
this series and trying to get that another chance here.
oh, they're ready for it.
Wow.
Very proactive.
Very aggressive. I like the idea, though.
Early ultimate
You
run
wait
doesn't
until they
catch
use their
anything.
util, make no noise, so that they can
space
try to take the space, and then you
controlled
deadlock
now
wall
by
them
Liquid.
in, and you try to ult them towards you.
Utility to
It's an
kind of seal the
NT.
deal on that. No point of congestion elsewhere on the map, though. We hit the minute marker. Sorry, Na'Vi almost headed in 2 different directions here.
Well, there's also the 30-minute break in between, right? In between the
In
matches.
top mid here, so I imagine this is an attempt from Koala Noob and Shao to maybe sell something towards B.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what Navi can do here. It looks like they want to sell some action on B and then go mid to A through tree.
Yeah, Camo taking this enough of a red flag that he wants to get away. And in reality, this
Yeah,
phase,
that's the
I
idea,
don't say
but
worked completely. There's still 3 players here
Patatech,
all the
oh,
time. Patatech,
sees
you
him.
are a lucky boy today. But 25 seconds, if anything goes wrong on this site take, it could be wraps here. Spike is still over towards Cat. They got to make their way through. Oh, it is
Dude, it's
stunning
over,
for
man.
him. Surgical
Oh,
precision.
dude, Serial. Amazing shots. Nice and clean.
Caught the edge of the concussion. But
Jeez.
still hits those first 2 shots.
That is brutal.
Liquid step by step, round by round. Starting to stretch their legs just a little bit, Lauren.
Start to see the cracks. Start to see Na'Vi looking under pressure. Watching those chances slip now.
Damn.
Individuals
Only 2
from
more.
Liquid looking
2 more to
alive.
go for Liquid.
Serial forced away early. It's pacey, but he can
Serial's a
stop.
really good pickup as well, for sure.
Now look at the spike, but look at Hero going down, dominating the angle from Camo, controlling over towards B main.
I think all of us had question marks about whether that roster move was worth it, but not to say that like Kamek couldn't do well,
light shields
but
on the side of
Serial's
Na'Vi.
definitely a good
Camo
pickup.
can really do some damage here. Knowing when to apply pressure to the economy. Liquid well equipped once again for this A-side hit if Na'Vi
Dude, Serial's poised
try and stick the landing
again.
here.
Dude, net for net.
Wanna go over here,
Oh
does
no.
it. Ruxic, stolen, kidnapped, and
Oh
released only
no.
for capture again.
And the
Serial
salvos
dominating
just to
this
make
space
sure.
now. Eyeing up that 12.
Oh.
Counter roll, other side. Get over here. Giving them maybe a shot at this, but it's odds against you. Kiko is still clean on this position before. Still sharp on the first, rolling the dice and coming up with the goods. Dealt with
Maybe not
NAVI
enough, though.
In a 2v2. Old's nice as well, buys time. Looking for the plant, those spikes still down.
Come in now, but Xiao, luckily,
That's a
holding
big
out the
kill
full
from
45
Xiao.
HP though
It's
on
not
Nats.
12
He's
yet.
gotta be
That's
careful.
important.
Look who it is, Nats now.
Oh, oh
It's
no.
always been
The
Nats.
missed timing.
he's been
Oh
handled.
my.
Two vintage players, legacy players,
Oh.
and Angel this time keeps Navi alive.
Angel almost defying expectations there. Nats expecting the counter swing on the back of that pressure onto Xiao. Just winning out on top of that. Kiko, unfortunately, he's not able to find similar success.
Nice! We got this, boys!
No, Koala was a self flash. Yeah, it was a self flash. It might have been a half flash, but he just peeked out too early. I don't know.
Find stability in terms of the finances. Another broken purchase. Really Kiko with an ultimate on the side of Liquid. Nothing left for Na'Vi, but a pace change here towards B.
It's all in. It's go
Huge
time.
grab net.
Serial could be such
Yeah,
a
nobody
hindrance
actually
here.
gets
Camo
caught,
chomping at
though.
the bit. Wanted to try and get involved in this, but position's going to be noted. And here we
Stun.
go. Game on.
What a big stun. Oh my goodness.
All in unison.
Oh
Decimating
my
Na'Vi.
goodness.
They won that 12th and they want it now.
Oh, Navi, they were so close.
And they are out for blood. They want it gone, and it is.
Oh, that hurts.
Liquid.
An end zone flawless nonetheless. To get Liquid on the
Dude, Nats was kind of looking
closing
over
this
at
out on a
Navi, seeing if they had any reactions.
Na'Vi to bed. See, not deterred at all.
Yeah, the econ shouldn't be good.
Shift from Na'Vi.
See what's possible at all.
And I gotta
No
say,
timeouts
Serial
either.
having well, it might not be reflected in terms of the numbers, but having a lights out
Ooh.
performance here. I mean, it was fantastic on split as well.
Dude,
With a
nothing.
lot of doubters around Serial.
Nothing.
Yes.
But he's coming up huge here for
Oh,
Liquid.
man. And on the attack,
The one that
too?
matters. A broken Na'Vi.
No, 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 no. It's not over till it's over. It looks over, but it's... you gotta wait.
Goal of surviving here. Na'Vi are on the run. Koala Noob's still trying to fight the good fight, giving him some space. But look at the position.
They're back in.
They're already back around top middle. Koala Noob, desperate.
Okay.
Dig it deeper. Kiko punish
Weapon given
Shell.
over?
Can't handle the three players. As now it's on two. And it looks
Oh,
like
that's over. GG, man. What a hard-fought win.
as Team Liquid stay
What a
alive.
hard-fought win for Liquid. I mean,
What a way
GG's.
to
They
bounce
played
back
well.
as well.
They played well.
Icebox certainly had us worried.
No, Angel had an amazing game.
Dominant fashion. We said riding that wave into Ascent.
But,
Definitely
I
finding
mean,
comfort
Liquid,
once again here. Camo, 10 first bloods
leadership
on this
paying off.
decider.
Nats' leadership
And he
paying
was the
off.
person you could hear Nats keeping him in check. Reassuring
Yeah, so
him that
it'll
he's
be
able
Liquid
to
BBL.
dictate
That
some of
should
these
that
rounds.
should be intense.
And he absolutely did.
That'll be next week. That should be intense.
It's got to feel like a weight off Liquid shoulders.
I mean, honestly, but I want to. I think this is a good time to point out what Xiao was talking about yesterday in their interview. They've got 3 rookies. Navi's got 3 rookies. I mean, Hero's like a half rookie, but
falling short.
so he was saying that, you know,
You see what it means to Liquid.
they still need time to build up. And I think when you consider that, like I think for me at the very least, I often forgot about that because I think Angel and Xiao, and I'm like, oh yeah, you know, like they're veterans. But
At a chance to reset here, couple of days of rest. I mean, if you
have a good one,
go
Ethan.
back and watch that
But you
talk
know,
from
they
Nats on Twitter.
Dats doesn't want to do the interview.
Gotta say that was a factor
But if
for
you consider
today.
that they have 3 rookies, I mean, I think they improved quite a bit. Obviously, you know, are you playing just to improve? No, you're playing to win. But I think it's exciting. I think Navi's an exciting team to keep an eye on for Stage 2, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Let's see how Team Heretics locked their spot in Toronto with our pay safe card play of the week. It's going to be Rien's obviously against BBL. That was an absolute banger of a clip.
Yeah, I mean, he's
What?
always
We're
good for
showing
one of these.
this now? Seems like an odd time and place in the run of show to do it. We haven't even had run of. Oh, they're gonna do post plant, aren't they? There's no standing winners interview. They do post plant. That's why. Oh man. All right. I mean, honestly, that was a cool move though. Oh, never mind. What? That's a weird place to do that. I know they do it there because they still want people to see it, but
I think they will be now. I don't know how you got through the last couple of days, so I just wanted to ask you, what's been motivating you? What else is left in the tank?
Thank you so much, first of all. I mean, I don't think there is anything left, honestly. That's all that we give right now. I mean, we're just playing and we're enjoying the game. Unfortunately, yesterday we didn't manage to win Fnatic, and today we just came and tried to give all of us because we're not gonna give up as a team. So yeah.
How many people thought?
From the front this entire
yeah, how many people thought Nats would become such a good IGL?
To your hands yesterday, you were one round away to lose like that. How do you recover so quickly?
I mean, unfortunately, I did lose in 12-11 to Boster, but I mean, I played a lot already, and I'm not first time on the stage, so. It's just fine. I mean, we didn't have much time to think about what happened yesterday because we had a game today, and if we would let just emotions take over us, I don't think we would achieve the result that we achieved today. So yeah, I mean, it's just experience and understanding the stuff.
You're so cool, Nats. I'm just gonna say, I think everyone is thinking it. You're so not just calm and collected, by my goodness.
No, he's a really good leader.
It's already been a very
from what we've seen. He's a really good leader.
Not just this split, but this year.
They don't do post plant if they've had a long day.
Valorant. How do you balance that? You know, how do you make sure you balance that, not get too emotional? Everything that you spoke about.
I mean, we're just enjoying to be on the stage. Yeah, we actually during the game we were counting amount of matches we played.
It's a lot. Yeah.
I think it was with this one it's 18 already. I mean, we're just enjoying, and I think we're just understanding when we need to be emotional, when we need to be less emotional. I think that's what we're improving day by day by being here on the stage. As I said, already 18 matches.
I don't know how you kept them in the game.
It's cool.
It's crazy. You've been through a lot, like you said. You have so
hey,
much
Seraphim.
experience.
The match is worth watching, I think.
In terms of difficulty.
I think the RQ Gen G match, just overall, it was a good match. It was good.
I love a challenge. Honestly, I would say I don't think I ever passed through upper bracket or anywhere. From what I remember, any tournament I played, it was always lower bracket. It was always some kind of weird lose in the upper bracket, and just going to the lower bracket. I even remember the Masters 2021 when we lost 200 Ts on the Icebox. I'm already used to that. If we'll drop to lower bracket, that's meant to be.
So this, you wouldn't even rank this very high in terms of, you know, stress level, how challenging everything is. It's just normal for you?
I just enjoy it. I don't want it to be easy, because if it's too easy, I don't know.
It's boring.
I don't know. I've never been there, honestly. I've never been when it's like too easy, honestly.
You've had to work through it. You've had to work through it.
As a team, yeah.
But for your boys, though, you know, this is probably their first time having to go through something so stressful and so intense. So how are you holding up? We know you love a good speech. We hear you are always talking. You're so vocal. So what's that been like to make sure that they also get on your level when it comes to staying cool and calm and collected?
Go to IGL and such a great mental, 100%.
I'm trying to give the boys examples from my already career, because, for example, what happened yesterday, I already had that kind of thing in career before, and I know how it's exhausting. For example, yesterday match, when you play almost every single round, you are very emotional and you need to come today and perform again, and today is the match already if you lose, you're already getting eliminated. I'm just trying to give them experience. They trust me, they follow, and I think that it just works.
Do you feel like there's a lot on your plate? You know, you have to do a lot. From the outside, it looks like you have to do everything.
I mean, not everything. Everyone is doing their own job, like coaching stuff, performance stuff. The boys is doing a lot. It's not just on me. Everyone is doing a lot of job overall. For example, yesterday after the game, the coaching staff went to check the full votes from the NAVI. and the rest of the boys went just chill, right? So that's why everyone is working hard, and that's what honestly makes me happy, because if I choose anyone from the team, everyone is giving 150%.
That was a good question, even if you know it's an obvious answer, but
luckily,
it
you
sets
will
him
get
up to
some time
give a shout out.
to sleep and some time to prep for your next game. It will be against BBL. You've played against them already, and again, like you said, even that game, right? It's weird things happening. It's not easy. There's always a challenge. I think they are already expected to play you. They're very excited. They talked about getting revenge. How are you feeling about playing against them next week?
Good. I mean, they are showing a very good performance this tournament. They were showing very good performance on the kickoff, I think. We're gonna prepare to them as we usually do, as to every opponent. We're gonna come with a match respect. And it's gonna be a good game, and that's gonna be a game to qualify to Toronto, so let's see who is deserved to be there.
Hey, you remember you have your blessing. When you do one, you do all three. Does that still exist?
I mean, let's see. But if that actually exists, unfortunately for Yampi, right? But we...
No, oh yeah. Yeah, that must be a bit, you know, that's going to be emotional.
But we will need to see. It might gonna happen, but without the hard work, who knows what's gonna happen.
All right, I love that from you. Thank you so much, Nats, for joining me. Congratulations once again. I hope you have a good rest. You deserve it.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to close the show out here, but don't forget we have more playoffs action coming up next week.
Damn, dude, what a game. That was good. That was good. I mean, well played, Liquid. Well played, Liquid. Well played, Nats, man. What a leader. I mean, everyone performed. Like, Cyril had a great game. Patatek woke up. But, I mean, and Kamo for sure. Like, everybody for sure. But Nats, the leadership. Very, very good. Oh, I'm freaking tired out of my mind, but it was a good game. I wanted to watch it through the end. Yeah, we'll be back for the stream later tonight. Obviously no watch party, so we'll just hang out, probably just play some Valorant. If I can figure that out, I might try to sort that out. Maybe we'll spend a little bit of time at the beginning of the stream later tonight to sort out the tech issues I've been having. But yeah, GG's, chat. Friggin' excellent day of games. Excellent day of games. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for hanging out. Of course, we had some good raids today. Lots of support. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the support. That's going to be it for me, chat. Always a pleasure. Hope you guys had fun. Have a good one. You all get some rest as well, and I will see you later tonight. Have a good one.